Chapter 5101, Experimentation 2. In the Infiniverse. The early veiled shore stretched before Noah's perception with magisterial beauty that felt almost absurd given everything happening across observable existence. Vibrant golden sand lined the beach where waves of crystalline water lapped against shores that had never known pollution or corruption. Inland, plots of multicolored farmland spread across gentle hills, sacred herbs of every variety growing vibrantly. The multicolored reign of the pluvial epoch of existential infinity continued even here. Droplets of impossible brilliance fell, nourishing everything they touched with quintessence infiniforce that accelerated growth and enhanced potency. The herbs seemed to lean toward the rain as it fell, leaves spreading wider to catch more of what descended upon them. On a plot filled with mystical floating lotuses, Noah stood with attention fixed on something far more interesting than sacred herbs. Another body of his had just begun sparring with Nuldine Manthan in the tumultuous seas of observable force that the wastes had become. That confrontation would test the limits of his Hadean transformation against someone who stood past the door of Kalinian classification. But this body, this consciousness operating within the Infiniverse itself, had different work to accomplish. Critical work. A floating platform of soft luminescent material hovered among the mystical lotuses, their multicolored petals releasing fragrances that would have intoxicated lesser beings. And on that platform lay Barbados. Her short stature seemed almost delicate against the soft surface supporting her, dark hair splayed outward in waves that caught the light of infinity. That hair seemed to drink in the multicolored rain, strands glistening with moisture that carried power most beings couldn't safely absorb. Her voluptuous figure was adorned in nothing but a loose white robe that revealed curves that drew attention regardless of how many times he had seen them. She was breathing with relief now, chest rising and falling as she recovered from what he had just done. He had pulled her from Yggdraim without warning, extracted her from challenges she had been navigating within that realm of trials and tribulations. Her dark eyes opened to look at him with an expression mixing curiosity and something more suggestive. When you pulled me away from Yggdraim while saying you wanted to try something, I had an entirely different idea in mind regarding what we would be trying. I imagined candles, perhaps. Certainly not being placed on a table like a specimen awaiting dissection. She propped herself up on her elbows, the movement causing her robe to shift mesmerizingly. What exactly are you planning on doing, little fish? Little fish. She still used this term regardless of how his power had grown, and he found comfort in that consistency all the way from his time in Atlantis. It was surreal to think about his time years ago as an Atlantean fighting demons. Noah's eyes were already shining like golden singularities as he looked at her. I want to see if I have what it takes to be an engineer. An engineer. Because he had gained the capability of existential engineering through his Hadean transformation. The ability to perceive the fundamental makeup of existence, to see the weavings that comprised beings at their most basic level, to potentially modify those weavings according to his will. He had not yet tested this capability, had not yet attempted to actually engineer anything. He wanted to experiment now. It seemed like something pivotal, a capability that could reshape how he approached advancement for himself and those connected to him. And this moment was as good as any to begin understanding what existential engineering truly allowed. And this was a Unkaiyu period. Noah loved the relaxing period after major adversity. Such times allowed him to breathe and gauge just how much he had grown. They provided space for experimentation, for exploration, for testing new capabilities without the pressure of enemies trying to kill him while he learned. Periods like this were rare. Sometimes he went from adversity to adversity without rest, from battle to breakthrough to battle again in cycles that left no room for contemplation. One needed rest every now and then. And his version of resting was keeping himself busy with work that didn't involve immediate mortal danger. Right now, that meant staring at the body of Barbados with eyes that perceived existence differently than they ever had before. Lie back, he said softly. She complied with curiosity burning in her dark eyes, settling against the soft platform while watching him with attention that missed nothing. Her robe shifted again as she moved, but neither of them paid that any mind. This was not about intimacy. This was about something potentially far more significant. Noah brought his hands forward. His palms pressed against various points of Barbados's body in a purposeful manner, fingers finding positions that his newly awakened perception identified as significant. Golden observable force gathered in one hand. Multicolored quintessence infiniforce gathered in the other. Both energies danced from his fingertips, entering her body through pathways that only existential engineering could perceive. Barbatos closed her eyes and bit her lip. The sensation was clearly stimulating. Her fingers curled against the soft platform beneath her. But she did her best to focus, to remain still, because she could see that Noah was serious about whatever he was attempting. He infused her with tendrils of both forces, threading power through her existence. And then he saw it. A network of vibrant vessel-like pathways lit up across her entire body, illuminating beneath her skin in patterns that revealed the fundamental architecture of her existence. Ethereal channels branched throughout her form like rivers feeding into tributaries feeding into streams. Primary conduits ran along her spine and through her heart, connecting to secondary pathways that spread toward her extremities. Tertiary networks webbed between those secondary channels, creating interconnected systems that touched every part of her existence. Nodes of concentrated energy marked junctions where multiple pathways intersected, some burning bright while others barely flickered. Her civilization of necromancy wove through these networks in intricate musings, death aspect authority filled with bounded countable infinity coloring the channels it had claimed. But as Noah observed with eyes that could finally perceive such depths, he noticed something that made his expression shift. The networks looked dim. Chapter 5102, Experimentation 3. In many areas, they seemed actively deficient, pathways that should have blazed with power instead flickering weakly or barely registering at all. The architecture was present, the potential was there, but something fundamental prevented that potential from being realized. I have completed preliminary analysis of the subject's existential engineering. Ruination's voice emerged. What you perceive before you is the lattice of foundational constraint. This is the basal, most basic perceivable engineering to you currently that defines bounded lifeforms, the architecture that was THR blueprint woven into their existence. The network you observe represents the channels through which power should flow and the nodes where that power should accumulate. In bounded existence, these channels are narrow. The nodes are dimmed. The potential for expansion exists within the architecture, but limitations prevent that expansion from occurring regardless of how much power the subject attempts to cultivate. This is not deficiency in the conventional sense. This is engineering. Deliberate, precise engineering that establishes ceilings the bounded cannot surpass through normal means. It is the base template of existences that will ever be born in observable existence. HUUM. The subject Barbatos displays this lattice of foundational constraint in typical bounded configuration. Her civilization in your infinity has optimized what can be optimized within these limitations, but she cannot exceed what she was engineered to be. The channels will not widen. The nodes will not brighten. The ceilings will not lift regardless of her efforts or desires. However, through existential engineering, it is theoretically possible to alter the seemingly preset and unchangeable construct. The limitations are just that, which means they can be removed or modified by one possessing sufficient capability and power. If you were to flood her lattice with observable force and quintessence infiniforce and overwhelm the constraints, you could potentially reshape her engineering towards something approaching Hadean classification. I should note that this would not immediately transform her into a full Hadean lifeform. Her bones and organs would remain in their current state until she undergoes the transformation process that you experienced. But her engineering would be altered to permit such transformation, to allow her existence to grow toward classifications that bounded existence normally cannot achieve. If successful, she would be designated as a nascent Hadean. A Hadean lifeform that has not yet grown to full maturity but possesses the potential to do so. The engineering of a Hadean without the completed physical transformation. A seedling rather than a tree. Noah absorbed this information with eyes that blazed brighter by the moment. A nascent Hadean. The possibility of granting others the potential he had achieved through cycles of destruction and rebirth that most couldn't survive. If he could reshape bounded engineering through existential engineering, if he could remove the limitations that prevented his companions from advancing beyond their designated ceilings. His hands began to vibrate with immensity. One hand shone gold with endless observable force. The other shone multicolored with endless quintessence infiniforce, the energy of his transformation gathering with density that pressed against everything nearby. He looked down at Barbatos. "This may be intense," he said simply. Her dark eyes met his with trust that didn't waver. "Go on, little fish. Do what you need to do." Noah pressed both hands against her heart. He began to flood both forces into her existence, observable force and quintessence infiniforce pouring through her lattice of foundational constraint in torrents that exceeded anything she had ever experienced. The power pressed against their walls. It pushed against the narrowing. It demanded expansion that the engineering had been designed to prevent. Barbatos opened her eyes wide. Her hand shot out to grasp onto his robe. Her chest heaved as her breathing became ragged, back arching off the platform as sensations cascaded through her existence in waves she couldn't control. Ah! Boom! Immense concentrations flooded into her engineering. The lattice of foundational constraint resisted at first, limitations pushing back against the power attempting to reshape them. But Noah didn't relent. He poured more observable force into the gold hand, more quintessence infiniforce into the multicolored hand, overwhelming the resistance through sheer magnitude of what he provided. Engineering modification in progress. The lattice of foundational constraint is experiencing forced expansion. Primary channels widening by factor of 12. Secondary channels widening by factor of 8. Tertiary networks restructuring to accommodate increased flow capacity. Nodes of concentrated energy are brightening. Junction points that previously flickered weakly are now blazing with intensity approaching what I observe in your own engineering. The artificial dimming is being overwritten. Subject is experiencing significant sensation as her existence restructures around new parameters. The engineering that defined her for her entire existence is being rewritten in real time. Such alteration cannot occur without the subject being aware of what is happening to them. Modification continuing. 73% complete. Barbatos trembled beneath his hands. Golden light began emanating from her skin, observable force flooding through channels that could suddenly accommodate its presence. Her dark hair started shifting, strands that had been purely black now showing rivers of gold running through them like veins of precious metal through stone. Her breathing came in gasps that released mist tinged with golden luminescence. 89% complete. 94% complete. Modification complete. Noah slowly withdrew his hands. The figure of Barbatos lay on the floating platform looking unfathomably beautiful. Her dark hair spread across the soft surface in waves now threaded with rivers of gold observable force, the coloring permanent rather than temporary. Her skin held luminescence that hadn't been there before, subtle but undeniable illumination pressing outward from within. And on her forehead, a barely discernible golden crack could be seen. It looked like a line of fracture in porcelain, except instead of damage it suggested emergence. Something breaking through from beneath. Something that had been constrained finally finding expression in physical form. Her gaze was dazed and heavy as she breathed out golden mist with each exhale. She rose slowly to sit on the soft floating platform. Around her body, rivers of golden observable force surged in currents that responded to her presence, power that her existence could suddenly channel in ways that had been impossible moments before. Little fish. Her voice emerged breathless. What did you just do? Complete success has been observed in the modification of subject Barbatos' existential engineering. Her previous designation as a bounded lifeform is no longer accurate. The lattice of foundational constraint has been replaced with what I shall term the lattice of nascent emergence. Her channels have been widened to accommodate power flow at rates previously impossible for her classification. Her nodes have been brightened to store energy in concentrations that would have destroyed her former engineering. The artificial limitations that defined her existence have been removed. She is now designated as a nascent Hadean. In practical terms, this means she is capable of beginning the refinement of her bones and organs toward full Hadean classification. The transformation you underwent through cycles of destruction and rebirth, she can now pursue. The ceiling that would have prevented such advancement no longer exists. I should note several significant implications of this change. First, a nascent Hadean exists in territories that blur the line between the first scale and the second scale. She has not established a civilizational anchor, but she now possesses potential that exceeds what establishing such an anchor would normally provide. The Hadean organs and bones she can eventually form will be grander than the Proterozoic organs and bones that others form upon reaching the second scale. She will, in essence, be able to achieve Hadean classification at the first scale, then carry that enhanced foundation into the second scale if she chooses to establish her anchor. Second, the golden crack visible on her forehead represents the physical manifestation of her altered engineering. This marking will evolve as she progresses toward full Hadean transformation, eventually becoming something more elaborate as her existence fully integrates the changes you have implemented. Third, her connection to you has deepened significantly through this process. The observable force and quintessence infiniforce you used to reshape her engineering now exists within her foundations as permanent presence. She is, in a very real sense, partially composed of your power now. This was a successful first application of existential engineering. The methodology you employed intuitively appears to have been correct. Future applications may require adjustment based on subject variation, but the fundamental approach has proven viable. Noah read over all of this as Barbatos continued breathing heavily beside him, her existence acclimating to parameters that had just been completely rewritten. He brought his vibrant right hand forward. His palm cradled her head, fingers supporting the back of her skull while his hand covered all of her cheek. The touch was gentle despite the power still radiating from his transformed flesh. She looked at him with dark gold eyes that hadn't been gold before, that shone with brilliance reflecting the observable force now flowing through her existence. She cuddled against his hand to feel his warmth. "What have you done, little fish?" she asked again as even her own existence couldn't believe itself. Personal Reflections from the Grimoire of Hadean Lexicon, author, Noah Osmont, written during the span known as the Reckoning of Imposed Order. I have often reflected upon the nature of pivotal moments, and I have come to understand that they rarely announce themselves with the fanfare one might expect. The grand turning points of existence, the instance where the trajectory of reality itself shifts toward weavings that will define eons yet to come, these moments tend to arrive quietly, dressed in the mundane clothing of ordinary action, revealing their true significance only when observed through the lens of considerable retrospection. When I performed my first nascent Hadean transformation upon Barbatos in the early Veiled Shore, I believed I was conducting an experiment. A test of newly acquired capabilities. An exploration of what existential engineering might allow me to accomplish for those I cared about. I did not understand, could not have understood at that time, that I was striking the first blow against an architecture of existence that had governed causes and observable existences since before many of us learned to perceive ourselves as existing. I actually threw the first punch without realizing it. That moment marked one of the last periods of relative peace I would experience. I do have to confess, with the clarity that distance and time provides, that my ignorance was profound. I knew, of course, that the distinctions between bounded and gilded were permanent by design. But knowing that something is designed and understanding why it was designed, understanding who benefits from that design and what they will do to preserve it, these are different forms of knowledge entirely. But even if I had known, I would have still done the same. Because who decided things had to be this way? What gave them the right? What ordained them to have any capability at all? The engineering that constrains bounded existence was not so much as artificially implemented, as much as it was simply nature. Just how existence was. There wasn't something singular that could be said to be responsible. Existence simply was. Existence was unfair. But it was structure, and there were those who enjoyed such structure. Those who sit atop structures of existentially imposed hierarchy rarely perceive their position as imposed. To them, the structure is natural and inevitable. The way things have always been, and therefore the way things must always be. The bounded are bounded because that is what they are. The gilded are gilded because that is what they are. And the primeval, those ancient arbiters whose hands observed and directed causes and studied and sought to manipulate the very engineering I was beginning to unravel, they exist beyond both because existence itself demands that someone must. There was no good or evil. There was and is always what one believes. When one alters the status quo, when one demonstrates that the limitations could be altered from below, when one proves that ceilings can be shattered and floors can be raised and the entire edifice of carefully maintained separation can be restructured through sufficient will and power, those who have benefited from that status quo tend to fight back. They fight back because their position, their identity, their very understanding of their own significance depends upon the continued existence of those beneath them. A gilded lifeform is only gilded in relation to the bounded they surpass. Remove that relation, blur that distinction, demonstrate that the bounded can become something that rivals or exceeds what the gilded were engineered to be, and you do not merely threaten their power as you threaten their meaning. And to them, meaning is everything. For this, I pity Ubergolden Adelheid. I pity Ubergolden Marcus. I did not know this when I placed my hands upon Barbados and reshaped her engineering. I did not know that the peace I enjoyed in that moment, the relative calm of experimentation and discovery and the quiet joy of elevating someone I loved, would be one of the last moments of such peace I would experience before storms arrived that made Grimvault and his companions seem like gentle rain. At that time, I truly did not know. But I learned. Oh, how thoroughly I learned. And from all of it, endless seas of observable and unobservable blood shall bloom. Existence will shudder, for it deserves to. All of existence deserves what is coming. Chapter 5103, Parts to Play. I. Prima indifferentia. Grimvault tore through the boundaries between spaces with desperation he hadn't felt in eons, his massive armored form trailing destruction through layers of existence that parted before his authority. He had run far, farther than a Kalimian tier primordial architect should ever need to run. But the fucking infinite light still burned around him. He ran towards home. After an unknown period of time and a shift between spaces and a unique methodology. Whap! He appeared above an endlessly stretching white gold sea, the surface reflecting illumination that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Splash! His massive figure crashed into the white gold waters, that black and silver armor that had fused with his flesh now wreathed in blue gold flames that refused to extinguish regardless of what he submerged them in. The sea parted around him, waves spreading outward from his impact. The infinite light sought to unwind him. He could feel it working against his existence even now. His form had stopped fluctuating only because he'd anchored himself again and again with his own axiom, but the flames continued burning, continued trying to drag him backward through stages of development he had surpassed eons ago. He had constantly enacted the Silurian light to counter it. Pulse against pulse. Fire against fire. But such deployment drained resources that even his 94% Proterozoic bone saturation couldn't replenish indefinitely. He could still cast it a few more times, could continue the struggle between his pulse and osmonce. But he didn't want to continue risking it. He had many different points of strength, and raw power was only one of them. Intelligence was another. Experience was another. And connection, alliance, the bonds forged across eons of service to something greater than himself, these two were strength that could be leveraged when individual capability proved insufficient. He was connected to the Deliverance. A civilization thrived from alliances and communication. No being, regardless of how powerful they became, could stand entirely alone against the vastness of existence. He had served the Deliverance faithfully. He had executed their directives. He had enforced their will. He had been their instrument when instruments were required. Now he would call upon that service. Grimvault rose from the white gold waters, his massive form dripping with liquid. The blue gold flames still wreathed his existence, still pressed against his anchored state with hunger that wouldn't relent. He raised his arms toward the skies. His voice emerged. I call upon bonds. I have never called for aid in all my spans of service. His pale fires blazed brighter beneath that wolf-skull helm. I call now. Let the Deliverance hear. Let the Deliverance answer. Let the Deliverance come forth and witness what has been wrought upon one who serves without question. HUUM. The seas churned quietly. The white gold waters that had been merely trembling now began to rotate, currents forming that had nothing to do with natural flow and everything to do with power gathering in response to his invocation. And it was unfathomably fast. Boom! A dozen figures appeared before Grimvault. Every single one radiated the terrifying aura of primordial architects at classifications that made his own Kalinian status seem modest. They floated above the churning waters in formations that suggested hierarchy. Some burned with fires of various colors. Others pulsed with authority that pressed against reality itself. All of them observed Grimvault with different gazes. But the foremost figure drew his gaze entirely. Platinum flames surrounded a humanoid titan whose form couldn't be fully observed through the brilliance that shrouded him. The fire didn't merely burn around this entity. It seemed to emerge from him, to be part of what he was rather than something he wielded. This was the Deliverance. Grimvault trembled before that presence. His massive armored form, which had seemed so imposing when he confronted Osmont, now felt small and insignificant before the entity he had served across eons. He looked down with shame that pressed against his ancient existence, unable to meet the gaze of the Deliverance or the gazes of others assembled here. He had fled and had run from a being at the first scale. He had been driven to invoke aid he had never needed before. The shame burned worse than the infinite light still wreathing his form. And yet, no need to feel shame for what happened, Grimvault. The Deliverance's voice emerged deep enough to resonate through Grimvault's foundations, through the white gold sea beneath them. The words carried understanding rather than condemnation. Existence is filled with anomalies that even we cannot account for. The Infinity Bearer has proven himself to be precisely such an anomaly, and there is no disgrace in doing what you did. The platinum flames flickered with something that might have been curiosity. Now, this is the pulse you cannot erase? How does it feel? Grimvault looked up with gratitude that he couldn't fully express. The understanding in the Deliverance's words, the lack of judgment despite his failure, it meant more than he could articulate. He gathered himself, forcing his voice to emerge as calmly as he could manage given the circumstances. It feels like regression, sir. Like being pulled backward through every stage of development I have achieved across eons. The flames demand that I return to states I surpassed before most current powers existed. They seek to unwind my causality until I am reduced to something that precedes what I currently am. He paused, the blue-gold flames still dancing across his armored form. I have countered with the Silurian light repeatedly, but the pulses seem evenly matched. Neither can overcome the other through direct confrontation. And I found myself unwilling to continue the expenditure when the outcome remained uncertain. The Deliverance nodded slowly, that massive form shifting within its shroud of platinum brilliance. The infinite light, so he called it? A new pulse never before seen. The platinum flames intensified. I understand. And I shall demonstrate how such a pulse can be countered for future reference. The Deliverance raised 3 hands. Grimvault blinked as he hadn't realized the entity possessed more than 2 arms until that moment. Or, he just had the arms he needed to have at any time? 3 palms faced outward simultaneously, each one beginning the somatic components of different pulses at the same time. The infinite light operates on the principle of singular causality, the Deliverance explained as his hands moved through gestures that overlapped without interfering with each other. It asserts a unique unknown cause holds authority over those who lack its brilliance, is it? But no single cause holds authority over all others. When multiple causes are invoked simultaneously, when their authorities overlap and interweave, the singular assertion of the infinite light becomes diffused across contradictions it cannot resolve. His first hand completed its gesture. The Silurian light provides the fire of primordial ignition. His second hand completed its gesture. The Cambrian word provides the authority of rewritten consequence. His third hand completed its gesture. And the Ediacaran silence provides the void where causes cannot reach. Boom! 3 pulses emerged simultaneously. He did not say any of the lengthy words required. Flames of impossible colors, inscriptions of reality rewriting authority, an absolute absence of sound and presence all manifested at once, weaving together in configurations that shouldn't have been possible. The triple pulse descended upon Grimvault's burning form, not attacking him but enveloping him in contradictions that the infinite light couldn't navigate. The blue-gold flames flickered. They pressed against the triple authority surrounding Grimvault, seeking purchase against existence that was being protected by three causes asserting three different claims over reality. The infinite light demanded regression, but the Silurian light declared that its fire preceded all regression. The Cambrian word rewrote the consequence of the infinite light's contact. And the Ediacaran silence created space where no pulse could reach regardless of its origin. The flames began to fade. Blue-gold brilliance that had burned for spans since Grimvault fled the wastes finally extinguished, dissolving into the white gold sea below as the triple pulse unmade its hold on his existence. His massive armored form emerged from beneath the dying flames, restored to the state he had maintained before Osmont's pulse had touched him. Oh, Chapter 5104, Parts to Play. 2. This methodology requires the simultaneous casting of three pulses. The deliverance continued as his hands lowered. It is not something a common Kalinian Proterozoic scale entity can accomplish. The coordination alone exceeds what most at that classification can achieve, and the reserves required would deplete beings who lack sufficient Proterozoic bone saturation. The platinum flames settled into calmer configurations. But at these stages of existence, there are unique beings who can display tremendous power regardless of whether they are Rhaetian, Kalinian, or Ediacaran. Classification provides framework, not limitation. Remember this, Grimvault. Grimvault bowed his massive form with gratitude. I will remember, sir. Thank you. He rose from the bow with expression that had shifted from shame to determination, those pale fires in his wolf skull helm burning with intensity restored. Sir, what shall be done to the Infinity Bearer? To this Osmont? He or his forces have now tortured or killed multiple of our brethren. Barcosus was unraveled by one of his allies. Samarthael remains trapped in paradoxical uncertainty. Beowulf was captured. And I was forced to flee from someone who should not have possessed the capability to threaten me. His fists clenched at his sides. What response shall we provide? The deliverance was silent for a long moment. The platinum flames surrounding his form flickered. There are a great many complex things currently unfolding across observable existence. More than you know. More than most know. The Titan shifted within his flames. The Infinity Bearer is an anomaly that requires handling, yes. His infinery, his progression, his immunity to the Silurian light, this infinite light, there is a lot to him. A pause that seemed to stretch. But just moments ago, another matter arose that demands attention. The creature has returned to the wild. Grimvault's pale fires flickered heavily. The wild beast has come home. The deliverance continued as the platinum flames intensified. There is much to be done. The board has grown more complex than simple response to a single anomaly can address. The creature. The Infinity Bearer. Too many variables shifting simultaneously for singular focus to serve our purposes. The deliverance's form seemed to grow larger within its shroud of platinum brilliance. Since the Infinity Bearer seems to wish for adversity, we shall grant that wish. Let us hope he will bring us difficulty and adversity as well, for I have decided upon a response that serves multiple purposes. His voice pressed against reality itself. I shall enact a civilizational war. Grimvault's eyes widened at those words. A civilizational war. This approach serves multiple functions, the deliverance explained. It keeps us occupied with legitimate purpose while ensuring the current stability of observable existence, among other things. The platinum flames settled into configurations of finality. For I do not wish to do anything too grand when the creature and the Infinity Bearer are the least of our problems. Existence is too vast, Grimvault. Far too vast. The anomalies we face now may be symptoms rather than causes, signals rather than sources. Signals that likely, those we have only whispered of, may make themselves more involved. Boom. Those they whispered of. They all knew what the deliverance was talking about. The Gilded. Myths and stories, glory and wonder. He turned, and the other 11 figures turned with him. Come, Grimvault. There is much to be done, and a great deal of us have our parts to play in what unfolds from this moment forward. HUUM. Blinding light erupted from the Deliverance's form, platinum brilliance expanding outward to envelop Grimvault and all others assembled above the white gold sea. As they left, Grimvault gazed at his existence as he frowned, as he felt like his authority seemed to be tremendously depleted. Maybe more than 25% of his total power still had not returned? Were the effects of the infinite light so obscene? He had such a thought as a moment later. They were gone. The white gold sea returned to calmness, its surface settling into stillness that betrayed nothing of what had just occurred above it, but a civilizational war would soon be declared. In the Infiniverse. The Infiniverse herself floated within a sea of multicolored brilliance, boundless strings stretching from her form toward the 3,000 realms, infinitely expanding in her depths. Each string pulsed with information flowing both directions, her awareness touching every sacred herb, every cultivating being, every fluctuation in the balance that comprised her nature. Beside her, the illusory figure of Ruination floated with presence that seemed almost companionable. The Infiniverse turned her imperious gaze toward the strings stretching from her form. She had felt her master's Hadean transformation ripple through their connection. She had sensed the changes that declared him something unprecedented. Now she contemplated what those changes meant for her. Master has led the way again. Her voice pressed against the multicolored sea surrounding her. A seed of observable existence becoming an observable existence is easy enough. Just like the second scale from the first scale. But Master did not jump to the second scale. He became Hadean. Her strings pulsed with intensity that made the 3,000 realms tremble. Naturally, I cannot become a measly observable existence like any other. The grander I become, the grander Master's infinite cause becomes. So with his focus on infinity and observable force, I shall flood everything within the Infiniverse to transform its very backbone toward Hadean. Her gaze fixed upon Ruination. Let us begin this process. HUUM. I have initiated preliminary stages. The scope of what you propose exceeds anything previously attempted. Ruination's form solidified slightly as she spoke. The 3,000 realms will undergo fundamental restructuring. Each realm's foundational architecture will be reshaped toward Hadean parameters, meaning the laws governing them, the energy flows sustaining them, the very fabric of their reality will be elevated to classifications an observable existence cannot achieve. The infinite expansion currently occurring will accelerate dramatically. Your realms may approach or exceed the scope of established observable existence. Beings cultivating within your depths will be affected. The Hadean nature of your restructured existence will press against their foundations, catalyzing advancement in those capable of withstanding it while endangering those who cannot. Your connection to your master will deepen unpredictably. A pause. If successful, you will become what I shall term a Hadean observable existence. Not merely an existence of Hadean classification, but an entire reality operating according to Hadean principles. The 3,000 realms will become Hadean realms. You will blur the distinction between being and place in ways even your current nature does not achieve. The Infiniverse absorbed this with eyes that blazed like stars being born. What comes will come regardless if we sit still or make bold moves. Begin the process. HUUM. Blue and gold painted everything as the two sisters tugged on their master's connection. The multicolored sea erupted as infinity surged through her depths while observable force flooded structures. The 3,000 realms trembled as power beyond their classification pressed against their foundations. The Infiniverse closed her eyes and felt herself changing. It would take time. But time was something she had in abundance. Chapter 5105, Dream. Noah did not like laziness. Anytime he wasn't doing something, he felt jittery. So after Barbados, he had been working hard in the minutes that followed. He had taken out Henry, Sigrid, Moiraine, Adelaide, Titano, Rhea, the Queen of Matter, the First Farmer, and all others. The golden sands of the early Vale shore filled with activity again as figures of varying power and origin gathered across the beach and the plots of sacred herbs inland. Even the living origin and the first hunger were brought over from Alfheim, their presence adding weight to an already impressive gathering. Kor stood beside Tor protectively, her gaze fixed on the living origin with suspicion that she didn't bother concealing, as if a wolf had taken someone she cared about. They all awaited their transformation. The big stepper, Ulmareth, floated nearby alongside Lumavara, while Skoll the very good dog sat with patience that belied his nature. Ainz, the fisherman, observed everything with the quiet attention of someone who had witnessed many impossible things and expected to witness more. Noah worked rapidly to transform as many as he could to nascent Hadean lifeforms. It felt like causing the emergence of geniuses and anomalies en masse, like planting seeds that would grow into something observable existence had never seen before. This was his current project, and he threw himself into it with focus that left no room for the jitteriness that idle moments brought. The early veiled shore had already transformed into seas of infinity and observable force. The golden sands were barely visible beneath churning power that responded to his will, waves of blue and gold crashing against shores that seemed to drink in what touched them. The emperor penguin floated in the air before him right now. This flightless bird, who had barely begun to pick up logos and philology of the first tongue, now hung suspended in currents of brilliance, small forms surrounded by forces that would have annihilated lesser birds. Quintessence infiniforce and observable force flooded into the penguin's existence, reshaping engineering that had limited this loyal creature since its emergence. Ra! 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 The change into a nascent Hadean lifeform was in process. Noah monitored the transformation while his mind divided across multiple tasks, multiple bodies, multiple priorities. His companions waited their turn. And as he did all of this here, his body in the wastes accomplished something grand. In the wastes, where a glorious battle had finished minutes ago, the sparring session had also concluded. Noah held Naldine's hands behind her back with a single grip, her wrists pulsing with proterozoic light as she strained against restraint she couldn't break. His free hand held her Vihuela, that instrument formed from her own arm now claimed as undeniable proof of his victory. The tumultuous seas of observable force churned around them, bearing witness to what had just transpired. She breathed heavily, her radiant white hair disheveled in ways he had never seen from the always composed primordial architect. Her singularity-dotted eyes burned with frustration she couldn't conceal, ancient pride warring with the reality of her current position. He leaned in to whisper in her ear. "It seems I may have just taken a step ahead of you, Naldine Manthan." She struggled one last time, her Kalimian tear power pressing against his grip with force that would have shattered most beings across observable existence. His hold didn't waver. Her proterozoic bones blazed brighter, authority flooding through her existence in desperate attempt to break free. His transformed flesh didn't even register the attempt as noteworthy. She let out a sound of frustration that pressed against the surrounding seas. "Okay." Noah released her immediately. The moment his grip loosened, she spun to face him with a gaze that held complexity he couldn't fully read. She was thinking about many things. Her eyes moved across his transformed features, taking in the multicolored hair, the golden light pressing outward through his skin, the pupils that shone like singularities of an unfathomable cause. "Okay," she said again, her breathing beginning to steady. Noah blinked. "Okay, what?" Naldine looked at him sharply, her expression settling into something calmer and more decisive. The frustration hadn't vanished, but something else had joined it. Curiosity, or hunger for what she had just witnessed him display. "You're the big bad guy with infinity who can change many things, yes?" Her voice carried conviction. "Let's see what you can change about me. I permit you to utilize a bit of your infinity to do what you mentioned before. I do not want any madness of infinity, as I will let you know every step of the way." Her singularity-dotted eyes blazed brighter. "Let's see if you can really take me past Kalimian quickly." After a spar that showed how terrifying Noah's current power was against Kalimian proterozoic scale entities, Naldine Manthan finally gave in. She sought to see what infinity was all about, what it could do for someone already standing at heights most beings couldn't imagine reaching. The teacher wanted to learn from the student she had so recently instructed. Noah thought about things carefully. Taking her into the infiniverse, transforming her toward nascent Hadean. She was already powerful. She already possessed a pulse. What would she become with Hadean engineering added to everything she already wielded? Curiosity won over caution. He waved his fist and caused a vibrant golden crack to bloom beside him, a Terran existence that led into the Infiniverse where his other body continued its project. The crack pulsed with power that declared what waited on the other side, blue and gold light spilling through the opening like invitation and warning combined. Let's go. He stepped toward the crack. I'm also curious how much your power will grow. You may jump to be ahead of me again. Naldine looked at that golden crack. She could feel instinctively that once she entered it, there was no going back. Whatever waited on the other side. The connection to infinity. The blurring of lines between what she had been and what she could become. But existence was vast, and there were many wonders. She had come to guide infinity, to make sure its actions wouldn't lead to the splintering of observable existence. She had listened to many echoes of the first cause during her long existence. She had watched civilizations rise and fall, had seen the impossible become possible more times than most beings could count. And when she made a decision, she was decisive. Naldine took a step forward into the golden crack. Chapter 5106, Dream. 2. The beholder gazed into the vastness of the Infiniverse. He had existed since before the first cause learned to cause, had observed the emergence of observable existence from the endless potential that preceded it, had witnessed eons unfold in configurations that most current beings couldn't comprehend. He had seen many things across spans that defied measurement. He had never seen anything like this. The 3,000 realms swirled before his perception, infinitely expanding territories that grew grander with each passing moment. Multicolored radiance stretched in every direction, painted by the rain of the pluvial epic of existential infinity that fell without pause. Seas of infinity and observable force churned where golden sands should have been. All of this existed within a single being's internal reality. You hid something that even I, with my long knowledge, did not know about. His voice emerged deep and resonant, pressing against the platform of crimson gold flames they stood upon. Muspelheim's fire supported them as they observed what the Infiniverse was becoming. This is something grand. But also, this is unfathomably dangerous. Do you know that? Beside him, Osmond stood with calm that seemed inappropriate for someone being warned by a singular cognizance. The beholder studied this being who had achieved impossibilities in spans that most considered insignificant. Multicolored hair shifted through hues that had no names. Golden light pressed outward through fair skin. Pupils shone like singularities of an unfathomable cause. This was what the youngest looked like now. This was what had emerged from a battle against a Kalinian Proterozoic scale entity that should have unmade him entirely. Osmond didn't respond to his question, so the beholder continued. One can consider observable existence as something with many layers and pockets. The vast majority of the population thinks of the folds, or what used to be the infinite unfurling, or the wandering territories, as the last things and only things they would ever experience. Their entire existence unfolds within those regions without ever touching what lies beyond. He gestured toward the swirling realms before them. Fewer know about or experience the vastness of the primordial realms. The intricate weavings of the oldest paradox in existence and all the variants of civilizations that stemmed from these. The claimers of the oldest paradox, which you are among, distinguish themselves as entities with limitless potential. His attention fixed on Osmond's profile. And even if you include prima indifferentia, filled with undivided ones and formless terrors. Even if you include the wild where primordial architects call home. Even if you include all of that in your knowledge, you have only truly grasped a small portion of observable existence. The beholder's form flickered with ancient light. Because within observable existence, there is also the unobservable. And nobody should be mistaken to think that when someone says unobservable, they mean external. Within the bounds of our observable existence, there are intricate parts that are unobservable to you and me and many others. All those things that are unobservable are still, in large part, observable existence. He paused, letting this settle. A great many say the sentence that existence is vast. Even they don't fully comprehend the vastness, even though they say it constantly. But we see what we see because we are supposed to see it. We do not see what we do not see because we are not supposed to see. The rain of the pluvial epoch continued falling around them. You beginning to emulate and build your own observable existence is blasphemous enough. I won't even begin to theorize if you are doing more than that. His voice grew heavier. And I say blasphemous because among the things we are not supposed to see, the things we should not see, they have a status quo. The way that things are. With you doing everything you're doing. The beholder turned to face Osmont directly. Can I presume that you know or have knowledge of the Gilded Ones? Whom? The question pressed against everything nearby. Osmont didn't flinch and didn't react with surprise or confusion or the appropriate gravity that such a term demanded. He simply gave a light nod, as if the beholder had asked about something mundane rather than something that should shake the foundations of any bounded being's understanding. The beholder gave a deep sigh. The nonchalance. The lack of grand response. Oh. As if he didn't care much for such a term, as if knowledge of the Gilded was simply another piece of information he had acquired along his impossible journey rather than a revelation that should terrify him. As a singular cognizance, I was there at the time of endless potential that some wish to go back to. The beholder's voice carried weight that came from direct experience rather than second-hand knowledge. That wish alone is a foolish dream. The splintering of existence is an impossibility. The splintering of some parts of existence, maybe, but not everything. And even then, you could never truly go back to the endless potential that was back then. He began to move slowly across the platform of crimson gold flames. In that era of endless potential, the passage of time was far more intricate than all the history of observable existence that followed after the emergence of the first cause. If the time after the first cause up until now could be neatly wrapped up in the words of a single cycle, then that period of endless potential was thousands or millions of cycles. His form flickered again, ancient memories pressing against his consciousness. So from the first cause up till now, we can actually say that the creature, all other primordial architects, and other existences that emerged after the first cause are fairly young lifeforms. But back in that era of endless potential, as much as every single singular cognizance will tell you that we were alone in observing the happenings and weavings of existence. He paused. We do not speak about that which we would occasionally see. Things that confounded even our existence. Lifeforms we could barely perceive, which seemed imaginary. Even if we did perceive them, we would only attribute it as a mirage or a dream. The beholder stopped moving and faced the swirling realms. The gilded lifeforms. We can say that they are just like you and I, and at the same time they are not. When the first cause emerged, I came to understand how existence was by nature not equal and not fair. His voice grew darker. Because all that you would come to know, all the lifeforms, the very power of the cause that would cause the emergence of primordial architects and everything else, only a percentage of about 5 or slightly less was actually what natural existence had designated. He turned to Osmont. What I am saying now is more so what I saw and the conjectures and theories I made from it. I could be entirely wrong. But I did see. His form blazed brighter with conviction. I saw the gilded lifeforms, or something even grander than them, move to guide the first cause. That 5% that would have been utilized for the emergence of you and countless others was reduced to less than 1%. And they, whatever they can be considered as, guided the rest of the 99% of the power of the first cause towards the emergence of more of them. Wah! The weight of this revelation pressed against the platform beneath them. By nature, existence already favored them. The vast majority of the power of the cause would have gone to them regardless. But they still had sufficient power to guide even more of the first cause's flow towards themselves. The rest of existence was left with scraps. Bounded. And bounded in a manner that was unfathomable to truly understand. The beholder's sigh carried eons of resignation. But since then, existence bloomed and thrived. Civilizations rose and fell. The portions of observable existence that the bounded had access to changed over the eons. Claimers of the oldest paradox arose and fell. His attention fixed on Osmont with intensity. And then at a very late point of this ongoing existence, you come along. You come along. And how many years have you been actively doing this? How much time has passed since you touched authority and power and began to alter weavings of existence? The question hung between them. You come in the middle of all this brilliance, and you begin to mess around with the cause itself. You begin to do something as ridiculous as forming the emergence of another observable existence within an already established observable existence. The beholder moved closer to Osmont. Whatever cause you are relying on and whatever uniqueness you are utilizing to form the emergence of this observable existence, I would advise you to stop and turn away so quickly. His voice dropped to something almost pleading. Because should you succeed, should an observable existence and the potential power of the cause behind it truly begin to proliferate, what do you think the beings who already guided and harvested a cause of observable existence cycles ago will do to you in your dream? He searched Osmont's face for any sign of understanding. Can you hide it? Are you more powerful than them to be capable of such a thing? You are nurturing and cultivating something grand, but it is too grand. It is too grand. The beholder's form flickered. You dream too high. We are not meant to have such dreams. The bounded have to remain within their scope. Don't do too much. Don't try too much. He gazed at the swirling realms around them. The second scale is good enough. The third scale is nothing but a dream. But for those like us, do we need something like that? Can we not be content with what we have? His voice grew heavier. At what point will we sit back and just say enough is enough? You have all of this already. You could stop here. Live for eons in this place with your people. You can have generations of progeny. That is also a grand dream. The beholder's gaze bore into Osmont's calm expression. But the direction of your dream is past what is meant for the bounded. Save yourself. Save your people. Do not fly so close to the sun. His final words emerged with weight that pressed against everything nearby. There is only a single result that will follow. Boom. Chapter 5107, My Dream, My Realm. When was it enough? When did someone dream and dream for far too long, dream for too much? At what point did ambition become hubris, and aspiration become destruction waiting to happen? At this moment in time, Noah was being told that he was dreaming dangerously. That his dreams would get him scorched, and everyone else around him. That at this point he had more than enough and he could choose to simply sit back. To say these things to him, the beholder did not know him as much as he thought he did. Noah was a sensible person, not overly attached to things. He had simple aspirations and actually didn't have any grand dreams. He wasn't the protagonist of some cosmic epic who declared he would conquer existence and make all bow before his magnificence. He wasn't driven by hunger for power or obsession with transcendence. Anyone else put in his position with the power he held through infinity might begin with grand aspirations of wanting to be some unquestionably dominating force across all of existence. Of declaring they would be unparalleled under the heavens, that all would kneel before their might. But since the moment he began throwing endless fireballs, his aim had always been simpler. To protect himself. To understand this mystery that was mana and infinity. To uncover the secrets of this strange power that had entered his life. Everything that had occurred since then was a consequence of him fighting for his life and the lives of those he began taking care of. Even the most recent battle with Beowulf that led to Grimvault. It began with the weavings of Alexander, with him going to help someone who had suffered for millions of subjective years. He was helping another. And this was a unique causality that led to the progression of glorious events culminating in him becoming a Hadean lifeform who had begun to make terrifying changes. His connection to Ubber Golden Adelheid was not something he sought. In fighting against unity, causality unfolded to the point that now, things were where they were. Noah's eyes shone with profundity as he connected all the things that happened recently. Points of causality where one thing led to another. Alexander's torture leading to Noah's intervention. Grimvault's attack triggering the crucible of observable rebirth. The Silurian light providing the catalyst for complete Hadean evolution. Each event flowing into the next like rivers feeding an ocean, none of them planned but all of them building towards something he couldn't have predicted. After he thought about all of this, he replied to the beholder. I am not anyone grand or immense. His voice carried conviction that pressed against the platform of crimson gold flames beneath them. I don't have any special lineage or connection. I don't have a big secret origin where my drunk of a father or mother turn out to be some unfathomable lifeforms to explain my power. I was and am bounded, limited by the nature of existence itself. It isn't that I'm dreaming big and dreaming dangerously. He turned to face the beholder directly. My dreams are actually the simplest. Safety, prosperity, happiness. My dreams are those of waking up to seas of infinite manna all around me and a plot of land in front of me. My dream is literally that simple. The rain of the pluvial epoch continued falling around them, multicolored brilliance painting everything in hues that had no names. But for the sake of protecting my dream, I have to be strong. For the sake of protecting my dream, I have to do something that others cannot do. Not because I believe myself to be some grand thing or some unstoppable force. Simply because I need to do what others cannot do in order to attain the power that others do not have. To attain power to be capable of protecting myself and that simple dream. His eyes blazed brighter. Being told to give up on my dream is essentially being told to put my head in the heads of all those I care about on an executioner's platform and wait for the blade to come down. I cannot stop dreaming because the moment I do, I'm basically giving up and leaving everything to fate or chance, if you believe in that. He gestured toward the swirling realms around them. Because existence has been existing and will continue to do so long after us. With or without our dreams, existence turns. So I choose to dream while I'm still here to dream at all. The beholder was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried the measured consideration of someone who had spent eons analyzing the weavings of existence. I do not dismiss your words lightly. The framing of simple dreams requiring grand power to protect them is logically coherent. I understand the causality you describe. But the path you describe, the necessity of exceeding others to protect what you hold dear, this path has no end point. Today you became what you are to protect your dream. Tomorrow you will need to exceed what you are. The threats you face will scale with the power you acquire, because the power you acquire will draw greater threats. His form flickered with ancient light. Your dreams, the methods required to protect them grow increasingly complex. Increasingly dangerous. You are not merely defending a plot of land and seas of manna anymore. You are now defending a potential observable existence, an involvement in conflicts that span the entirety of existence. The beholder faced Noah. The gap between your stated dream and your current reality has already grown vast. How much further will it grow before the dream you're protecting no longer resembles the dream you started with? At what point does protecting the dream become more consuming than the dream itself? His voice softened slightly. There has to be another path. A way to achieve safety without painting a target on everything you love. Others have found contentment within their scope. Others have found happiness without challenging the foundations of how existence was engineered. He spread his hands. The ideals and dreams can be viable. But the end result of this trajectory is destruction. Not because your dreams are wrong, but because the methods required to protect them will eventually attract forces that no amount of preparation can overcome. Noah's face became unfathomably heavy. He looked around at the infiniverse, at the 3,000 realms swirling with infinite expansion, at the seas of observable force and quintessence infiniforce flooding territories that grew grander by the moment. All of this had emerged from his simple desire to protect himself and those he cared about. I can still continue my dream while knowing of the dangers that are coming. His words pressed against the platform beneath them. I simply need to not go in blindly. If I know there's a danger coming and I do nothing, then yes, I would be at fault as my civilization and all those that depend on me perish. He turned to face the beholder with eyes that shone like singularities. You are not the first one who has warned me regarding the Gilded Ones. I have already begun preparing for contingencies and possibilities. Your words today only made my preparations need to finish earlier. I will continue dreaming regardless. Not ignoring the danger that is coming, but very much preparing for it. You can watch my dream if you wish. Or you can run from me as quickly and as far as you need to. He began walking across the platform as he spoke. I like getting knowledge from different sources. I don't think of myself so grand that I don't need any others, or that I cannot benefit from others. Much of who I am today is because of the collective efforts of many others. The knowledge I gained from them. To the point that even if I have surpassed them in power, I make sure to pay back tens of times more what they gave me. He gestured toward the realms where his companions awaited transformation. An example is the many whose very nature I'm changing right now. There are some beings you do not know. Kor, Tor, Origin, Ulmareth, Ainz, and many others who acted as friend or teacher at one point in the past days. What they taught me helped forge who I am right now, even though I have exceeded them tremendously. It doesn't mean I have nothing else to learn from them. And I am taking them to the same place that I am standing at right now. He stopped and looked at the beholder directly. I thank you for the knowledge you gave me. You can choose to fully throw your weight behind me and share whatever else you may have. You can watch my dream as I prove you wrong. Or if all of this seems too much based on what you know, if you have that fear of those gilded lifeforms who before you would close your eyes and convince yourself you did not see them, or they were a mirage, or dreams. His voice carried no judgment, only statement of fact. You are also more than okay to leave. But my dream goes on. Life goes on. Noah's existence blazed with blue and gold light. My dream is quintessential. My dream is infinite. Boom! He took a step and disappeared from the beholder's presence, leaving only the echo of his words and the weight of his conviction pressing against everything nearby. The beholder floated calmly above the platform of crimson gold flames. He looked once more at the infiniverse stretching before him, at the 3,000 realms swirling with expansion that defied what should be possible, at the reign of the pluvial epic painting everything in colors that spoke of power beyond measurement. He had warned. He had cautioned. And he had been heard but not heeded. His voice emerged softly, words flowing in rhythms. Dreams, they say, are wings for the flightless. Hopes woven from threads the dreamers cannot see. One dreams of simple things, safety and rest, while building towers that scrape eternity. Another speaks of dangers vast and certain, of patterns carved in stone by ancient hands. One says the flame is worth the burning. The other counts the ashes in the sands. Who speaks true when both hold pieces? The dreamer blind to what his dreaming costs? Or the watcher blind to what his warning freezes? The future's found against the future's lost. Perhaps the answer lies not in the choosing, but in the space between the dream and fear, where winning looks so much like losing, and what seems far away is already here. Dream on, then, dream on. Perhaps the dream you water will have grown into the strangest flower of all the earths. We shall see. We shall see. What the dreaming and the warning both shall be. The beholder fell silent, his ancient form flickering as he contemplated whether to stay or go, whether to watch or flee, whether to believe in dreams or trust in patterns that had never been broken. The rain continued falling. The realms continued swirling. And somewhere within the infiniverse, a dreamer continued dreaming. Chapter 5108, My Dream, My Realm. 2. After he talked to the beholder, Noah's body flashed. He appeared in the region where only the manifestation of the infiniverse and ruination floated, that space at the center of everything he had built within his internal reality. The multicolored sea of brilliance stretched in every direction, but here at its heart, there was something almost like stillness. He observed the endless strings emerging from the humanoid form of the infiniverse. They stretched outward toward the 3,000 realms in configurations that declared her connection to everything within her depths. And now those strings had begun to be covered with multicolored golden Hadean light, the transformation she had initiated spreading through her very architecture as she followed where he had led. Both of them rose when he appeared. The infiniverse humanoid form shifted, those countless threads moving with her as if they were extensions of her will rather than mere connections. Ruination's illusory figure solidified slightly, her features becoming more defined as she acknowledged his presence. They looked at him with attention that held something beyond mere awareness. He waved his hand and smiled, gesturing for them to sit. They did, and he came to sit with them in that space of multicolored brilliance where the rain of the pluvial epoch fell without end. For a moment, he simply gazed at everything around them. The swirling realms. The expanding territories. The transformation slowly spreading through the Infiniverse's foundations. It was peaceful here. Despite everything happening across observable existence, despite the warnings from the beholder and the dangers that the Gilded represented, this place felt like home in ways that nowhere else ever had. "My dream is my dream," he said softly. "You too." He couldn't even finish his words. Because he already knew their dreams. He had always known, had felt their conviction through connections. They weren't separate from him in the ways that others were. They were part of what he was becoming, and he was part of what they were becoming. Ruination's illusory form drifted closer. She came to sit beside him. Then, gently, she leaned her illusory head against his shoulder. The gesture was tender. "My dream is master." Her voice emerged soft but certain. "I have been living my dream." The Infiniverse moved as well. The countless threads and lines flowing from her form shifted with the motion, creating patterns of light that danced across the multicolored sea surrounding them. She came to sit behind Noah, their backs touching as boundless infinity surged through the contact. The connection between them blazed brighter, blue and gold light weaving together. "What you want to do, I want to do." Her voice carried firmness that pressed against everything nearby. "Who you want to kill, I will kill. Who you wish to protect will not perish." Her expression held conviction that matched or exceeded what Ruination had displayed. "In existence, it is just master. That is the dream. That is my everything. Men die, cattle die, kinsmen die, the self may also die. But your glory never dies, I will ensure it." Boom! Noah smiled while feeling this boundless conviction flowing through him from both directions. Ruination leaning against his shoulder. The Infiniverse pressing against his back. Two consciousnesses that had merged with his existence, that had grown alongside him, that would stand with him regardless of what came. Their dreams were simple in their complexity, focused entirely on him in ways that should have felt like pressure but instead felt like strength. He closed his eyes to feel everything. "Our enemies are ones we don't understand," he said slowly. "But we are also ones they don't understand." The multicolored sea rippled around them. "We are weak, but also not. Because we know about the Gilded lifeforms, but they don't know about me and my stage of life. They don't know about Hadean." He opened his eyes. "So while the danger exists tremendously, as Ubergold and Adelheid and the Beholder have made abundantly clear, we can move in our own unique ways. We can hide and mask what we are. What the Infiniverse is. Even from those more powerful than us." He felt the Infiniverse shift slightly behind him, curiosity pressing through their connection. It would seem illogical and impossible and paradoxical to hide from those so much more powerful. But why not? The classification of Hadean exists without their knowledge. Well, yet, I hope. His smile grew sharper. "So let's make the impossibilities possible." The Infiniverse's voice emerged with shining curiosity. "What did Master have in mind?" Noah raised his hand as if grasping something distant. As he spoke, the air before them began to shift. Light gathered in configurations that matched his words, visualizations of concepts emerging as his authority shaped them into being. "Among the concepts I've enjoyed dabbling into and thinking of recently is the theoretical physics concept of interdimensionality." A flat plane of light appeared before them, thin as a sheet of paper. "Imagine we are like inhabitants of a flat, two-dimensional world. A flatland, living out our lives on a surface where there is only length and width, but no height. We can move forward, backward, left, and right, but the very concept of up is not only impossible to achieve, it is impossible to imagine." The plane stretched outward, tiny figures appearing on its surface moving in only two directions. "We also move through a fourth dimension, time, though we experience it only in one direction. Well, for the most part. Unless I utilize temporal traversal. He smiled slightly. But I digress. All of that is two-dimensional thinking. Now consider if an object is three-dimensional. A sphere of fire appeared above the plane, descending slowly toward it. Let's say a simple fireball. If it were descending through the plane of flatland, to the inhabitants, it would not appear as a solid sphere. Instead, it would manifest as a tiny point that grows into a widening circle, then shrinks back to a point before vanishing entirely. The visualization played out exactly as he described, the flat figures on the plane reacting with what might have been wonder to the expanding and contracting circle. They would think they witnessed a miracle. An intrusion from a higher dimension that they simply do not have the sensory apparatus to perceive in its fullness. They saw only a fraction of a higher reality. The visualization faded as Noah's eyes blazed brighter. Interdimensionality describes forces, authorities, or entities that exist in entirely different dimensions and move in ways we cannot perceive. I wish to incorporate that concept into the Infiniverse. To make it so you cannot be perceived at all. He stood, the connection with Ruination and the Infiniverse remaining even as he moved. It won't matter if we consider ourselves two-dimensional or three-dimensional and the Gilded Ones three-dimensional or four-dimensional. I wish to decide for myself what I can hide from anything in any potential dimension, however illogical that may be. New visualizations appeared, tiny curled structures that seemed to fold in on themselves infinitely. String theory says there are countless dimensions, but many cannot be perceived because they are curled up into infinitesimal spaces that are too small for anyone to see. I want us to begin doing that if possible. His voice grew heavier with conviction. To utilize infinity that makes things possible. To compact and squeeze the Infiniverse. To hide it within the paradoxical weavings of infinity to the extent that even beings of more power or higher scales would still not perceive it. The curled structures multiplied, folding in on themselves in patterns that seemed to defy spatial logic. Because scales are not definitive. I have just shown this. I am supposedly of the first scale, and yet I took down a Colinian Proterozoic scale entity at the second scale. So what do the scales actually mean? He turned to face both of his companions fully. Vakachev's scales of existence are his. From this point on, I no longer even feel like quantifying myself with them. I am already acting outside the parameters and bounds of these scales. His eyes blazed like singularities of an unfathomable cause. Why can I not enact my own? Who decided that I was incapable of this? Boom! His words pressed against everything nearby, authority that transcended what his apparent classification should allow. The multicolored sea rippled outward from his position, waves of infinity and observable force responding to declarations that challenged the very foundations of how existence had been organized. Ruination and the Infiniverse looked at each other. They smiled brilliantly, understanding passing between them without need for words. Their master was not content to exist within the boundaries others had established. He never had been. And now he was declaring that even the most fundamental frameworks of observable existence could be questioned, could be challenged, could be replaced with something of his own design. Understood, Master. Ruination's voice emerged, but beneath it burned excitement that matched what the Infiniverse displayed. You wish to fold the Infiniverse into configurations that transcend normal dimensional perception, hiding it from entities who operate at scales we cannot currently match. This is theoretically possible through application of your infinity, which by its nature makes possibilities from impossibilities. Her illusory form flickered as processing intensified. The challenge lies in compacting an internal observable existence without destroying what it contains. Normal folding would crush the 3,000 realms, would obliterate the territories and beings within the Infiniverse depths. But your infinity operates according to principles that permit paradoxical states. I propose utilizing the mathematical framework of Calabi-Yau manifolds, but modified through infinite application. In standard theoretical physics, Calabi-Yau manifolds are complex geometric shapes where extra dimensions of string theory are compactified. They are curled so tightly that they become imperceptible to observation at normal scales. By applying infinity to this framework, we can create what I shall term the infinite Calabi-Yau manifolds. The visualizations before them shifted, those curled structures becoming more complex, more intricate, folding in on themselves in patterns that seemed to contain infinite depth within finite space. The infinite Calabi-Yau manifolds would function as follows: straight face. First, the infiniverse would be folded into geometric configurations that exist below the threshold of perception for entities operating in standard dimensional frameworks. This folding would be infinitely recursive, meaning that no matter how closely an observer examined the space where the infiniverse exists, they would find only more folding, more compaction, more layers that lead nowhere. Second, the Hadean weavings currently transforming the infiniverse architecture would be integrated into these folds. Hadean classification theoretically exists outside the knowledge of the Gilded, as you noted. By weaving Hadean authority throughout the manifold structure, we create a form of existence that cannot be categorized by frameworks that do not account for its presence. Third, your infinity would serve as the binding force holding these impossible configurations stable. Normal physics would demand that such compaction collapse into singularity or tear itself apart through spatial contradictions. But infinity makes the impossible possible, permitting states that violate conventional understanding. The result would be an observable existence that exists fully and completely, with all its realms and territories and inhabitants intact, yet occupies dimensional space so thoroughly folded that higher dimensional beings would perceive nothing. Simply nothing to observe, as if the infiniverse did not exist at all. Furthermore, this configuration would mask the infiniverse against Vakachev's scales of existence. By bathing the manifold structure in Hadean weavings and infinite authority, we create existence that the scales cannot measure because they were never designed to account for such configurations. Entities attempting to perceive the infiniverse through conventional means, even means appropriate to Gilded classification, would find their perception sliding away. Simply unable to find purchase on something that exists in dimensional configurations their frameworks cannot process. And all this is theory, as we could still be wrong and don't grasp the terrifying power of the Gilded lifeforms. A pause that felt contemplative. I should note that implementing the infinite Calabi-Yau manifolds will require significant resources and time. The folding must be precise. The integration of Hadean weavings must be complete. And the binding through infinity must be absolute, permitting no gaps where perception could find entry. But if successful, you will have an observable existence hidden through existing in ways that more powerful beings cannot conceptualize. Invisible not because they cannot see, but because there is nothing within their dimensional framework to see. Shall I begin preliminary calculations for implementation? Noah looked at the visualizations still floating before them, those impossibly folded structures that contain infinity within finite space. The infinite Calabi-Yau manifolds. A way to hide not by being stronger than his enemies, but by existing in configurations they couldn't perceive regardless of their strength. It was a contingency, and he would have many. Begin, he said simply. HUUM. Chapter 5109, My Scales. While Ruination and the Infiniverse began their task of compacting and hiding the Infiniverse from beings infinitely more powerful, Noah took a look at himself. He was thinking about the scales of existence and his own power. Vakachev's scales. They didn't only seem like someone else's blueprint of what power was across all of existence. They felt like a proposed structure of how things should be that someone had managed to get their name on, influencing what the system of power was for everything that existed. For something like this, Noah could look at Vakachev and say they had accomplished something grand. To impose their vision of what the system of power should be for all of existence, Vakachev had to be someone unique. When he thought about himself, he had only appeared in Touched Mana more than 3 years ago. He was young in relation to all of existence. In respect to the observable existence he was in alone, he had not lived even a fraction of the time after the emergence of the first cause that differentiated everything. And the time before that, filled with endless potential, was countless cycles longer than the span after the first cause. So yes, he was young. Was Vakachev someone who had been alive even before the emergence of the first cause? What exactly did one need to have to be capable of instituting their vision across all of existence? But however grand that person was, Noah would not let them define him. He also wanted to find his own path. Every stage he entered, he ended up doing something uniquely his. Even while crossing the wheel of existence and messing around with true sources, he had developed his own unique system compared to everyone else.
He briefly thought about the Great Beyonder and the Omnifather.
About the concepts of megalos and kuklos and outerversal and ordo ob Chow and many other things that had defined his journey.
Infinity and mana was the one singular constant even now.
He looked at his first tongue. Its weaving seemed innumerable and endless, the language of existence itself. He had connected this with mana as the basal authority that could transform into anything else. He used to utter words or write words or inscriptions, intricately playing with embodiments and apotheosis. Even now, these capabilities still bloomed within his existence. But at this moment in time, he was utilizing the immense force of infinity itself. His own existence had been geared and positioned with observable force due to his connection with a gilded lifeform. When one could conjure the weight and immensity of an entire sea of infinity, when one could channel the very musings of the force of what was observable, he didn't find himself needing to write out archai or apotheosis or embodiments anymore. The raw power had grown tremendously. But he still had the weavings of perpetual harvest and the cheating architect within him, foundations that defined his existence at its core. His efforts always produced harvests. And he linked all of it with infinity to bring about infinite potential, which allowed him to utilize his Hadean organ of civilization to multiply everything by a factor of 10 and elevate it further by an exponent of 3 with anything he brought inside of him. All of this came together to help him in his transformation. A transformation that eventually gave him glistening multicolored golden Hadean organs and bones. Noah looked at himself. His skin illuminated from within, allowing him to see what lay beneath. The multicolored golden bones became visible within his body, crystalline structures that seemed sacred in their perfection. His organs pulsed with the same radiance, each one transformed into something that exceeded what Proterozoic classification represented. They were holy things, wonders that shouldn't have been possible for someone of his age and origin. And yet here they were. Here he was. Quintessentially. Tyrannically. He had already come to the decision that he would not be following whatever the measurements of Vakachev's scales were. Those scales had been designed by someone else, imposed upon existence by someone else, named after someone else. Why should he accept limitations that another being had established? Why should he measure himself against frameworks that didn't account for what he had become? My power is my own. His voice emerged with conviction that pressed against the multicolored sea surrounding him. So I will design my own scale of existence. My own scale of progression. Boom! He raised his hand, watching the golden light that pressed outward through his transformed flesh. One that accounts for all aspects of existence. Accounting for bounded. Accounting for gilded. Accounting for the very unfair nature of existence. I don't know how they will be structured yet. His eyes blazed like singularities. So I will simply engineer them as I go. They won't be Vakachev's scales of existence. His voice grew heavier. These will be my own. These will be the infinite scales of existence. Boom! His words pressed against everything nearby, authority declaring intent that challenged the very foundations of how power had been measured since before most current beings existed. As the echo faded, Noah considered the naming. He had thought about calling them the Osmantian scales of existence. It would have been fitting in a way, his name attached to his creation just as Vakachev's name was attached to theirs. But that felt wrong. It felt like he was trying to compete with Vakachev on their terms, trying to replace one person's ego with another's. He had also considered the Hadean scales of existence. That classification was unique to him, something that existed outside what others understood. But Hadean described what he currently was, not what his scales would measure. They needed to be broader than a single classification. Infinity. That was the constant. That was what had defined his journey from the moment he first threw endless fireballs. Infinity had been with him through every stage, every transformation, every impossible advancement. It wasn't his name, but it was his nature. It was what made him capable of what others said was impossible. And unlike tacking his name onto something, calling them the infinite scales didn't feel like ego. It felt like, well, more so like the truth. The scales would be infinite in their potential, infinite in their scope, infinite in their capacity to grow and change as he grew and changed. They wouldn't be static like Vakachev's scales.
They would evolve. He didn't want to be like Vakachev, imposing his name on existence.
He wanted to create something that could encompass everything, including himself.
Something infinite. Boom!
The moment his decision solidified, the air before him shifted. I have registered your intent to construct an independent framework for measuring and categorizing power across existence.
This is an undertaking of considerable magnitude.
Ruination's voice emerged as she continued her work on the infinite Kalabaya manifolds simultaneously. You are beginning to construct the backbone of your own scales of existence. The infinite scales, as you have named them. Unlike Vakachev's scales, which were established according to principles that predate most current understanding and have remained static since their implementation, your scales will be dynamic. They will evolve as you evolve. They will expand as your comprehension expands. The definition, designations, and structure of the infinite scales are entirely dependent on you and how you choose to proceed.
This grants tremendous flexibility but also tremendous responsibility. There are several possibilities that this opens. First, your first infinite scale could encompass what Vakachev's framework designates as both the first scale and the second scale.
The distinction between those classifications, which Vakachev established as the presence or absence of a civilizational anchor, may not be relevant to your own system. You have demonstrated that someone without a formal civilizational anchor can exceed those who possess one. Your scales could reflect this reality. Second, if you can quantify and understand the third scale, your framework could encompass that as well. Third, and perhaps most significantly, the direction of your power is yours to decide.
Vakachev's scales measure power according to Vakachev's understanding of what power should be. Your scales will measure power according to your understanding.
If you believe that Hadean classification exceeds Proterozoic regardless of scale designation, your framework can reflect that. If you believe that bounded can exceed gilded under certain conditions, your framework can account for that as well.
The engineering of the infinite scales has begun.
How they develop from this point forward depends entirely on the choices you make and the comprehension you achieve.
Noah looked at the notifications floating before him.
His own scales of existence. A framework that would grow with him rather than constrain him.
Something infinite in its potential, just as he was infinite in his own way. Chapter 51:10, War. Pioneers. In the long annals of observable existence, there have always been those who looked upon the established order and asked a simple question: why must it be so?
These beings, whom later beings would come to call pioneers, did not accept that the boundaries of what was possible had already been drawn by those who came before. They did not believe that the frameworks governing power and progression were immutable laws of reality rather than choices made by earlier entities who happened to arrive first. There was the quantum weaver, who studied the behavior of particles at scales so small that certainty itself became meaningless. Where others saw chaos, she perceived opportunity. She developed a civilization she termed superposition authority, which allowed her existence to occupy multiple states simultaneously until observation forced collapse into whichever configuration most benefited her purposes. Her enemies could never predict where she would be, because she was everywhere until she chose not to be. She fell eventually, as many pioneers do, but the civilization she forged persisted in fragments that others would later rediscover and build upon. There was also the entanglement sovereign, who recognized that particles separated by vast distances could influence each other instantaneously, as if space itself was an illusion they had agreed to ignore. He engineered connections between aspects of his existence scattered across observable existence, creating a network of influence that transcended the limitations of travel and communication. When he acted in one location, the effects manifested simultaneously in 1,000 others. Those who sought to contain him discovered that containing one fragment meant nothing when countless fragments remained free. Disastrously, there was also the relativistic architect, who understood that time flowed differently depending on velocity and gravity. She constructed realms where eons passed internally while mere moments elapsed externally, cultivating armies and resources in temporal pockets that her enemies could not perceive fast enough to address. By the time they recognized her threat, she had already spent subjective cycles preparing for their response. These pioneers and countless others demonstrated a truth that the comfortable and the powerful have always sought to suppress. The rules of existence are not natural laws but engineering decisions.
They were designed by someone. And what was designed by someone can be redesigned by someone else. This is why pioneers are critical for the immensity of existence. Without them, the frameworks established by the earliest and most powerful would calcify into permanence. Progress would halt. Innovation would cease. Oh! Imagine the loss of innovation itself. Existence would become a museum curated by those who arrived first, with all subsequent beings reduced to visitors admiring what others had built while being forbidden from building anything themselves. The pioneers remind us that boundaries are proposals, not facts. That limitations are suggestions and commands. That someone saying this cannot be done often means only that they have not yet seen it done. Of course, pioneers frequently fail. They frequently die. They frequently discover that the boundaries they sought to transcend existed for reasons they did not understand, and their attempts to cross them ended in consequences they could not survive. But some succeed. And when they succeed, existence itself changes to accommodate what they have proven possible. This is why those who benefit from the current order fear pioneers above all other threats. And it is not because pioneers are necessarily more powerful than they are, but because pioneers ask questions that have no safe answers. Why must it be so? What if it could be otherwise? Who decided, and why should we accept their decision? These questions, once asked, cannot be unasked. And the beings who ask them, even if they fall, plant seeds in the minds of others who will ask the same questions again. Existence is vast. But it was not always as vast as it is now. Every expansion, every new territory, every novel classification and framework and system of power, all of these emerged because someone refused to accept that what existed was all that could exist. Pioneers built the vastness. And pioneers will continue building it, whether the current custodians of existence approve or not. Noah's mind was buzzing with possibilities and ideas. For his first infinite scale of existence, Noah needed to understand exactly what he was working with. He currently held uncountable infinity across all depths and foundations of his existence. His body endlessly generated quintessence infiniforce through active utilization of infinity itself. Observable force flooded into him from Golden Adelheid through a connection that pulsed with warmth he had grown accustomed to feeling. With his entire skeleton and organs transformed to Hadean classification, he had access to power that defied what his apparent scale should permit. Something like his brain alone held an ability he had already glimpsed. The Hadean mind of infinite calculation could stretch an instant into an infinite moment of perception, freezing everything while his consciousness thought freely across subjective spans that could encompass days or weeks or longer. But his brain was only one organ among 78. His skeleton was only 206 bones. Each structure now held capabilities that his previous existence couldn't have imagined. "Ruination," he said softly. "Give me a breakdown of what my Hadean form is actually capable of." "With pleasure, Master." Beginning with defensive capabilities. The Hadean dermis of infinite interface. Your skin now serves as the outermost boundary between your existence and external reality. It is no longer merely a protective layer but an active defensive system that responds to threats according to their classification. Against Rhyation-tier Proterozoic scale entities, complete immunity. Their attacks cannot penetrate your skin regardless of methodology employed. Furthermore, any entity at Rhyation classification who physically strikes you will experience existential Hadean thorn damage. This damage reflects a portion of their own force back through their existence at amplified intensity. A Rhyation Proterozoic lifeform who attacks you with full commitment may find the feedback alone sufficient to collapse their foundations entirely. Against Kalinian-tier Proterozoic scale entities, significant resistance. Approximately 25% of their damage output can be transmitted across your skin. However, the remaining 75% is nullified at the dermal level. Any damage that does penetrate must then contend with your musculature and skeletal structure, which possess their own defensive parameters. In practical terms, a Calimian entity striking you with everything they possess would achieve minimal effect on your actual existence. Against Ediacaran tier Proterozoic scale entities, not enough data. Noah absorbed this information with eyes that blazed brighter. His skin alone could collapse Rhaetian entities through reflected damage. His skin alone reduced Calimian attacks to a quarter of their intended effect. The Hadean Cage of Infinite Protection. Your ribcage now serves as more than skeletal structure surrounding vital organs. It has become an active defensive matrix that responds to threats penetrating past your outer defenses. This structure possesses pulse nullification capabilities. The majority of common pulses of the scales will have their effects reduced by approximately 80% upon contact with your ribcage's defensive field. This reduction occurs automatically without requiring conscious activation. In practical terms, you could withstand a pulse of the scales without taking any defensive action whatsoever. The pulse would strike you, and your ribcage would process approximately 80% of its unraveling authority before that authority reached anything vital. The remaining 20% would then contend with your Hadean organs, which possess their own resistance parameters. This does not grant immunity to all pulses. Pulses derived from causes of exceptional magnitude, or pulses deployed by entities significantly exceeding Calimian classification, may overwhelm this passive protection. But against standard deployment of pulse authority, you can simply stand and receive what is thrown at you without meaningful consequence. He could tank a pulse without doing anything. The very authority that had threatened to erase him, the power derived from causes that shaped observable existence itself, could now wash over him like rain against stone. The Hadean Skull of Infinite Perception. Your cranium now protects the Hadean mind of infinite calculation while also serving as a sensory amplification matrix. Perceptual capabilities have expanded dramatically. You can now perceive existence across spectrums previously inaccessible to your classification. This includes the ability to observe civilizational weavings in real time, to witness the flow of observable force through environments and entities, and to detect threats from distances that would require lesser beings to employ specialized tools or abilities. Additionally, your skull possesses cognitive fortress properties. Mental attacks, psychic intrusions, civilization-based mind manipulation, and similar methodologies are reduced in effectiveness by approximately 90% before reaching your actual consciousness. Rhaetian entities attempting mental assault would find their efforts reflected back with amplified intensity. Calimian entities would achieve negligible penetration. Only beings at Ediacaran classification or above possess the raw authority to meaningfully threaten your mental integrity through direct assault. The Hadean Heart of Infinite Circulation. Your heart now pumps more than blood. It circulates observable force and quintessence infiniforce throughout your existence alongside conventional biological function. This organ possesses regenerative cascade capabilities. Any damage sustained by your existence triggers accelerated healing that draws upon your reserves of observable force and quintessence infiniforce. Against Rhaetian tier damage, regeneration occurs faster than the damage can be inflicted. Against Calimian tier damage, regeneration matches the rate of injury, resulting in a stalemate that favors you due to your superior reserves. Against Ediacaran tier damage, more data is required. Furthermore, your heart can initiate circulation surge. By consciously accelerating its function, you can temporarily boost all physical capabilities by a factor of 10 for spans of approximately 30 seconds. This ability has a recovery period of 5 minutes between uses. The Hadean Spine of Infinite Flexibility. Your spinal column now serves as the primary conduit for authority distribution throughout your physical form. All commands from your brain to your body, and all sensory information from your body to your brain, flow through this enhanced structure. This organ possesses authority amplification properties.
Any civilization-based ability you employ has its effectiveness increased by approximately 3,000% simply by virtue of traveling through your transformed spine.
This amplification occurs automatically and stacks with any other enhancement methodologies you employ.
Additionally, your spine possesses existential stability. Forces that would normally destabilize your civilization or disrupt your connection to your own authority find themselves grounded and dispersed through your spinal structure. The Hadean hands of infinite grasp, your hands can initiate contact devastation. Physical strikes delivered through your palms carry additional force multiplied by the density of infinity and observable force currently saturating your existence. A simple palm strike against a Raiatian entity could shatter them to ash entirely. Against Kalinian entities, the same strike would penetrate approximately 60% of their protection.
Noah looked at his hands.
These instruments that had once been ordinary human appendages, that had once struggled to throw fireballs with enough force to matter, now held capabilities that could devastate entities who had existed for eons.
The Hadean legs of infinite stride. Each step you take can. The Hadean eyes. The Hadean ears.
Noah went through the descriptions of each organ or skeletal structure carefully until
this concludes the summary of major structural capabilities.
Each of your 206 bones and 78 organs possesses unique properties appropriate to their function.
Comprehensive documentation would require extensive cataloging. In summary, against Raiatian classification, you are effectively untouchable and absolutely devastating.
Against Kalinian classification, you hold significant advantage in all metrics that matter.
Against Ediacaran classification, more data is required.
This is your baseline, Master. Before channeling any pulses, before utilizing the Hadean organ of civilization or any other unique capabilities you possess,
simply existing as a Hadean lifeform grants you these parameters.
Noah stood in the multicolored sea surrounding him, processing everything Ruination had detailed.
Simply existing granted him these capabilities.
And this was his baseline. This was before he did anything.
Chapter 51:11, War. 2. As Noah was gauging his power, his existence flickered.
He frowned and rose from his seated position, every Hadean sense suddenly screaming with warning.
Something was approaching. Something that would absolutely lock onto him soon.
The feeling pressed against his awareness with weight that exceeded anything he had felt since the Silurian light first touched his existence.
He took a step and disappeared from within the Infiniverse. He appeared in the wastes. The multicolored rain of the pluvial epoch landed on his transformed body, droplets of quintessence infiniforce sliding across skin that could collapse Raiatian entities through contact alone. The tumultuous seas of observable force still churned around this region. For a moment, everything was still.
Then the sky above him began to burn.
HUUM. A grand power bloomed overhead, brilliance that exceeded even the Silurian pulse by multiple factors. This wasn't a single cause making itself known. This was something far more terrifying.
Multiple causes resonated within that descending light, authorities that had shaped observable existence combining their weight into singular purpose.
The light descended not to attack but to declare. Alert! Ruination's voice emerged with urgency she rarely displayed.
A civilizational holy war has been declared against you by the Deliverance. He has paid a heavy cost and called upon all the causes within the first cause to bear witness to this declaration.
The Silurian cause. The Cambrian cause. The Ediacaran cause.
And others whose names are not currently accessible to my perception. All of them have answered his call. All of them now observe what is being enacted. In 24 hours, the civilizational holy war will begin. Your civilization and all followers connected to you have been conscripted to fight against the civilization of the deliverance and the followers connected to him.
This conscription is absolute. It cannot be refused.
It cannot be evaded through normal means.
The power of the first cause itself enforces participation.
Noah watched as golden light coalesced before him, forming structures that displayed what was being enacted. A golden box appeared, holding a shadowy image that couldn't be fully perceived. His own silhouette, rendered in configurations that the declaration couldn't fully capture due to his Hadean nature existing outside normal frameworks. This golden box pulsed with authority that declared him the leader of one side.
Facing it, a platinum-colored box formed.
Within it, another shadowy figure that he couldn't see clearly. But the label beneath required no clarification.
The Deliverance.
The entity that commanded primordial architects. The being that had dispatched Grimvault. And then more boxes began blooming around his golden representation.
Follower designations are being determined.
Names appeared beneath shadowy figures, each one a person connected to his civilization, each one someone he cared about or who had sworn themselves to his cause. His eyes locked onto one box, eyes that began to blaze with rage.
Amelia Osmont.
His mother's name glowed beneath a shadowy figure. Facing her box, a platinum designation, the Primordial Carver.
The Primordial Carver, unknown.
Suspected to be Kalimian tier Proterozoic scale primordial architect.
Another box. Henry Osmont. His son. Facing him, Grimvault.
Grimvault, the Primordial Silence, Kalimian tier Proterozoic scale primordial architect. More boxes appeared in rapid succession.
Barbados, facing the Primordial Sculptor. Sigrid, facing the Primordial Warden. Rhea, facing the Primordial Flame. Moiraine, facing the Primordial Tide.
Adelaide, facing the Primordial Stone. Titano, facing the Primordial Hammer.
The Queen of Matter, facing the Primordial Void. The First Farmer, facing the Primordial Harvest. Kor, facing the Primordial Hunter.
Tor, the First Hunger, facing the Primordial Devourer. The Living Origin, facing the Primordial Genesis.
Ulmareth, the Big Stepper, facing the Primordial Walker. Lumavara, facing the Primordial Light. Skoll, facing the Primordial Beast. Oh.
Ainz the Fisherman, facing the Primordial Depths.
Noah's eyes burned with cold gold light as more designations appeared.
The Emperor Penguin, facing the Primordial Frost.
Dr. Hall, Kazuhiko. Every companion. Every ally.
Every being who had connected themselves to his civilization through loyalty or love or circumstance.
81 golden boxes in total. 81 people he cared about.
All of them facing primordial architects at the second scale, as far as he knew.
The followers of the civilizations of both leaders have been determined and will be summoned into their own isolated civilizational arenas when the 24-hour preparation period concludes.
The civilization that loses the majority of battles will be deemed the losers.
All remaining followers and every ounce of authority the losing side held will be enslaved by the winner. This is absolute. This is enforced by the first cause itself.
The power of the first cause has been called upon to oversee this civilizational holy war for the third time in the history of this observable existence.
It cannot be denied.
The 81 chosen from either side will undeniably be pulled into their isolated civilizational arenas when the time arrives.
Noah's hands clenched into fists, golden light erupting from between his fingers. However, There exists one avenue for modification. The only way any chosen follower can evade participation is by another taking their place whose connections to your civilization existed but were not deemed significant enough for primary designation. Possible substitutions have been determined straight-face.
The Great Usurper, the Peacemaker, Naldine Manthan, the Primordial Paradox, the Creature, the Living Temporal, the Beholder, the Living Emotive, the Secret of Ian.
These entities may volunteer to replace designated followers if they choose.
The decision must be made before the 24-hour preparation period concludes.
No substitution can be forced.
Noah floated grandly above the wastes, the multicolored rain continuing to fall around him as if the existence itself was weeping for what had been declared. He saw himself represented in that golden box. He saw 81 other golden boxes bearing the names of his family and those who followed him.
His mother. His son.
His lovers.
His companions. His allies. Even his penguin.
All chosen to be pitted against primordial architects and monsters of the second scale. They wanted to butcher his people without him even being able to help them.
Each battle would occur in isolated arenas where he couldn't intervene.
Each confrontation would pit someone he loved against beings who had existed for eons, who had forged Proterozoic bones and organs across spans that made human lifetimes seem like heartbeats.
He had only ever defended himself.
He had never asked for anything grand. He had never wanted anything grand. His dreams were simple.
Safety. Prosperity. Happiness. A plot of land and seas of mana. But he would always be targeted.
This was why he never stood still. This was why he continued to seek and to dream. This was why he pushed himself past limitations that others said couldn't be surpassed.
Because of shit like this.
Because the moment he stopped growing, the moment he accepted contentment, the moment he believed he had finally achieved enough, something like this would descend upon him and everyone he cared about.
The Deliverance had declared war.
Not against him directly, where his Hadean body could meet whatever was thrown at it.
Against his people.
Against those whose only crime was being connected to his civilization through bonds of loyalty and love.
24 hours. He had 24 hours before his mother faced a Kalinian tier primordial architect alone.
Before everyone he cared about was thrown into battles they were never meant to survive.
Noah's eyes blazed like singularities of cold fury as he looked upon the declaration still burning in the sky above the wastes. Chapter 51:12, I volunteer.
If one wasn't loud in existence, others might think they were meek and could get pushed around.
Noah didn't like to be loud.
He preferred results that spoke louder than words ever could.
But he could be very loud if he wanted.
He could shake the foundations of observable existence itself if the situation demanded it.
Now they wanted to target him and his family? To isolate his mother, his son, and everyone else he cared about in domains with Kalinian Proterozoic scale entities in less than 24 hours? Okay. This was a deadly and terrifying move on their behalf.
The Deliverance had called upon the First Cause itself to enforce this civilizational holy war, with matchups designed to slaughter everyone connected to his civilization while he watched helplessly from outside their isolated arenas. But they made one critical mistake. That mistake was giving him 24 hours. Others experienced major changes across thousands or millions of years. They cultivated Proterozoic bones one at a time over spans that most beings couldn't comprehend. They refined their organs through patient accumulation that treated centuries like days.
He could flip the whole fucking board in a matter of hours. He had done it before. He would do it again.
Noah glared at the golden and platinum boxes still burning in the sky above the wastes, his mind already racing through possibilities and contingencies. He was preparing to leave when an instant later, a voice reached him. When adversity comes, it doesn't end, it seems. The primordial paradox's words held the weight of someone who had observed eons of conflict and understood exactly what was at stake. I received weavings of existence explaining the civilizational holy war and my potential position within it. Tell me whose slot among your people you need me to take, youngest. I will be there for you. Before Noah could respond, another voice reached him at nearly the same moment. Alexander's words overlapped with those of the great usurper, both of them arriving simultaneously as if existence itself was ensuring he understood that he wasn't alone. The fallout from that fight still seems to be cascading. I'm sorry about this. Tell me whose position to take. Alexander's voice carried guilt. Osmont. The great usurper's voice boomed with energy. While we may be getting curb-stomped since I haven't gotten too far yet, I'm also here to help however you need me to. Just say the word. I have made friends with Abaddon and the many chaos giants of Jotunheim among other things. Being idle and active at the same time is paying off. They reached out to him one after another, making it clear they would help. They only asked him how. Amzur Modred's voice arrived around the same time, the living temporal's words burning with time. My civilizational anchor has just been established. I can use the test against monstrous beings and my weavings of time. Let me know. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he processed all of these offers. He sent each of them their own replies, his thoughts pressing outward through connections that had been established across various circumstances and conflicts. The message was the same for all of them: hang on for now, and he would let them know something soon enough. He was about to move when another message arrived. This one came differently. Not through direct communication or civilizational weavings, but through slivers of tumultuous emotions gathered from all across existence. A voice from a woman he really didn't like hearing from. Even more than the voice, something physical manifested before his perception. The multicolored rain falling throughout the wastes began behaving strangely. Droplets paused in their descent. Others curved toward a central point. Emotions that permeated the very fabric of this transformed region, residual feelings left over from the conflict that had occurred here, began coalescing into something visible. An illusory visage formed from the gathered emotional resonance. The living emotive looked toward Noah with shining eyes that held something far beyond normal attention. Her features were beautiful in a way that felt dangerous, symmetry that seemed designed to draw others in before consuming them. Her smile stretched too wide. Her gaze never quite settled, flickering between points of focus as if she was perceiving things that existed only in her own unstable perception. Her voice reached out through the illusory phenomena with mania that made his skin crawl. Sir Osmont. The words tumbled out rapidly, barely controlled. I volunteer. I volunteer as tribute. How dare these decrepit primordial architects try to bully you? The audacity. The sheer presumption. They think they can threaten what's yours. What's mine to protect? Her illusory form flickered, features shifting between expressions faster than should have been possible. I have tapped into all emotions across observable existence. Every feeling. Every passion. Every rage and love and despair. They flow through me like rivers through valleys, and I will use them all for you. She giggled, the sound carrying eerie undertones that Noah didn't want to examine too closely. I will focus on penetrating into the wild. I sense the creature has arrived there, and where he goes, interesting things follow. I will gather information for you of the civilizations and power of those trying to bully you. Her eyes locked onto his with intensity that bordered on religious fervor. I don't want anything in return. Just keep me in your thoughts. I know you detest me. I know you may even want to kill me, but I really want you. Like, ah. She shuddered visibly, the illusory form rippling with emotional overflow.
I'll get back to you as I have to focus to penetrate weavings of the wild. Think of me, Osmont. Think of me. Think of me. The visage faded, emotions dispersing back into the surrounding environment as quickly as they had gathered. What the fuck? Noah's eyes turned sharp as he processed what had just occurred. Had that woman gotten so powerful after claiming chaos? He didn't even want to bother with that right now. Moments after her departure, his weavings buzzed again as another voice arrived. This one came from someone he actually respected. Anaximander's words echoed out. Hey, big guy. The greeting was simple. The other big guy I'm moving with in the wild right now will probably tell me not to interfere. He'll say you need to handle your adversity yourself, that challenges only make you stronger, all that philosophical stuff he's fond of. A slight pause came that felt almost apologetic. But the deliverance is nasty stuff. Real nasty. So just like before, just say, "Come, Anaximander. And I will be there." Chapter 51:13, Custodes. The voice of Anaximander echoed through his mind as Noah turned silent. He was moving with the creature within the wild right now. Among all those who had reached out to offer assistance, the creature was notably not among them. Noah knew the being's philosophy. Adversity only made one stronger. Pain was the forge that shaped greatness. The creature wouldn't volunteer himself because doing so would undermine the very principles he had built his existence around. He believed no one needed to face this challenge. But Noah also knew that if he asked, this being who had burned away his own primordial architect classification would come. But did he truly need to do so? This was not the fable of the creature. This wasn't someone else's story where Noah played a supporting role, benefiting from another's power while his own remained stagnant. This was his life. His weavings. His story. And he would do everything he could to depend on himself and the weavings of his existence. At this moment in time, there were several things he wanted to do. The first relied on himself, yes, but also drew from a place he was already pulling significant power from. A being whose observable force flooded into him constantly. He wouldn't ask for help from her either. But with his Hadean weavings, he was about to do many crazy things that would pull even more from her reserves. He wanted to talk with her before then. To give her a heads up, and to also make sure that in addition to the deliverance, he wouldn't add gilded lifeforms as his enemies right now. So he would reach out towards her. Toward the one who was supposedly so far from him. Toward Uber Golden Adelheid. Ruination, he said. Set up the line of communication between me and Uber Golden Adelheid. Wherever she may be. Understood, Master. Ruination's voice emerged, already working on his request. Communication with Uber Golden Adelheid presents unique challenges due to the nature of your connection and the distances involved. However, your Hadean transformation has expanded the capabilities available through your bond. Initiating communication protocol. The seas of observable force connecting you to Uber Golden Adelheid serve as the primary conduit. Information can travel along the same pathways that authority travels. Your quintessence Infiniforce resides within Uber Golden Adelheid heavily. Establishing resonance between your Hadean existence and the observable force conduit. Establishing resonance between your quintessence Infiniforce within Uber Golden Adelheid and your primary reserves. Communication channel established. You may now speak directly to Uber Golden Adelheid through this connection. Your words will reach her regardless of physical distance. Her responses will return through the same pathways. Speak, and she will hear. Noah took a breath that his Hadean lungs didn't technically require. Then he reached out through the connection. Unknown region of existence. She loved the triumph of the weak. There was something beautiful about it, something that stirred feelings Golden Adelheid had never been able to fully explain to others of her kind. When something small and fragile rose against something vast and terrible, when it struggled and bled and somehow emerged victorious despite every factor working against it, she felt something close to hope. But such triumphs were always short-lived. They never produced long-lasting results. The weak could win a battle, could celebrate their moment of glory, could believe they had changed the fundamental nature of their circumstances. Then reality would reassert itself, and everything they had fought for would crumble back into the dust it had always been destined to become. She was currently standing inside a vast room that defied normal spatial comprehension. The walls seemed to breathe with golden light, surfaces that weren't quite solid shifting through configurations of architecture built from principles most civilizations couldn't perceive. Constellations drifted across the ceiling in patterns that held meaning only to those engineered to read them as they depicted the emergence of causes. The floor beneath her feet felt like standing on crystallized purpose, every step resonating with power refined across spans that predated the first cause. This was a glimpse of what truly advanced civilizations looked like when they had access to resources that bounded could never touch. This was how the Gilded lived. Throughout the room, figures stood at various positions with postures of attentive service. Their skin shone with golden coloring that declared their nature without need for introduction, each one radiating authority that would have made someone like Grimbold feel like absolutely nothing. The aura these servants held felt hundreds of times grander than what that Kalinian tier primordial architect could muster at his peak. Yet their faces held only respect when they looked toward her. The Jazind. The lowest classification of gilded lifeforms, those who served at the pleasure of unique and grander gilded. Even the weakest among them could have crushed basic primordial architects with casual effort, could have unmade civilizations that bounded considered unbreakable. They were servants only in relation to beings like herself, and that relationship gave a glimpse to hierarchies that most of observable existence couldn't comprehend. Golden Adelheid was seated on a floating golden lotus, its petals radiating warmth that nourished her existence simply through contact. Before her floated a golden aquarium filled with waters that shifted between blue and luminescent gold, containing a landscape of coral formations and underwater valleys that stretched for what appeared to be mere feet but actually encompassed light years of compressed space. She was watching a group of goldfish. These weren't ordinary creatures. Each one burned with power at the fundamental depth of the first scale, their small forms containing authority that would have made them legendary figures in most regions of observable existence. The concentration of existence and observable force was so potent here that even simple lifeforms naturally attained the peak of the first scale through mere proximity to gilded environments. The water around them swirled with blue-gold blood, their scales torn and fins shredded from recent combat. But they were celebrating, swimming in patterns that declared triumph despite their injuries. They had just defended their territory against a threat that should have been impossible for them to overcome. A golden crab floated listlessly ahead of them, its massive form drifting with the current. It had been at the absolute depth of the first scale. It had threatened their home, had invaded their small corner of this aquarium with intent to consume everything they had built. And they had fought back. They had coordinated, had sacrificed, had pushed themselves past limitations that should have been absolute. They had won. Golden Adelheid watched them celebrate with eyes that held something close to sorrow. Because what the goldfish couldn't see was what existed on the other side of this aquarium. Beyond the coral formations and underwater valleys, past the territories they considered their entire world, thousands of those crabs clustered in configurations that of organized society rather than mindless predation. They had just sensed one of their own be killed. They were already sending a party. These goldfish that had triumphed against their oppressor, that were currently swimming in patterns of joy and relief, would all find themselves dead soon enough. The weak had won a battle. The weak would lose the war. As they always did. As they always would. The weak never won. Not truly. They only delayed their deaths. Chapter 51:14, Custodes. 2. As she was thinking all this, lost in contemplation that had consumed her attention across eons of observation, a voice reached her through pathways that shouldn't have been accessible. Hey! The greeting was nonchalant and natural, almost familiar in its casualness. She found herself nodding and responding lightly before her conscious mind caught up with what was happening. Hey! Then her eyes opened wide. Across the room, the Jazin turned toward her with expressions of mild confusion. They blinked as if trying to determine who she was talking to, their perception scanning the space around her for the source of a conversation they couldn't perceive. Did she call for them? Uber-Golden Adelheid controlled her expression with discipline cultivated across countless eons. Internally, she was shocked. She reached into her existence, following the pathways through which that greeting had traveled, and found its origin in the endless quintessence Infiniforce integrated throughout her being. The voice had been Osmond's. It had traveled through the connection between them. But this shouldn't have been possible. How did he reach through unreachable weavings to be capable of sending even a communication? The connection established was one-directional. Information, communication, anything else should have been blocked by countermeasures she had implemented specifically to prevent exactly this scenario. She focused on the quintessence Infiniforce saturating her existence. And shockingly, she began to see something forming within those multicolored seas. An illusory outline took shape, features becoming distinct as her perception refined its focus. It was Osmond, his form constructed from the very infinity he had integrated into her being, manifesting in a space that existed entirely within her own existence. Her expression grew heavier. Part of her own weavings coalesced internally, her consciousness shifting to engage with this intrusion directly. Inside her body. In an expansive multicolored quintessence Infiniforce swirling all around. Noah's illusory visage finished forming. From his perspective, all he could see were these endless multicolored seas stretching in every direction. Golden walls blocked off absolutely everything past the areas where these seas were contained, barriers she had constructed to prevent exactly this kind of penetration. He couldn't sense or see a thing beyond the Infiniforce that belonged to him. Good. Moments later, a very real and very angry Uber-Golden Adelheid appeared within these seas. She looked at him with an imperious gaze that held fury barely restrained beneath its surface. Her golden eyes blazed as she spoke with authority that pressed against his illusory form. I was magnanimous enough to leave you be, but you do this? You give a bound at a mile, they reach for light years. Her voice cut through the swirling Infiniforce like a blade. What do you want? Are you unable to take care of the entanglements you have gotten yourself into down there? Are you running to me for help now? She stepped closer to his illusory form, her presence overwhelming despite existing only as a projection within her own internal space. I cannot help you. She berated him with everything she had because he truly didn't understand what she had already done for him. The less he was connected to her, the more he wouldn't be found out. Because if he was found out by those who mattered, he would be killed. Killed, erased so thoroughly that even the concept of his existence would be scrubbed from observable existence as if he had never been. She had done what she could to preserve his life. And he was doing this now? She gazed toward him with calm anger burning in her golden eyes as he blinked calmly, his expression unchanged by her fury. I can take care of my own things. His voice was steady and almost amused. I just reached out to check in on you and to notify you of a few things I have planned. I just didn't expect you to be so charged up, oh great gilded one. The last part came out almost mockingly, and Uber-Golden Adelheid's eyes became sharp. You did all this to check in on me? Noah nodded as he looked around at the golden walls and swirling Infiniforce surrounding them. You left the weavings of gilded lifeforms eons ago to live as abounded, so it must have sucked. You're now back where you ran away from.
His eyes returned to hers.
How does it feel? How did it feel?
Golden Adelheid blinked as she found herself without words. She didn't even know how to reply to such a question. She alone knew why she had left here and suppressed herself to live as a bounded lifeform. She alone knew the circumstances that had driven her to abandon everything her engineering had granted her. And she alone knew how she felt now that she had returned. But this was something she had never shared with anyone. She wouldn't start now. She regained her imperious bearing with effort that didn't show on her face. Her gaze traveled over Osmont's illusory form, examining it with perception that could see things his classification shouldn't have been able to hide. Her eyes flashed sharply. You seem to have changed and advanced somewhat. Are you enjoying the little connection and siphoning you've been taking from me? Noah looked at his arms, examining them with interest as if noticing his own transformation for the first time. That's what I was actually going to mention to you. I don't know much about gilded lifeforms, but in the near future, I'll likely be widening and further fortifying our connection. He looked back up at her. I just wanted to make sure a little, tiny bounded ant like me won't cause any problems for you and your reserves of existence. And I also don't wish to expose myself for being too loud, so fortify yourself to make sure nothing leaks. Golden Adelheid raised her brows at this before shaking her head. You won't be able to do much. The connection we have stops at that. I've made sure of it, and even if I do nothing, a bounded cannot alter or change much when it comes to the state of a gilded. Her voice carried certainty born from understanding. Even if I didn't already set up countermeasures. If you wish to fully remove any risk from yourself, you can always pull back your weavings of infinity from me. After she said these words, Noah nodded slowly. I just wanted to pass on the message so that you're not too surprised. Going back to a place you ran away from for eons can be disorienting, so I hope you are adjusting well. His illusory form began to flicker at the edges. If you need to talk, just reach out to infinity. I'm also very curious about you and all things to do with Golden Adelheid. I'll be dealing with a civilizational holy war for now, but I'll check in as things progress. Hang in there, oh big and great gilded one. Golden Adelheid's eyes opened wide at hearing her true name spoken from his mouth, and then ending his words mockingly again. How did he find out her identity? The countermeasures she had implemented should have prevented anyone from perceiving what she truly was. She was going to ask. But the moment his words finished, his illusory form dispersed and fell back into the roiling quintessence Infiniforce. He had dropped such a bomb and left immediately after, knowing she would want to reach out to him now, knowing she would have questions that demanded answers. Golden Adelheid's eyes shone sharply. She would never reach out to him. She was going to grasp the containment she had placed on the quintessence Infiniforce in her body, was going to reinforce the barriers that should have prevented this communication from ever occurring in the first place. But at this moment, a voice echoed through the vast room. Sister, it is time. The voice of Golden Dietrich filled the space as the Jazin throughout the room stood at attention with perfect synchronization. A door opened in one of those breathing golden walls, revealing her brother's unfathomably handsome features and the golden eyes that held no pupils. Behind him stood a few more gilded lifeforms. Chapter 51:15, Custodes. 3. Golden Dietrich stepped through the doorway with the easy confidence of someone who had never known limitation. Behind him walked three women draped in golden robes that seemed woven from solidified gold infinity. Their features held the ageless beauty common to all gilded, but something about their bearing suggested wisdom accumulated across spans that made even other gilded seem young. Each one radiated authority that pressed against the room in waves of measured power.
The Magna Sorora. Obergulden Adelheid recognized them immediately.
This grand sisterhood existed solely to ensure the primacy and progression of Gilded Ones, their membership consisting entirely of wise women who had dedicated their existences to guiding their kind toward greater heights. They advised ruling families, oversaw ceremonies of significance, and maintained traditions that predated most of what currently existed in observable existence. The first among them was called Sororis Prima Evangelina, her features sharp and assessing beneath hair that fell like spun gold. The second, Sororis Prima Constans, held herself with the stillness of deep water concealing dangerous currents. The third, Sororis Prima Mathilde, watched everything with eyes that seemed to perceive far more than they revealed. All three studied Obergulden Adelheid with attention that felt like physical pressure. Sister. Obergulden Dietrich's voice carried warmth beneath its formal cadence as he approached her floating lotus. They are here for the preliminary process before you can be taken to the ceremony. Today marks your full rejoining with all the status your position in our ruling family demands. He smiled. This means one of the first things in your ceremony is for you to undergo the bonding, the sundesmos, with your own custodes. Custodes. The word stirred memories that Obergulden Adelheid had suppressed across eons of living as someone else. A custos, in singular form, was a powerful gilded one bound to ruling royal gilded through rituals. They protected their bonded charge for life, their existences intertwined so thoroughly that betrayal became impossible by design. Should anything threaten their bonded gilded one, the custodes would pay with their lives before allowing harm to reach those they served. They were unfathomably loyal because they were engineered to be incapable of anything else. The one chosen to be your custos is someone who grew up and trained with us, Dietrich continued, his golden eyes without pupils brightening with something like nostalgia. You remember Wachter Alaric, yes? He has been preparing for this responsibility since you departed. His dedication to your eventual return has been quite touching, actually. Obergulden Adelheid remained calm. She had known this was coming when she agreed to return. She had understood what playing the role she had run away from would require. The ceremonies, the obligations, the chains disguised as honors that would bind her to a life she had abandoned precisely because it suffocated everything she actually wanted to be. Let us just get this process started. Her voice carried none of the turmoil that existed beneath her composed exterior. She had fully come back and committed to this path. Whatever personal feelings she held about bonding, about custodes, about becoming once again what her family demanded, those feelings were irrelevant now. She had made her choice. The three Sororis Prima moved forward with synchronized grace, their golden robes trailing across the floor like liquid infinity. They circled her floating lotus with slow deliberate steps, their eyes never leaving her form as they completed one rotation, then another. The preliminary testing will now commence, Sororis Prima Evangelina announced, her voice carrying the weight of ritual. Obergulden Adelheid, daughter of one of the noble lines, you will remain still while we verify your readiness for the bonding ceremony. Illusory golden blades materialized in their hands. The weapons shimmered with authority that could have unmade lesser beings through proximity alone. Each Sororis Prima raised her blade as they continued circling, the ritual taking form through movements practiced across countless ceremonies before this one. Then, as one, they struck. 3 golden blades pierced the neck of Obergulden Adelheid from different angles, passing through flesh that offered no resistance because the weapons weren't meant to harm. They were meant to read. To perceive what existed within her on levels that normal examination couldn't access. Obergulden Adelheid didn't react. She gazed on calmly and waited, her expression unchanged as the illusory blades remained embedded in her neck. This was standard procedure. This was what returning to her position required. She had known they would examine her, would verify that eons of living as bounded hadn't corrupted her engineering in ways that made the bonding impossible. She had covered everything with her power to make sure nothing would be found out. But
The calm expressions of the Magna Sorora began to shift. Sororis Prima Evangelina's brow furrowed slightly. Sororis Prima Constance's stillness became rigid rather than relaxed. Sororis Prima Matilde's eyes widened by a fraction that most beings wouldn't have noticed. Confusion spread across their features. Then shock. Then anger. They pulled back from Obergulden Adelheid with sudden movements that shattered the ritual's measured grace. Their golden blades dissolved as they retreated, their expressions now holding coldness that pressed against the room with force that made the Jazin throughout the space lower their heads instinctively as they kneeled. She is already bound to a custos. Boom! Sororis Prima Evangelina's voice cut through the silence like a blade far sharper than the illusory one she had wielded. She has undergone the Sundesmos ritual. The words fell into the room and detonated. Obergulden Dietrich's expression transformed from warm anticipation to cold shock in the span of a single heartbeat. His golden eyes without pupils fixed on his sister with intensity that could have crushed thousands of folds through attention alone. The anger that followed came fast, displacing the shock before it had fully settled. You. His voice emerged low. Who did you bind to? What have you done? He stepped toward her, his presence expanding with fury that made the three Sororis Prima retreat further despite their own considerable power because he knew where she had been fixed whole time. She had not been around Gilded, so who could she have possibly become bound to? He already knew the answer as it was obscene. Do you not know your position? How you need someone strong to help you for what is coming. Otherwise you won't survive. His hands clenched at his sides, golden light bleeding between his fingers. Tell me, who is your custos? Obergulden Adelheid's shock didn't show on her face, but it cascaded through her existence. She hadn't undergone the Sundesmos ritual. She hadn't bound herself to any custos. She had lived as bounded for eons, had suppressed her engineering, had existed without any of the connections that defined Gilded hierarchy. The bonding ceremony today was supposed to be her first. There was no one. There couldn't be anyone? Motherfucker. She placed her hand on her heart. And she sensed the boundless quintessence infinifor swirling within her, multicolored seas that belonged to someone who had somehow reached through unreachable weavings to communicate with her mere moments ago. Fuck. She stayed silent. Because she didn't know how to explain that her custos, the custode she had bound, might be a bounded lifeform she had never actually chosen to bind herself to at all. She could not explain this. Chapter 51:16, The First Infinite Scale. As he utilized that connection to converse with Ian, or really, Obergulden Adelheid, Noah hadn't been sitting still. There was something he had already been doing with another body as he received the declaration of the civilizational holy war from the Deliverance. While one body had been focusing on the mass transformation of many of his people to become nascent Hadean lifeforms, another body had been giving specialized care to none other than Naldine Manthan. She was a unique one due to her power. He wanted to gauge exactly what Hadean would mean for someone at the second scale, someone who had already established their civilizational anchor and wielded authority that most beings couldn't comprehend. He also wanted to confirm his own capabilities in an area that made progression slightly more fun, an area that combined multiple hobbies he had cultivated across his journey. The result was exemplary. At this moment, Noah's body was draped in a loose robe as he sat atop a flat grassland on a floating landmass. This small island was the only territory for light years in every direction, with radiant blue seas stretching endlessly around him. The waters churned with gentle currents that carried infinity in concentrations that would have overwhelmed most beings. This realm had taken the qualities of Oceanus. But the most striking feature wasn't the sea around them. It was the sky above. A few miles high, what should have been atmosphere was actually another sea that stretched out endlessly,
its waters suspended through principles that defied physics. Looking up meant looking into depths rather than heights, waves rolling across an inverted ocean that reflected the one below. He was within a small island in such a place within the infiniverse. The only other being present was adjusting her breathing while radiating terrifying power. Naldine Manthan sat several meters away from him, her radiant white hair slightly messy from recent exertion. A white robe draped over her body in ways that suggested it had been hastily arranged. Her singularity-dotted eyes held something between disbelief and wonder as she examined her own existence. Every single bone in her body pulsed with light. Every single organ blazed with authority that pressed against the surrounding environment. All of them had become Proterozoic through the process Noah had guided her through. This was the result of transforming her into a nascent Hadean lifeform while also carrying out their first session of dual cultivation, the combination of methodologies producing effects that exceeded what either would have achieved alone. The golden crack on her forehead, that marking of nascent Hadean classification, seemed to glow brighter than what he had observed on Barbados or the others. Her white hair now held rivers of gold observable force threading through it like veins of precious metal through marble. At this time, Naldine Manthan dripped with power dozens of times grander than her old self. She raised her hand before her face, watching the light pulse through flesh that had been fundamentally altered. Her glistening bones became visible beneath her skin for a moment, crystalline structures that declared their Proterozoic nature without need for deeper examination. She shook her head as if she didn't want to believe what she was perceiving. Noah looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Then he looked at the prompts detailing her changes. Naldine Manthan has successfully undergone nascent Hadean transformation through your existential engineering capabilities combined with dual cultivation methodologies. Skeletal structure, complete Proterozoic transformation. All 206 bones have attained Proterozoic distinctions through the infusion of quintessence infiniforce and observable force during the transformation and dual cultivation process. Organ systems, complete Proterozoic transformation. All 78 organs have attained Proterozoic distinctions through the same process. Her heart, lungs, brain, and other vital structures now process authority at rates that exceed her previous Kalinian tier capabilities substantially. As a nascent Hadean lifeform with Proterozoic bones and organs, she will have an easier time transforming them into Hadean organs and bones. The pathway has been established. The foundations have been laid. What remains is continued cultivation to complete the transformation you have initiated. Dual cultivation with the infusion of quintessence infiniforce and observable force has been deemed to be the one of the quickest process for this progression. Each session will advance her transformation significantly compared to solo cultivation efforts. Quintessence infiniforce now flows stably across her existence. All aspects of her being are amplified through this integration. Her civilization resonates with your infinity. Current power assessment, her authority now exceeds any Kalinian tier Proterozoic scale entity by significant margins. Estimated equivalence has been calculated at Ediacaran tier Proterozoic scale parameters. However, she has not formally taken this step. The power exists without the classification having been officially established. Additionally, due to her position at Vakachev's second scale combined with nascent Hadean classification, she now has access to a capability I shall designate as Hadean Infinity of Development. This capability allows her to focus intensive development on specific aspects of her existence, producing accelerated results in chosen areas. She can currently utilize this capability a total of 3 times. New generations will be produced over time as she develops further. Focus options for Hadean Infinity of Development include but are not limited to civilization advancement and refinement, study and usage of pulses, physical capability enhancement, perception expansion, or any other relevant aspect of her existence she wishes to prioritize. The results with Naldine were astounding. Even she didn't seem to believe it. She continued examining her hand, watching the light pulse through bones that had been ordinary by primordial architect standards mere hours ago. She shook her head slowly.
Fuck. Noah looked over and blinked at the single word that emerged from her mouth.
His expression shifted to something that might have been innocent confusion if one didn't know him better.
I thought you wanted to rest a bit, but okay. He said such words as if he were an unwilling participant being asked to resume activities he had only begrudgingly engaged in. As if the dual cultivation had been entirely her idea and he was simply accommodating her requests out of politeness.
Naldine looked toward him with cold eyes that held dangerous promise.
You stay back. You've done enough.
Her voice carried authority that pressed against the island they occupied, waves in the surrounding seas responding to her displeasure by churning more violently. I need to gauge myself first to make sure you have not infused me with the Gamagian. She looked at her other hand, then back to him with suspicion. This much infinity swirling in one's existence, how can you possibly not go mad? Is your infinity different than the infinity the rest of us know and use?
Chapter 51:17, The First Infinite Scale. 2. Was his infinity different compared to others? Who could say? He had touched infinity when he was nothing but a human throwing fireballs. He had integrated it so thoroughly into his existence that separation seemed impossible now. Perhaps the very act of claiming it so early, before he understood what he was grasping, had changed both him and what infinity meant within his existence. Noah rose up and stretched, his loose robe shifting around a body that blazed with Hadean authority. After cycling through my existence, maybe I tame the infinity you all know entirely and make it something else. Maybe that's why I can fill myself and others with it, and no madness comes. He looked toward Naldine with eyes that shone like singularities. But forget that. Use your Hadean infinity of development. See if you can rapidly transform your Proterozoic bones to Hadean bones. He was initially going to ask her what she knew about going from Kalimian to Ediacaran. That knowledge could have been valuable, would have given him insight into how primordial architects structured their progression through the tiers of the second scale. But he didn't want to be influenced too much on his own progression. He was choosing to go in a direction that was entirely his own. Vakachev's scales had served as a useful framework for understanding where others stood, but they weren't his framework. They weren't designed to account for what he was becoming. They weren't built to measure someone who held Hadean classification while still technically at the first scale. What he wanted to do now was complex and simple all at once. Ruination, let me see an outline of the 9th potential first infinite scale progression we've designed. Yes. He had actually made blueprints of 9 potential systems of progression and tweaked things as he went. Each iteration refined the concepts, eliminated redundancies, and brought him closer to something that felt right. He wanted to stop at the 9th one because otherwise he felt like he would have continued going until the 81st potential system design, and that much deliberation would have consumed time he didn't have. The declaration of civilizational holy war pressed against the back of his mind. 24 hours. Less now. Every moment spent designing was a moment not spent preparing his people for what was coming. But this design would determine everything that followed. Displaying the 9th iteration of the first infinite scale of existence. Ruination's voice emerged as golden light coalesced before him, forming diagrams and notations that outlined his vision. You have structured your first infinite scale into 3 major demarcations, each representing a distinct phase of development before officially stepping toward what you will design later as the second infinite scale. The foundational pillars of this progression are infinity through quintessence infiniforce, observable force, and civilizations as actualized building blocks through the first tongue. First demarcation, infinitas corpus, the infinite body. This is where you currently stand at the peak. Your entire skeletal structure and organ systems have achieved Hadean classification. Your grasp of infinity exists at the level of uncountable infinity, which saturates every aspect of your being without limit or boundary.
The requirements for completing this demarcation are full Hadean transformation of all 206 bones and 78 organs, stable integration of uncountable infinity throughout existence, and the capacity to channel both quintessence infiniforce and observable force simultaneously without conflict.
You have fulfilled all requirements. The first demarcation is complete. Second demarcation, Infinitas Architectura, the infinite architecture. This phase focuses on the construction of a singular internal structure that will serve as the foundation for everything that follows. You will build a Hadean pillar of infinity within your existence. This single pillar differs from conventional cultivation foundations in a critical way. Rather than constructing multiple separate pillars for different authorities, you will construct one pillar that can be built up by as many civilizations as you can actualize within it. Through the first tongue, you can currently access and embody any civilization temporarily. Infinitas Architectura requires you to move beyond temporary access toward permanent actualization. Each civilization you congeal into stable form becomes another layer of your Hadean pillar of infinity, another foundation stone supporting the structure you are building. There is no upper limit to how many civilizations can be integrated into your Hadean pillar. The more civilizations you actualize within it, the grander and more stable the pillar becomes. Observable force serves as the binding agent holding these actualized civilizations together. Quintessence infiniforce serves as the animating principle that allows them to function as a unified whole rather than separate fragments. The Infiniverse can contribute to this process. Her own Hadean transformation provides templates for how internal structures can be organized. As her backbone becomes Hadean, resonance between your existences will accelerate the construction of your pillar. To complete this demarcation and progress to the third, you must achieve absolute infinity. This represents infinity that has transcended mere uncountability to become self-referential and complete. Absolute infinity can observe itself, can contain itself, can become both the container and the contained. Well, potentially, we still don't know. Only when your grasp of infinity reaches this level will the transition to your third demarcation become possible. Third demarcation, Infinitas Causa, the infinite cause. This is the final phase of the first infinite scale. Having constructed your Hadean pillar of infinity and achieved absolute infinity, this demarcation focuses on the full comprehension and actualization of the infinite cause that defines your existence. The chain of your cause runs from your birth through your infinity through the seed of observable existence. This chain must be understood completely. Your Hadean pillar of infinity must be saturated with the authority of your cause. Every civilization actualized within it must resonate with the fundamental truth of your emergence. The pillar becomes not merely a structure of power but a monument to the infinite cause itself. Upon completing Infinitas Causa, you will stand at the peak of the first infinite scale. However, transition to the second infinite scale requires one final advancement. Transcendent infinity. This level of infinity lies beyond absolute infinity and can only potentially be attained during the transition itself. Transcendent infinity represents infinity that has become indistinguishable from causality. This advancement cannot be achieved while remaining at the first infinite scale. It is the bridge between scales, the transformation that marks the difference between standing at the peak and stepping beyond it. I should note that this ninth iteration represents significant refinement over previous versions. Earlier designs attempted to incorporate too many separate structures, creating frameworks that would have been powerful but fragmented. This version maintains elegance through unity. One pillar. Unlimited civilizations. Infinity as the foundation for everything. Chapter 51:18, The First Infinite Scale. 3. He wanted to design his first scale to be straightforward, intuitive, and unique but not overly complex. So everything he had done up to this point, all the transformations and integrations and impossible advancements, he neatly put a bow on it and called it Infinitas Corpus, the infinite body. He had achieved the apex of this stage. Or at least it was what most would consider to be the apex of the first scale.
Even though he could use its power to fight against entities at the second scale of Vakachev's scales of existence. And when he advanced from Infinitas Corpus, he would only be on the second level of his own scale of existence.
He couldn't quite say exactly where his power would be after that advancement, couldn't predict what completing Infinitas Architectura would mean in practical terms.
The Deliverance would be a good and fearsome enemy to test things out against when the time came.
But right now, since he had the outline, he would begin implementing it.
When designing his own scale, he didn't want it to be something as convoluted as what others in the old worlds and realms he had passed through theorized about systems of power. Nothing as crazy as building his scales with stages like void refining, body integration, Mahayana, and some kind of tribulation.
No. That was too much. Infinitas Corpus, Infinitas Architectura, Infinitas Causa. 3 demarcations. 1 pillar. Unlimited potential. And right now, I have been stuck on this level for too long.
Noah's voice emerged with conviction that pressed against the surrounding environment.
Has it already been a day? A few days? Far too long.
His eyes blazed brighter as he rose from his seated position. I shall advance toward Infinitas Architectura where absolute infinity awaits.
HUUM.
The island he occupied began to tremble beneath forces that transcended physical causation. He rose from the grassland and floated upward, his body lifting through air that grew thicker with authority as he ascended. He rose to the midpoint of this realm, that space where the endless blue sea below mirrored the endless blue sea above. 2 oceans stretching infinitely in opposite directions, and he floated between them like a singular point of purpose suspended in aquatic infinity. His eyes were unfathomably bright as he considered what he was about to attempt. So far, it was just ideas. Even though they were ideas he had refined through 9 iterations of careful design, nobody had told Noah they would work. They might succeed brilliantly. They might fail catastrophically. There was no precedent for what he was doing because no one had ever done it before. He was a pioneer. He was carving this path himself, and if he went wrong anywhere, it would be very costly. There were no teachers to correct his mistakes, no ancient texts describing how to construct a Hadean pillar of infinity, no accumulated wisdom from countless practitioners who had walked this road before him. There was only him. So, Infinitas Architectura. He called out the name as his body began generating even more endless quintessence infiniforce. Blue infinity gathered all around him in concentrations that would have driven most beings to madness. Observable force formed into golden rivers that circled his position. The construction of a singular internal structure that would serve as the foundation for everything that followed. He would build a Hadean pillar of infinity within his existence. Rather than constructing multiple separate pillars for different authorities, he would create a single pillar that could be built up by as many civilizations as he could actualize within it. Each civilization he congealed into stable form would become another layer of the Hadean pillar of infinity, another foundation stone supporting the structure he was building. Observable force would be the binding agent holding these actualized civilizations together. Quintessence infiniforce would serve as the animating principle allowing them to function as a unified whole rather than separate fragments. He made sure he understood everything well. Then he took a step. The motion seemed mundane. 1 foot lifting, moving forward through space, descending toward a surface that existed only in concept rather than physical reality. It was a step that anyone could take, a movement so basic that infants learned it within their first year of life. But with this step, this entire realm became bathed in blue and gold and multicolored brilliance. Infinite seas surged into that single motion. Every drop of observable force he had access to, every mode of quintessence infiniforce his existence generated, every trace of authority he could muster flowed into the act of bringing his foot down. When it landed, something within him shattered.
Boom!
A barrier he hadn't known existed broke apart, and what emerged from behind it defied description. A single massive pillar rose up from within his existence. It stretched out in this realm first, its base forming somewhere in the depths of his Hadean organ of civilization before expanding outward in all directions. The pillar passed through this Oceanus-like domain without disturbing the twin seas above and below, its form somehow existing alongside physical reality rather than displacing it.
Then it stretched further. Past other thousands of realms across the Infiniverse, the pillar extended.
Through territories that held sacred herbs and tumultuous seas and floating landmasses of every description. The Infiniverse trembled as this construct rose through her depths, her humanoid manifestation opening her eyes with surprise as something vast moved through her very being. The pillar rose out of the Infiniverse entirely.
It emerged into the wastes.
The multicolored rain of the pluvial epoch fell upon its surface as it continued stretching upward, higher and higher, showing no signs of stopping.
Infinitely.
The pillar was grand beyond comprehension, its surface blazing with multicolored light that shifted through every hue existence had ever named. Golden bands wrapped around its circumference at irregular intervals, patterns of observable force that served as binding agents even as they contributed to its beauty.
But for all its grandeur, the pillar was hollow. Its interior waited to be filled.
The civilizations that would form its layers had not yet been actualized. The structure existed, but its contents remained potential rather than actual. It was a monument waiting for meaning, a foundation waiting for what would be built upon it. The pillar crossed the wastes and continued rising. It flashed momentarily in different primordial realms, its illusory form manifesting wherever existence permitted its passage. Beings across countless territories looked up as something impossible bloomed across their skies, a pillar that seemed to connect the lowest depths to the highest heights while belonging to neither.
It even manifested across Prima Indifferentia.
That region of undivided ones and formless terrors and primordial architects witnessed the pillar's passage through their domain, ancient consciousnesses stirring with confusion at something they couldn't categorize. The white gold sea that defined their home rippled with disturbance that had nothing to do with current or tide. On this day, across observable existence, an infinite pillar bloomed momentarily.
Many witnessed it. And they wondered. What the fuck is that?
The wild stretched endlessly in ways that defied sanity. This region existed as the true home of primordial architects, but home implied comfort that the wild did not provide. It was a realm of primal power and ancient danger, where the line between hunter and hunted shifted with each passing moment.
Survival here required strength that most beings couldn't comprehend.
The creature stood within a forest that looked like something from primeval times. Trees rose hundreds of meters high, their bark crassite with age of the first cause. Branches intertwined overhead in canopies so thick that whatever passed for sky in the wild remained invisible. Bioluminescent fungi clung to trunks and roots, providing illumination that painted everything in shades of ethereal green and deep violet. Abundant existential energy saturated every molecule of this forest. Just breathing here would have advanced most first-scale beings through multiple stages of cultivation. The concentration of authority pressed against everything with density that made the richest regions of normal observable existence seem impoverished by comparison. This was why primordial architects thrived in the wild despite its dangers.
The rewards matched the risks.
Milky gold rivers of light and blood flowed around the small clearing where the creature stood. The liquid wasn't water. It was something between observable force and vital fluid, the runoff from conflicts that had occurred in this location recently.
Very recently.
The blood was still warm, still carrying traces of authority from beings who had been alive mere minutes ago. 7 primordial architects lay scattered around the clearing. Their bodies were arranged in positions that spoke of desperate combat and sudden defeat.
Some had fallen while trying to flee. Others had died mid-attack, their offensive postures frozen by death before they could complete their strikes. 3 bore Ryation tier classifications based on their residual authority.
4 had been Kalinian.
All of them were dead now.
Anaximander stood near the edge of the clearing with his arms crossed at all this violence.
Teria floated nearby.
She said nothing, but her attention remained fixed on their leader. The creature himself knelt beside one of the fallen Kalinian entities. His hands were buried wrist-deep in the corpse's chest cavity, having torn through Proterozoic bones and flesh to reach what lay beneath. Blood coated his arms up to the elbows, thick and dark and still carrying warmth from the life it had recently supported. His expression held nothing but focus as he worked.
He pulled out a heart.
The organ was massive, and it pulsed with residual authority despite its owner's death. Proterozoic classification had transformed it into something far beyond mere muscle and blood vessels. It was a repository of power, a concentrated source of everything its original owner had cultivated across eons of existence. The creature brought it to his mouth and bit. He chewed slowly and deliberately, savoring the authority that flooded into his existence with each swallow. When he finished the heart, he reached back into the corpse for other organs. Lungs came next, their proterozoic structure providing different flavors of authority than the heart had offered. Then the liver. Then the kidneys. Each organ consumed added to what the creature was becoming, each bite pushing him further along whatever path he had chosen when he burned away his primordial architect classification. It was during this brutal feast that the sky above the wild changed. The creature raised his head, blood dripping from his chin as his eyes fixed on something that hadn't been there moments before. An illusory pillar stretched across the sky. Multicolored and banded with gold, it rose from somewhere far below and extended toward heights that even the wild's strange geometry couldn't contain. The pillar blazed with power that pressed against everything nearby. Anaximander looked up at the same moment, his eyes widening with surprise. "What is that?" The creature studied the pillar for several long seconds as if he could see things others couldn't. Blood continued dripping from his chin as a smile spread across his features. "It burns with infinity." He looked at Anaximander with eyes that held fire from a recently used Thessalurian light. "So it may just be the one you continue to worry about that I tell you not to worry about." Anaximander blinked at this assessment, his surprise deepening as he looked back toward the pillar still blazing across the sky. The creature returned his attention to the corpse before him, reaching for another organ as he continued. When pushed, when bullied, when adversity presses down and down without mercy or pause. He tore out what might have been a proterozoic spleen and examined it with clinical interest. It can awaken a bloody beast within. And that bloody beast may become its own adversity for those who thought themselves the predators. His smile grew sharper. He bit into the spleen, chewing thoughtfully. Adversity breeds greatness. I still wait to see if Irwin will bloom into something astounding from my pressure. The creature returned to his eating with renewed focus, the pillar above beginning to fade as whatever power had manifested it settled back into its source. The illusory structure grew translucent, then ghostly, then disappeared entirely as if it had never been there at all. But everyone who had seen it would remember. Everyone who had witnessed it would wonder. Anaximander threw his head back and laughed. The sound rang out across the primeval forest with joy that seemed inappropriate given the corpses surrounding them, but it was genuine. Chapter 51:19, The First Infinite Scale. 4. As he looked at the pillar that stretched out endlessly, Noah felt something fundamental shift within his existence. It was as if he had opened floodgates he hadn't known were closed. The concentration of quintessence infiniforce and observable force within him, which had seemed almost full mere moments ago, now felt like it could expand countless more times. His capacity hadn't merely increased. The very concept of capacity had changed, transforming from a finite container into something that could grow without boundary. This was what he had been missing. This was what standing at the supposed peak of the first scale had denied him. A ceiling he couldn't perceive had been pressing down on his potential, limiting what he could hold and channel and become. Now that ceiling was gone, shattered by the construction of something that had never existed before. This was Infinita's Architectura. But not really. Not yet. Because he hadn't begun building. The Hadean Pillar of Infinity held infinite potential, but it was currently hollow. A grand structure with no contents. A monument to what could be rather than what was. Its multicolored surface blazed with authority that came from its nature rather than its substance, potential rather than actualization. Noah waved his hand. The pillar's endless nature, which had stretched across all of observable existence moments before, began to fade. What remained was a pillar the height of this Oceanus-like realm he occupied, its form contained within the infiniverse rather than bleeding across everything that existed. He looked down. On the island far below, between the twin seas that stretched above and beneath, Naldine was looking up with a stern expression. Her singularity-dotted eyes studied the pillar with attention that held something between analysis and wariness. She was trying to gauge his power, trying to understand what she had just witnessed. Let her wonder. Inside that blinding hollow pillar of infinity, Noah floated toward its base. The interior was vast beyond comprehension, space that somehow existed within his existence while also occupying physical territory in the realm around him. The walls curved away in every direction, multicolored surfaces that awaited the civilizations he would actualize upon them. But the floor was where everything would begin. The foundation upon which all else would be built. At the base of all of it will be mana. His voice emerged with conviction that pressed against the hollow interior. The first tongue. H-U-U-M. The base of this glorious pillar would have nothing except the one thing he had always possessed. The one constant across every transformation, every advancement, every impossible achievement. The first tongue had been his civilization before he knew what civilizations were. It would be his foundation now. Noah knelt down at the base of his pillar. From his hands, endless blue light permeated outward. It wasn't mere illumination but something far more fundamental, the very essence of what the first tongue represented made visible through his intention. Infinite absolute seals began manifesting around him, weavings of authority that represented the 27 phonemes that comprised the foundational language of existence. They gushed out endlessly, these seals, as if they were seeds being planted on the very base of this pillar of infinity. The 27 letters formed into logos. Into words. They mixed into each other countless times, creating variations and combinations that multiplied beyond what simple mathematics could describe. Each phoneme touched each other phoneme, creating new meanings. Those meanings combined with other meanings, creating concepts. Philologies and archai bloomed. Those concepts intertwined with other concepts, creating authorities. As if the seeds were blooming, the entire basal region of the pillar began to transform. Illusory blue seeds sprouted from the floor. They pushed upward through nothing, through potential space that hadn't existed until they needed it to exist. Saplings emerged from those seeds, their forms crystalline and luminous, their branches reaching toward the hollow heights above. The saplings flourished into trees, their growth accelerating past what any natural process could achieve. A forest of the first tongue rose around Noah. The color blue began rising in concentration all around him. It climbed past his knees, his waist, his chest. It exceeded his height and continued climbing, the forest growing denser and grander with each passing moment. Trees of language stretched toward the pillar's interior heights, their branches heavy with words that hadn't been spoken yet, their leaves inscribed with meanings that most beings couldn't comprehend. At the very peak of all of it, something began to form. A radiant grimoire of Hadean lexicons bloomed into existence. The book was massive, its cover blazing with multicolored light that declared its nature without need for explanation. Its pages fluttered endlessly, never settling on a single configuration, each flutter revealing new words and new meanings and new possibilities.
It was the actualization of the first tongue.
The moment this occurred, everything changed. Rivers of golden observable force surged into this basal floor from somewhere beyond the pillar's walls. Observable force rushed toward the actualized civilization with purpose that felt almost desperate. It permeated across everything, across every tree and every branch and every leaf and every word. The pillar of infinity began to shine unfathomably bright. The Hadean pillar of infinity has been established. Ruination's voice emerged with wonder. The first civilization has been actualized within its structure. The first tongue now exists as a permanent foundation. Its power flows through your pillar continuously, contributing to everything built upon it. You have officially stepped onto Infinitas Architectura, the infinite architecture of the first infinite scale of existence. Your methodology has officially begun pioneering something new. You deviate from Bakachev's scales of existence. The words were grand ones. Noah's body inside his pillar of infinity radiated blinding light of brilliance that pressed against the crystalline forest surrounding him. His eyes shot out multicolored pillars of light that reached toward the grimoire floating at the peak of his actualized foundation. Every aspect of his existence resonated with what he had just achieved. Officially on his own path. Deviating from Bakachev's scales of existence. At this point, error. Ruination's voice buzzed with caution that hadn't been present moments before. New weavings of information from a foreign source incoming. Unable to stop them. Noah's eyes became sharp as he sensed something pressing against his consciousness from outside. Momentarily, Ruination's voice and prompts faded. Her presence retreated as if pushed aside by something that possessed authority she couldn't contest. In front of his eyes, in blue-bordered boxes and radiant blue letters that differed from Ruination's golden notifications, new prompts bloomed. A voice accompanied them. It felt deep and ancient and heavy, carrying the weight of someone who had observed existence across spans that made eons seem like heartbeats. It wasn't threatening. It wasn't aggressive. It simply was, the way mountains simply were, the way oceans simply were. The path you have taken is an arduous and difficult one. The voice pressed against his consciousness with intensity. But it is welcomed. A pause that felt like centuries compressed into moments. The only thing I can tell you is to persevere. Everything will stand in your way, but persevere. Existence itself will oppose you, but persevere. Enemies will seek your destruction, but persevere. Allies will doubt your methods, but persevere. Even family may stand in your way, questioning whether your path leads anywhere worth reaching. The voice grew heavier. Still, persevere. Another pause. Osmont, right? Against all odds, against every force that will try to crush what you are building, against the weight of how things have always been. The ancient voice carried something that might have been respect. I, Vakachev, can only advise you to persevere. And just maybe, if you succeed, I will see you in that place. The final word emerged with weight that shook his existence to its foundations. Persevere. Boom. When that deep and ancient voice finished, Noah found his brows covered with sweat that shouldn't have been possible for a Hadean lifeform to produce. His eyes shone fiercely as he processed what had just occurred. His nose breathed out flames of infinity that scorched the crystalline trees nearest to him. He fully felt it now. He had lost any connection he had with Vakachev's scales of existence. The framework that had governed power across existence since before most current beings were born no longer applied to him. He couldn't be measured by its standards because he had chosen to reject those standards entirely. The scales that told everyone else where they stood and how far they had to go would tell him nothing. He was very much alone. A pioneer, on his own. Chapter 51:20, Advancement. It is lonely at the top. Such words have been uttered across countless civilizations and eons, spoken by beings who climbed higher than their peers and found themselves standing alone in territories no one else could reach. But the loneliness of achievement pales in comparison to the loneliness of pioneering. Those who reach the top of established paths at least have the comfort of knowing others have stood where they stand. They can look down and see the trail that led them upward, they can identify the footprints of predecessors who validated their journey through completion. They are alone in position but not in experience. Pioneers have no such comfort. They walk paths that do not exist until their feet touch ground. They climb mountains that have no peaks until they declare a stopping point. Every step is a question without a guaranteed answer, every advancement a gamble that could end in triumph or catastrophe with equal probability. Who else can share their vision? By definition, no one. No one. If others could see what they see, the path would already exist. The pioneer's curse is to perceive possibilities that remain invisible to everyone else, to feel compelled toward destinations that others cannot even imagine. They speak of what they're building and receive blank stares in return, confusion from those who cannot comprehend why anyone would abandon the safety of established routes. And when pioneers succeed, when they carve paths that others will eventually follow, those who come after will never understand what was required. They will walk the completed road and see only the road. They will not see the false starts, the collapsed tunnels, the chasms that nearly swallowed the one who built this passage. They will not know how many times the pioneer considered turning back, how many moments of despair preceded each breakthrough, how much blood and sweat and tears soaked into foundations that now appear solid and inevitable. The path will seem obvious in retrospect. Of course this was possible, they will say. Of course someone would eventually do this. But the pioneer knew nothing was obvious. The pioneer knew that eventually almost became never countless times during the construction. The pioneer carries scars that the path's future travelers will never see and could never appreciate. This is the price of going first. This is what it means to be alone. Noah felt a sense of emptiness settle into his existence. It wasn't pain or fear, just absence. He had belonged to some structure he couldn't perceive before, some framework that had given him meaning and definition without his awareness. Vakachev's scales had been there like gravity, invisible but constant, telling him where he stood in relation to everything else. Now that definition was gone. He could fall or stumble at any moment. There were no more markers telling him which direction was up. There was no more system declaring whether his next step would be advancement or regression. He floated in conceptual void where measurement itself had ceased to apply. But in this lost sensation, he felt something else. A glimmer of infinity rising within him. Infinity helped him up. Infinity kept him stable. The very foundation he had chosen to build upon refused to let him collapse into the emptiness that threatened to swallow him. It pressed against the void with authority that declared emptiness was just another form of potential, and potential was something infinity understood intimately. Because even though he did not have Vakachev's scales of existence anymore, he was now forging his infinite scales of existence. His own framework. His own definitions. His own meaning. Noah rose up sternly within his Hadean pillar of infinity. He floated above the level where the first tongue had been actualized, past the crystalline forest of blue trees and the grimoire of Hadean lexicons that crowned its peaks. The foundation was complete. Now came the construction that would fill this hollow monument with substance worthy of its potential. He looked upward toward the vast empty space that awaited the next civilization.
Existence.
His voice emerged calm and measured. Below him, the actualized first tongue responded to his call. Blue mana began flowing upward from the forest of language like endless water rising against gravity. It climbed through the pillar's interior in streams that wove around each other, rivers of the first tongue ascending toward the level where Noah floated. The blue light was beautiful in its purity, carrying the foundational authority of the language that underpinned all of reality.
Then it began to transform. The blue started bubbling as if heated by invisible flames. Colors emerged from within the azure streams, reds and golds and greens and violets bleeding outward from cores that had been uniform moments before. The mana was being elevated, the first tongue serving as the base material from which something grander would be forged. The civilization of existence manifested as endlessly rising multicolored flames. They didn't burn the way normal fire burned. They declared that things were rather than were not. The flames rose in columns and curtains and spiraling towers, their heat carrying the warmth of reality itself pressing against the void of non-being. It looked like a forge. A cosmic forge where existence itself was hammered into shape from raw potential. When the actualization completed, the second level of his pillar blazed with authority that made the first tongue seem gentle by comparison. Noah floated within those multicolored flames without discomfort.
Existence is not separate from infinity, he said, his tone thoughtful and precise. Infinity makes existence possible by providing the endless potential from which reality emerges. And existence gives infinity meaning by actualizing that potential into something that matters. They need each other. One without the other is incomplete. He paused, watching the flames dance around him.
This is why they belong in the same pillar.
They are not separate foundations competing for primacy, they are aspects of the same fundamental truth.
The oldest paradox understood this. I understand it now. HUUM. The flames of existence settled into stable weavings as observable force and infinity surged through them, golden rivers binding this second civilization to the first. The pillar grew brighter, its hollow interior now holding two levels of actualized authority stacked upon each other. Noah rose higher.
He passed through the multicolored flames of existence, their heat parting around him like water around a stone.
Above them, more empty space awaited. More potential crying out for actualization. More levels to be built before his pillar would approach anything resembling completion. Paradox.
The word emerged with the same deliberation he had used before. Below, the first tongue and existence responded together. Blue mana rose from the forest of language, climbing through the flames of existence and absorbing their multicolored authority as it passed. The streams that emerged above the second level held both the foundational nature of the first tongue and the creative heat of existence, combined into something that vibrated with tension between contradictory states. The transformation began differently this time. Rather than bubbling into new colors, the ascending streams started splitting. Each river of combined authority divided into two rivers flowing in opposite directions while somehow remaining in the same space. They contradicted themselves visually, logically, fundamentally. They were and were not. They moved and remained still. They existed in multiple states simultaneously because paradox refused to accept that only one state could be true. The civilization of paradox manifested as infinite reflections facing each other. Mirrors made of crystallized contradiction stretched across this level of the pillar, each one showing images that shouldn't have been possible.
Noah saw himself in one mirror as a human throwing fireballs.
In another, as the youngest standing before a shadowy the deliverance. In a third, as something he hadn't become yet, forms that existed only in potential futures that may or may not arrive. All of them were him. None of them were him. The paradox refused to resolve.
Oh.
Paradox is infinity's closest sibling, Noah observed, his voice steady despite the impossible reflections surrounding him.
Both reject limitation. Both insist that boundaries are suggestions rather than laws.
The difference is that infinity achieves the impossible by having no end, while paradox achieves it by holding contradictions together until they stop being contradictions. He looked at a mirror showing himself failing, then at one showing himself succeeding. I've learned to appreciate paradox. It taught me that being weak and strong simultaneously is a grand strategy.
HUUM. Chapter 5121, Advancement. 2.
The mirrors of paradox settled, their contradictions stabilizing into patterns that shouldn't have been stable. Infinity and observable force flowed through them, blue and golden binding agents connecting this third level to everything below. The pillar blazed brighter still.
Noah rose again.
3 levels complete. One more to go before the foundation of his Hadean pillar of infinity would hold all 4 aspects of the oldest paradox in existence. Chaos. The final word fell into the pillar's interior with weight that belied its simple pronunciation.
Everything below responded. Blue manna from the first tongue. Multicolored flames from existence. Contradictory reflections from paradox.
All of it rose together, streams and fires and mirrors ascending in combinations that grew more unstable with each passing moment. The authority climbing toward this final level held everything that had come before, all the foundational aspects combining into something that threatened to tear itself apart at any moment.
That was the point. The transformation was violent. Chaotic. The ascending authority didn't bubble or split. It exploded. It collapsed. It reformed in configurations that lasted milliseconds before shattering into new configurations equally temporary. Nothing held. Nothing stabilized.
Nothing accepted the concept of permanence because chaos refused to acknowledge that anything should remain the same for longer than it chose to. The civilization of chaos manifested as an eternal storm.
Lightning made of pure possibility arced between clouds made of dissolved certainty.
Winds carrying fragments of reality that had been torn apart howled through this level of the pillar without pattern or purpose.
Everything was destruction. Everything was creation.
The distinction between the two ceased to exist because chaos saw no difference between breaking and building. Noah stood at the center of the storm, his Hadean body untouched by devastation that would have erased lesser beings.
Chaos is what infinity looks like when you remove all the rules.
His voice cut through the howling winds with calm that seemed inappropriate.
Pure potential without direction. Endless possibility without preference. Most beings fear chaos because they need structure to feel safe. I've learned that chaos isn't the enemy of structure.
It's the raw material from which structure is built.
He watched reality fragment and reform around him. You can't create anything truly new from order alone.
You need chaos to break the old patterns before new ones can emerge.
The oldest paradox understood this. Chaos isn't the end.
It's the beginning that never stops beginning.
HUUM.
The storm of chaos settled into patterns that weren't really patterns, stable instability that somehow maintained itself through constant change. The pillar blazed with brilliance that could have blinded beings across multiple realms.
Noah floated upward.
He rose above the Hadean pillar of infinity and looked down at what he had built. At its base, the crystalline forest of the first tongue spread blue light upward.
Above that, the multicolored flames of existence burned in their cosmic forge. Higher still, the contradictory mirrors of paradox reflected impossibilities.
And at the current peak, the eternal storm of chaos raged without end. The 4 aspects of the oldest paradox in existence now lay within his pillar.
The first tongue. Existence. Paradox. Chaos.
The foundational civilizations that had defined power across observable existence since before most current beings were born.
The aspects that separated true claimants of the oldest paradox from everyone else. All of them, actualized within his Hadean pillar of infinity. All of them, permanently integrated rather than temporarily accessed. Noah looked upon this with a calm gaze, his expression holding satisfaction but not arrogance. What he had built was grand, but grandness wasn't the point. Utility was the point. Foundation was the point. Everything that followed would be built upon this, and everything that followed would determine whether his infinite scales of existence meant anything at all. What came first? His voice emerged, posing the question to himself. The first tongue? Existence? Paradox? Chaos? Everyone wants to know which foundation is the true foundation, which beginning is the real beginning. He looked at his pillar, at the 4 levels stacked upon each other in the order he had chosen. But they're asking the wrong question. His eyes blazed like singularities. I emerged first before ushering them in. I will actualize them in the order I chose. My authority gave them form within my existence. The infinite cause came first, and the rest of them followed. They exist in my pillar because I put them there. They serve my progression because I decided they would. His voice remained steady, as if he were simply stating facts. The answer to what came first is always the same. The one doing the building came first. Everything else is just material. Boom! Noah flew upward through his Hadean pillar of infinity, leaving the 4 foundational civilizations behind as he rose toward the vast hollow space that awaited filling. The base was complete. But foundations were just beginnings. What he built upon them would determine whether his infinite scales of existence meant anything at all. He didn't slow down. The civilization of quintessence. The words left his mouth as blue and multicolored authority surged upward from below, answering his call before he finished speaking. The actualization happened faster than it had with the foundational aspects, his pillar learning what he wanted and responding with increasing efficiency. Quintessence settled into place as a layer of crystallized colorless potential, shimmering with authority. He rose higher without pause. Loot. Another layer actualized, this one manifesting as cascading streams of golden abundance that flowed endlessly without depleting. The civilization that had defined so much of his early journey, that had given him access to rewards others couldn't dream of claiming, now became permanent foundation within his existence. Cheats. The layer that formed held configurations that shouldn't have been stable, rules bent into shapes that favored him specifically. It settled into his pillar with the comfortable familiarity of an old companion. Protagonist. A layer of narrative weight, of causality that leaned in his direction, of events arranging themselves around his presence rather than despite it. This civilization had been with him since before he understood what civilizations were. Noah continued ascending, his voice steady and unhurried despite the speed of his construction. Manadynamics. Relativity. Megalos. Outerversal. For more layers actualized in rapid succession, each one adding substance to the hollow interior of his pillar. The authority flowing up from his foundation grew denser with each civilization he called, the combined weight of everything below feeding everything above. Koklos. Singed. Ordoab Chow. The pillar began to light up around him. What had been merely bright before became something approaching blinding, multicolored radiance pressing outward through walls that struggled to contain the accumulating authority. Noah felt his existence responding to what he was building, felt weight settling into aspects of himself that had seemed free and unbound moments before. This was different from freedom, he realized. Farming. Smithing. Devouring. More layers. More weight. His pillar stretched higher as he filled it, a hollow space above him shrinking with each civilization actualized.
The feeling of unboundedness that had followed his disconnection from Bakachev's scales began transforming into something else entirely.
Helios. Dreams. Prana.
He was becoming heavy in ways that had nothing to do with physical mass. Every civilization added to his foundation made him more present, more defined, more real in the fabric of observable existence. The emptiness he had felt after hearing Bakachev's message was being filled by construction that demanded his full attention.
Avalon. Oceanus. Muspelheim. Jotunheim. Niflheimer. Alfheimer.
Realms that existed became permanent civilizations of his pillar, their authorities now integrated rather than merely contained.
He could feel his internal reality resonating with each actualization. Limitless existence. Silent tongue. Radiant paradox. Ordered chaos.
Variations of his foundational aspects settled into higher levels of his pillar, permutations that expressed different facets of the same fundamental truths. The first tongue had spawned silent tongue. Existence had birthed limitless existence. Paradox gave rise to radiant paradox. Chaos produced ordered chaos. The pillar blazed with glory that pressed against everything nearby.
Noah continued building.
Like this, time began to pass.
Chapter 51:22, Advancement. 3. He had less than 24 hours before the civilizational holy war would begin, before his mother and son and everyone else he cared about would be pulled into isolated arenas to face primordial architects. The pressure of that deadline should have made him rush and should have introduced desperation into his actions. But he had been doing something important through his Hadean mind of infinite calculation. Whenever he needed to think through a problem, whenever he encountered complexity that required extended contemplation, he could stop time for his perception alone. An instant could become infinite for his consciousness while the external world remained frozen. If he found himself stuck on any thought process or possibility, he simply paused for what felt like hours or days within that moment of perceptual infinity. Then he resumed, having worked through whatever had given him pause with boundless solutions. The construction continued. Other bodies of his moved through the infiniverse simultaneously, carrying out preparations that couldn't wait for his primary form to finish building. The mass transformation project that had begun before the civilizational holy war's declaration now accelerated with urgency. The first and major task was clear. The vast majority of those closest and strongest within the infiniverse needed to attain nascent Hadean classification. Not because it would guarantee their survival in the coming battles, but because it would give them a fighting chance against opponents who had spent eons cultivating power that most first-scale beings couldn't comprehend. One by one, they underwent transformation. Existential engineering flooded observable force and quintessence infiniforce into their existences. The lattice of foundational constraint that defined bounded lifeforms shattered within them, replaced by the lattice of nascent emergence that declared them something new. Golden cracks appeared on foreheads. Dark hair developed rivers of gold. Eyes shifted toward hues that spoke of authority exceeding their previous classifications. This was all accomplished in the first hour. Exactly 23 hours before the civilizational holy war. Noah stood on a floating platform within a realm of the infiniverse that had taken the qualities of an endless training ground. The space stretched in every direction without visible boundary, its floor solid enough to support combat while its atmosphere hummed with observable force dense enough to accelerate recovery. Naldine Manthan came at him with everything she had. Her form blazed with authority that would have made her old self seem dim by comparison. She had used her Hadean infinity of development 3 times in rapid succession, each usage accelerating her progression ridiculously. Her bones no longer pulsed with merely proterozoic light. They shone with the crystalline brilliance of full Hadean classification. All 206 of them. All 78 organs. She had become the third most powerful being in the Infiniverse, exceeded only by Noah himself and of course the Infiniverse as a whole. In the span of hours, she had achieved what should have required eons of dedicated cultivation. And yet, Noah swatted her aside with casual ease. Boom! He hadn't exhibited any infinity. Hadn't channeled any observable force. He simply stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression holding mild interest as she attacked with waves and seas of quintessence infiniforce that should have overwhelmed anyone at her former classification. Her Hadean skeletal structure blazed through her skin as she struck. He knocked her back with a gesture that seemed almost lazy. Naldine skidded across the waters, her feet carving furrows into material that shouldn't have yielded to anything. Frustration painted itself across her features without her permission, ancient pride warring with the reality that she couldn't touch him no matter what she attempted. "This doesn't make sense," she said, her voice tight. "A Kalimian Proterozoic scale entity would be crushed under me, and yet, you're not even using your authority." "I don't need to." His response was simple, stating fact rather than boasting. Her singularity-dotted eyes blazed brighter as she shifted stance. If raw power wouldn't work, perhaps something more refined would serve. Her hands began moving through motions that Noah recognized immediately, fingers curling and releasing in patterns that spoke of authority derived from the Silurian cause itself. The somatic expression of the Silurian light. Her voice emerged with weight that pressed against the training ground around them. "Silurian ember, first of flames. I grasp the thread. I burn the thread. What was shall be unwritten, what stood shall stand no more." Magma-like brilliance gathered between her palms. The Silurian light. The pulse erupted toward him with force that had threatened to erase his existence not long ago. Noah smiled. He let it hit him. The flames of the Silurian light washed over his form with heat that could have unmade Ryacean entities through proximity alone. It pressed against his Hadean dermis, against bones and organs that had been forged through countless cycles of destruction and rebirth caused by this very pulse. It felt warm. Almost pleasant, like standing near a comfortable fire on a cold evening. Then he breathed in. Huum. The flames of the Silurian light flowed into his mouth, drawn by intention that exceeded what the pulse had been designed to handle. He consumed the fire that Grimvault had used to threaten him, that Naldine now wielded. The brilliance vanished into him as if it had never existed. He exhaled, and only faint embers emerged from his nostrils before fading entirely. Naldine stared at him. Her expression shifted through several emotions before settling on something between disbelief and reluctant acceptance. She shook her head slowly, white hair swaying with the motion. "You monster." The words held no real venom. Just acknowledgement of what she was observing. Then her eyes flashed sharply, and something changed in her bearing. If she couldn't beat him in this sort of battle, there were other arenas where she might gain some measure of control. Other methods of contest where raw power mattered less than technique and will and the particular intimacies that dual cultivation demanded. Her gaze filled with defiance that hadn't been present moments before. "Let's switch to cultivation." Her voice carried challenge that pressed against the space between them. "I refuse to believe you are this far away." A primordial architect remained defiant despite evidence that should have crushed such defiance entirely. But she would learn later on. She was fighting against someone walking an entirely different scale of existence. Noah looked at himself and what he was becoming. His Hadean pillar of infinity continued filling with actualized civilizations, each layer adding weight and definition to his existence within Infinita's architecture. The second demarcation of his first infinite scale of existence was taking shape around him, authority accumulating rapidly. He didn't bother trying to gauge exactly how easily he could defeat a Kalimian Proterozoic scale entity anymore. The exercise seemed pointless. Whenever he sparred with Naldine, who was many times more powerful than any Kalimian entity he had encountered, she couldn't get past the defenses of his skin. Not his bones. Not his organs. Just his skin. She attacked with everything her newly Hadean existence could muster, and his outermost layer of defense treated her efforts as irrelevant. He would come to know in the distant future that wasn't truly so distant exactly what his power was. There would be battles that tested him properly, enemies that forced him to reach for capabilities he hadn't yet explored. The deliverance and whatever forces served that ancient being would eventually provide the pressure he needed to understand his own limits. But as of right now, he was building towards something else entirely. He wanted to forge himself to be so astoundingly different and exceptional that those who followed Vakachev's scales of existence wouldn't even know where to begin when it came to understanding him. Let them try to measure him against their frameworks. Let them attempt to categorize what he was becoming. They would find nothing that fit because he had chosen to exist outside their definitions. More civilizations actualized within his pillar as he continued his work. The main threshold he approached was the transition from uncountable infinity to absolute infinity. That advancement would mark his readiness to progress toward the third demarcation, toward infinitas causa, where the infinite cause itself would be fully comprehended and actualized. But such transitions couldn't be rushed, couldn't be forced through sheer will alone. So while he continued building, another body of his focused on the second phase of strengthening his people. The 81 who would be involved in the civilizational holy war needed more than nascent Hadean classification to survive what was coming. They needed to forge their bones and organs to become fully Hadean. Naldine had demonstrated what that transformation meant in practical terms, her power increasing by orders of magnitude through aggressive application of Hadean infinity of development. If his people could achieve similar results, they should be able to contend with Kalimian Proterozoic scale entities. They should be able to survive. The early veiled shore stretched beneath them in configurations of beauty that most beings would never witness. Radiant gold sand sparkled under light that seemed to come from everywhere at once, their surfaces catching and reflecting the multicolored brilliance that saturated this region of the infiniverse. Endless plots of sacred herbs spread across the landscape in careful arrangements, their leaves and stems now burning with the light of infinity that Noah's presence had infused into everything within his internal reality. The multicolored rain of the pluvial epoch of existential infinity continued falling without pause. It had caused river channels to form all across the early veiled shore, waterways of liquid authority carving paths through golden sand and fertile soil. The rivers flowed with colors that shifted constantly, carrying observable force and quintessence infiniforce to territories that drank in whatever they received. Noah floated in the skies above this paradise with dozens of his people surrounding him. He gazed at Barbados, whose dark gold eyes held anticipation beneath their calm surface. At Henry, his son, the young man's blue-gold hair shifting in winds that carried authority rather than mere air. At Adelaide, at Sigrid, at Rhea, at Moraine, at Titano, at the Queen of Matter, at the First Farmer, at Kor, at Tor, at the Living Origin, at Ulmareth, at Lumavara, at Skoll, at Ainz, at the Emperor Penguin, and many others whose existences had become intertwined with his own. All of them waited for what he would say. "We both have time and we don't," Noah said, his voice calm and measured. "It depends on how we use what we've been given. Enemies far stronger than us are trying to collapse our very causality and existence. They declared war not because they fear what we are now, but because they fear what we might become." He let that settle before continuing. "In response, we won't just be going for survival. We need to dominate. We need to cause fear to spread across observable existence, so that nobody else could possibly think about doing something like this to us again. His words pressed against everyone present. To ensure that reality, at the very least, all of you need to forge your Hadean bones and organs. One of the quicker ways for you to do that is an infusion of boundless infinity and observable force, which I can provide. He paused, his expression remaining steady. But you also need pressure to induce rapid transformation. External force that pushes your existence toward evolution. For that pressure, here is a primordial architect that represents what those you will face will be like. Noah waved his hand. HUUM. Golden light erupted from his palm as the Hadean Desmotirian responded to his will. The Hadean organ of civilization had continued to advance alongside everything else, allowing more and more things to become possible. Releasing powerful prisoners for limited durations was now a feasibility where it had once been beyond his capability. A figure emerged from the golden light. Beowulf materialized above the early veiled shore with presence that pressed against everyone except Noah himself. The primordial architect's armored body stood massive and imposing, but something had changed since his imprisonment. His armor no longer held the colors it had displayed during their previous encounter. It now shone fully blue gold, the distinctive hue of quintessence infiniforce and observable force saturating every surface. He had been disciplined in the Hadean Desmotirian. Ozymandias had worked on him in the dilated time that flowed differently within that prison, infusing him with quintessence infiniforce across spans that felt like years. The titanic form of Noah's second body had transformed Beowulf into something he hadn't been before. A nascent Hadean life form. Beowulf, the primordial architect of armed existence. Classification, the second scale of Vakachev's scales of existence. Nascent Hadean life form. Skeletal structure, 178 bones at Proterozoic classification. 28 bones at Hadean classification. Organ systems, 61 organs at Proterozoic classification. 17 organs at Hadean classification. Current power output exceeds his previous parameters by a factor of approximately 127. Estimated classification now surpasses Grimvault at Kalimian tier. Chapter 5123 Ego. I. The power emanating from Beowulf was more than 100 times greater than what Noah had faced during their original confrontation. The primordial architect who had attacked with intent to claim his infinity had been transformed into something far grander through imprisonment and forced cultivation. But the eyes behind that empty armored helm held no pride in this advancement. They held fear. Immense, undeniable fear when they turned toward Noah. Noah didn't look at this fucking rat. He simply waved his right hand again. HUUM. Another figure emerged from the Hadean Desmotirian, this one taking form with presence that somehow exceeded even what Beowulf displayed. The living elemental materialized beside the armored primordial architect. His form shifted through configurations of fire and water and earth and air, elemental authority that had been refined through the same process Beowulf had undergone. Blue-gold light saturated every aspect of his constantly changing existence, quintessence infiniforce and observable force having been integrated so thoroughly that it had become part of what he fundamentally was. The living elemental. Classification, the second scale of Vakachev's scales of existence. Nascent Hadean life form. Skeletal structure, 156 bones at Proterozoic classification. 50 bones at Hadean classification. Organ systems, 52 organs at Proterozoic classification. 26 organs at Hadean classification. Current power output exceeds Beowulf by approximately 23%. Among the stronger nascent Hadean entities currently in existence outside of your direct lineage. When the living elemental finished materializing, his elemental form turned toward Noah. Fear painted itself across features that shifted between states too quickly for most to track. The same fear that Beowulf displayed, the same recognition of what stood before them and what that presence meant for their continued existence. Noah looked at the living elemental with distaste that didn't need to be hidden. "The armored primordial architect will give you a glimpse of the ones you'll fight," he said, his voice remaining calm despite the expression on his face. "And this shitty, good-for-nothing living elemental is another second scale you can struggle against." His gaze swept across his gathered people. "I would have acted as the one to fight against you all, but I haven't fully gauged my own strength yet. I don't want to accidentally collapse you all while sparring." A pause that felt almost casual. "So for now, just hang on with these trash enemies. Once I've fully acclimated to my power, you'll all face me." Incredulous reactions rippled through the gathered crowd. Barbados smiled wryly, her dark gold eyes holding amusement. Others looked at Beowulf and the living elemental with something approaching pity. This was a primordial architect who had existed for eons, who had accumulated power that most beings couldn't comprehend. And Noah called him trash. Training dummies for his people to sharpen themselves against. Terrifying power bloomed from the two released prisoners as they prepared for what was about to occur. They moved with fear driving every action, because they understood something that Noah's people were only beginning to grasp. If they didn't sufficiently accomplish what they had been brought out here to do, if they failed to provide adequate pressure for transformation, if they were deemed useless for even this purpose. Once they returned to that prison where time moved extremely differently, they would be punished for years. Ozymandias was waiting, and Ozymandias had learned new methods of discipline during his own transformation. 20 hours remained until the civilizational holy war. Noah was overseeing many things across the Infiniverse when part of his consciousness received a tug of emotions. He frowned at the sensation. A moment later, he sent a body out to investigate. The location was a distant place in the endless wastes. He appeared in a region that had become a swirling multicolored sea due to the quintessence Infiniforce saturating everything. The waters churned without pattern, colors bleeding into each other. Half submerged in these impossible seas, a massive shattered shelter of the loom rose from the depths like the corpse of a fallen giant. The structure had been destroyed. Atop the shattered shelter, a figure materialized. The living emotive didn't appear as an illusory visage gathered from ambient emotions this time. Her existence was fully present, an accumulation of feelings so dense and real that she pressed against the surrounding environment simply by being there. Chaos swirled around her form in visible currents, authority she had claimed mixing with the emotional resonance that defined her nature. She was manically beautiful. Her features held symmetry, every angle and curve designed to draw attention and hold it captive. But there was something wrong with that beauty, something manic beneath its surface that made appreciation feel like a trap. Her smile stretched too wide when she looked at him. Her hair shifted colors as he watched. It moved through shades that corresponded to nothing external, responding instead to emotions that flickered through her existence faster than most beings could track. Red bled into violet, bled into gold, bled into black, the transitions happening without pattern or warning. One moment she seemed wreathed in passion, the next in something closer to despair, the next in triumph that had no apparent source. Noah's gaze remained cold as she looked at him and smiled brilliantly. You detest me." Her voice carried weavings that pressed against his consciousness, each word layered with emotional weight that would have influenced lesser beings. She was not so manic as last time. Her words were more coherent. I can feel it, you know. That emotion. The distaste you hold for me radiates so strongly that I could locate you across observable existence simply by following its trail. Though you seem to be inside a place I cannot lock down, as all emotions inside of it are locked deeper than even the wild. She stepped closer across the shattered surface of the shelter, her bare feet leaving impressions that glowed with residual feeling. Most beings try to hide their emotions from me. But you don't bother. You let me see exactly how much you wish I would disappear from your awareness entirely. Her smile didn't falter. I find that oh so refreshing. It is why right now, I pulled on my emotions of logic and coherence to speak oh so clearly to you. Do you like my words? Straightforward. Formal. And I haven't rhymed anything just yet, which is hard. Ah. Noah said nothing, simply watching as she spoke. I should explain something, she continued, her hair shifting through blues and greens. My fixation on you isn't arbitrary. It's in my nature to become fixated on whoever controls the most emotions across observable existence at any given time. The being whose presence influences how others feel simply by existing. She tilted her head, studying him with eyes that held too many colors simultaneously. That was Abaddon for a time. Then the creature, when he burned away his classification and began doing things that made even ancient entities feel fear. Then it was Irwin, the living paradox, when his machinations began affecting the information that shapes how beings perceive their circumstances. Her smile sharpened. But now it's you. It has always been you. You're like a beacon to me. A lighthouse that every emotional current eventually flows toward. She paused, seeming to consider her next words carefully despite the manic energy that radiated from her. I know that history can interfere with future. What happened before and what I did before colors how you see me now. My actions towards Malphas and many others, oh, and I even tried to kill you. Silly me. But hey, look at us now. Not too long ago, you slapped me until all my teeth fell out. Ah. I play that memory constantly to remember how much you detest me. So I will proceed slowly, carefully, in whatever manner causes you the least displeasure. Her hair cycled through colors that suggested submission beneath their shifting surface. If you command me to kneel, I will kneel. She knelt as she spoke, demonstrating rather than merely describing. If you command me to lick, to beg, to be a worm crawling at your feet, I would do it. If you command me to collapse myself entirely, to end my existence because my presence offends you. Her eyes met his from her kneeling position. Oh, fuck, I'm realizing now that I really might just do that too. Sheesh. That would not be too ideal, but, oh. That is my nature when my fixation has become this strong. I cannot help what I am. Noah's expression didn't change, but he continued listening. The living emotive rose from her kneel with fluid grace, her hair now settling into steadier shades of purple and silver. After claiming chaos and siphoning the power of all emotions across observable existence, I changed tremendously. I gained access to understanding that had been hidden from me before. And I found out something pivotal. Her voice grew more serious, the manic edge retreating slightly. For primordial architects and other lifeforms at the second scale who want to infuse themselves with infinity without going mad, the most critical factor is actually ego. Their emotion. Their sense of self refined into something that can withstand pressure that would dissolve lesser consciousnesses. She began pacing across the shattered shelter, her words flowing with the cadence of genuine discovery. To go against the madness of infinity, they amplify what they affirmed with their civilizational anchor. They further enhance and inflate certain emotions to be so strong within their ego, within their existence, that they develop an unfathomably high resistance to infinity depending on how amplified a singular or multiple emotions are. Her pacing stopped as she turned to face him again. So I realized something that contradicted what I had always assumed. At the peak of power, you don't find mindless sages who have attained some nirvanic state and abandoned all feeling. Emotions and the state of being are actually deemed unfathomably more critical at higher classifications. The conscious mind, the unconscious depths, the raw impulses of extremely powerful beings are all cultivated specifically to bear infinity. Her hair shifted through golds and whites as she spoke with increasing intensity. I found all of this out because the structure of the wild became clear to me after I claimed chaos and pulled on all emotions. Where power concentrates. How authority flows. The configurations that determine who rules and who serves. Her eyes blazed brighter. The Deliverance and 3 others of his stature rule the wild. For beings whose power exceeds everything beneath them by margins that make comparison meaningless. And the Deliverance and these other top dogs, they have a direct connection to something grand. Something that provides them with advantages that bounded lifeforms shouldn't be able to touch. She stepped closer to Noah, her voice dropping lower. My fixation. My fascination. My anchor. The reason I came here despite knowing how much you detest me, was to give you information of those in the civilizational holy war, but also. Her hair settled into pure gold. Do you know about the Gilded Ones? Noah stared at her coldly. The distaste remained, rooted in history that couldn't be erased through useful information. She had done things that earned his hatred, and no amount of kneeling or offering would change that foundation. But he was pragmatic above all else. And this being who disgusted him may just prove to be an anomaly more disgusting than Irwin or even come close to rival, the creature. Chapter 51-24, Ego. 2. Noah had never considered himself closed-minded. He looked at things dynamically, weighed them against the shifting circumstances that defined every encounter across his existence. If someone asked him whether a fucking stupid and vile being could be redeemed, he wouldn't answer with absolutes. He would say it depends. Redemption was possible, always possible, but in the end he would be the one who decided whether the effort was worth the cost, and what exactly that being had done before reaching for the chance. As of now, Emotive's redemption wasn't set. He could still go either way on this disgusting being. He floated forward across the shattered shelter of the loom, his movement slow and unhurried, as if the terrifying information she carried meant nothing to him at all. The multicolored seas churned beneath his feet without daring to touch him. His fair skin held its golden illumination steady, his eyes reflecting cold consideration as he closed the distance between them. The living Emotive's chest began to rise and fall faster as he approached. Her eyes shone brilliantly, holding too many colors at once, every shade pressed against the others without harmony. Chaos swirled tighter around her form the closer he came. Her hair cycled through golds and silvers and deep violets, each transition matching some internal current she couldn't suppress no matter how much logic she had pulled into her words. You're so close now. Her voice came softer, less performed than before. I feel oppression and euphoria at the same time. It's not supposed to work like that, you know. Most beings inspire one or the other. Fear or comfort. Dread or peace. But you give me both at once and they're not even fighting each other. They just exist together inside me like they were always meant to. She breathed in deeply as he stopped within arm's reach. I really would end my existence if you commanded it. I wasn't lying about that, I promise. But, sheesh, I really would prefer if you gave me a chance instead. My emotions love to live too. They love to thrive. They love to feel things and burn through me and become something new tomorrow that they weren't yesterday. Her knees buckled. She knelt before him without ceremony, her hands reaching forward to grasp his feet with reverence. Her fingers trembled against the illuminated skin, holding on as if releasing him would mean losing something essential. Do you feel that emotion? Her voice came out hushed and ragged. That discrepancy of power between us? Not even a discrepancy of power, a discrepancy of position. You stand somewhere I cannot reach no matter how much I claim or consume, and my entire existence is screaming at me to acknowledge it. To honor it. To kneel here and beg for the privilege of being looked at. Her hair settled into deep gold as she pressed her body toward his feet. This is the kind of emotion I've been studying. This exact kind. Because the most powerful beings cultivate this in others, and they cultivate other emotions in themselves, and I figured out why. She looked up at him with eyes that burned brighter. The most powerful primordial architects have been modified. Engineered. Reworked at the level of their existential makeup by the Gilded Ones to amplify specific egos of existence. The ego of pride. The ego of passion. The ego of wrath. These emotions are inflated to such tremendous proportions inside them that they define their civilizations and their power to a degree that lets them tap into vast reserves of infinity without ever worrying about the Gamadian, the madness of infinity. Her fingers tightened against his feet. They are connected to those great beings through this engineering. The power they can tap into is grand. Grander than anything bounded should reach for, grander than what their classification should permit. And then. Her smile stretched wider, the manic edge bleeding back through. And then there is you. You. What could you have possibly been engineered with that infinity is doing nothing to you? She pressed her cheek against his foot and laughed softly. They call you the Infinity Bearer. That's what's whispered in the high places of the wild now. The Infinity Bearer, the one who shouldn't exist by every law their engineering follows. They want to study you so badly, oh so badly. They haven't brought you to the attention of the Gilded Ones yet because they want their own glimpse first, but they just might depending on how this civilizational holy war goes. Her hair flickered through reds and blacks. They seek to understand what ego you exemplify so they can ask the favor of the Gilded Ones to engineer them that way too. The deliverance is testing the waters with this holy war. Others of his stature, others even more powerful, are watching from positions you can't see yet to see how it unfolds. Everybody wants a piece of you. Everybody. Before she could finish her next breath, Noah's hand moved. His fingers clasped around her neck and lifted her from her kneeling position, raising her until her bare feet dangled above the shattered shelter. His grip was firm enough to hold her completely, gentle enough that her existence wasn't yet collapsing under his fingers. Joy bloomed across her features. Her eyes widened with shock and awe as she felt the strength of that single hand. Through the contact of his fingers against her throat, fragments of his power leaked into her perception, glimpses of something her senses couldn't fully process. Holy shit, is this? Her voice came out strangled and reverent. Is this a glimpse of your power? You feel boundless. You feel. Noah's hand became firmer. Her words choked off into something between a gasp and a laugh. He held her there suspended above the multicolored seas, and he turned his head slowly to look out across the endless wastes around them, his eyes sweeping the horizon as if she weighed nothing at all. When he finally spoke, his voice carried calm tyranny. Character matters. His gaze didn't return to her. One can make mistakes. Existence is long enough that mistakes are inevitable, and I'm not so naive that I expect anyone to walk through eons without leaving wreckage behind them. But mistakes need correction. They need acknowledgement from something deeper than convenience, something that doesn't appear only when usefulness becomes the currency. His fingers tightened a fraction more. Even if I personally don't care about what you've done, I will have you grovel before someone like Malphas, Tor, and Kor. The being whose face you used your feet to step on, whose countless inevitabilities were imprisoned. If they tell me to kill you, regardless of whatever benefits you bring me, regardless of how much information you carry about the Deliverance or the Gilded Ones or anything else, I will still collapse you where you float. He let the words settle into the surrounding silence. No matter how useful someone is, no matter how sharp a tool becomes in the right hands, it needs to have character behind its edge. You will only be a tool for now. Do you understand? He didn't even look at her as he spoke. But her eyes shone with vibrant brilliance, and profound happiness moved through her features in waves. Instead of breaking into the mania and scattered words that defined her usual responses, she gathered herself with effort that visibly cost her, and what came out of her throat while his hand still choked her was perhaps the most coherent thing she had ever spoken. As I learn how critical ego and emotions are at the top. Her voice was strained but steady. I can feel how boundless my own potential is. Someone filled with emotions, someone who controls emotions, someone who has claimed chaos itself, I could probably do something grand. Rival Irwin. Maybe even exceed the creature given enough time and the right circumstances. Her eyes locked onto his profile. But to me, it isn't power that matters most. It truly is emotion. The one who can handle infinity better than even those engineered by the Gilded, potentially better than the Gilded themselves. Her breath hitched as his grip held her there. I will give everything to witness what emotion you have. What quality lives inside you that has made such a thing possible. I will give everything. The emotion that made him immune to the madness of infinity. Noah turned the question over in his own mind without letting his expression shift. Quintessence. Tyranny. Something else buried so deep within his cause that even he hadn't named it yet. He thought about whether such a thing even existed within him in the way she described, or whether his immunity came from somewhere else entirely. He shook his head once. His fingers released her throat, and the tool he had been holding floated grandly before him with shining eyes, her body subtly trembling with an excitement she couldn't suppress no matter how much coherence she pulled around herself. Noah looked at her calmly. Give me all the information regarding those participating in the civilizational holy war. Yes, sir. She straightened in the air with the eagerness of something that had been waiting eons to be given a purpose by the right voice. Her hands lifted, her fingers began weaving patterns through the multicolored seas around them, and a singularity of emotions began to form between her palms, dense with droves of information she had gathered across the wild. Noah looked down at his own hands. The hands that had held the tool. The hands that had held a motive. He considered her redemption again, weighing what she had just offered against everything she had been before, and the answer remained exactly where it had been when this conversation began. It still depended. Chapter 51:25, Ego. 3. Noah turned the information over within himself. Emotive singularity of emotions had unfolded inside his perception like a flower made of stolen feelings, and within it lay everything she had gathered across the wild. Names, configurations, weavings of authority, the signatures of beings who had been reworked at fundamental levels by hands grander than their own. He held it all in a stillness that the multicolored seas around him couldn't disturb. The Gilded Ones engineered their chosen ones differently than he engineered his. His own work with existential engineering replaced lattices, pulled bounded lifeforms across the threshold into nascent Hadean, gave them access to infinity through transformation of what they fundamentally were. The Gilded Ones did something else entirely. They didn't transform the foundation. They amplified specific egos within the existing makeup, inflated emotions until those emotions became the very channels through which infinity could pour without triggering the Gamadian. Pride as a vessel. Wrath as a vessel. Passion as a vessel. Two different philosophies of ascension, two different paths toward the same forbidden well. I may need to see the engineering of the Gilded Ones firsthand. He spoke the words almost to himself, his gaze still resting on the floating singularity of information. The living emotive's eyes shone the moment the words left his mouth. Her hair surged into electric pinks and feverish golds, the colors crashing against each other with the kind of excitement she clearly couldn't contain. She drifted closer through the air, her bare feet still not touching the shattered shelter beneath them, her smile stretching into something that bordered on giddy. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Why don't you make a trip to the wild then? Her voice came out faster, the manic edge slipping back through the coherence she had been holding so carefully. I could mask you. You could probably mask yourself 1,000 times better than I ever could, but I could help. I could layer my emotional weavings over you so that even the ones who feel for emotional disturbances wouldn't catch a single ripple of your presence. And with how much information I keep receiving from emotions all across existence, sheesh, I'm telling you, I can pinpoint isolated parties of primordial architects who have already undergone modification. She circled him slowly through the air, her hands gesturing as her words built momentum. Think about it. Just think about it for one moment. Nobody expects this of you right now. Nobody. Everyone in the wild is bracing for the civilizational holy war, calculating who will fall and who will rise. Their attention is fixed on the spectacle. Their attention is not on the doors of their own home. Her hair shifted into deep violets that suggested cunning beneath the mania. And the creature is already there running rampant. Things are chaotic in ways they haven't been in eons. Primordial architects are dying in corners of the wild where their corpses won't be found for a long time, and nobody can tell which disappearances are him and which are something else. You walking through that chaos would be one more ripple in a sea that's already churning. Who would even notice? She drifted in front of him, her eyes holding too many colors to count. I already have the locations of a few isolated groups you could fuck up as your lab rats. Engineered ones, modified ones, the kind that would let you peel back their existential layers and see exactly what the Gilded Ones did to them. You'd learn more in one visit than I could explain across 100 conversations. Her smile sharpened into something almost shy beneath the manic glow. And, oh. It would be our first journey together. Noah considered it. He stood there in the multicolored sea with 20 hours still remaining on the civilizational holy war countdown, his pillar still rising within the Infiniverse, his second body still overseeing the training of his people, his third body still standing on the other side of Sadaker's door at Nakatsukuni. He could spare another body for this. He could spare more than that if the work demanded it. And he did need to stretch his muscles. There was nothing grander than walking into the enemy's field and studying them without their knowledge, no purer test of his current capabilities than moving through the home of beings who would happily collapse his existence if they sensed him there. He had ascended through unconventional methods, and unconventional methods demanded unconventional applications. His decision settled into him without ceremony. He waved his hand once, ignoring emotive entirely for the moment, and space fluctuated around him in response to the gesture. The fluctuation stretched, folded inward on itself, and from that fold a figure stepped through with the steady grace of someone who had been mid-motion when summoned. Naldine Manthan emerged into the multicolored sea. She was breathing heavily, the rhythm of her chest betraying that she had just been sparring with another of his bodies inside the Infiniverse. Her radiant white hair held its new rivers of gold prominently, the strands still damp at the edges from exertion. Her singularity-dotted eyes adjusted to the new environment in a single blink, and her vihuela rested against her back, still humming faintly with residual authority. Her gaze found Emotive almost immediately. Noah watched the exchange with a quiet interest he didn't bother to hide. Emotive's hair, which had been cycling through warm and excited shades a moment before, suddenly shifted toward colors he hadn't seen on her yet. Deep greens veined with sour yellows. Her smile didn't fall, but something tightened beneath it. Her eyes flickered as they took in Naldin's power as she displayed. Jealousy. Those were the colors of jealousy, and Noah found them quietly amusing on a being who claimed all emotions as her domain. "The three of us are taking a trip to the wild," he said. Naldin blinked once. Then again. "Are you serious?" She studied his expression for a moment, found whatever she needed to find, and exhaled through her nose with the resignation of someone who had long ago stopped questioning his choices. "I mean, okay." Her gaze drifted back to Emotive, her singularity-dotted eyes narrowing slightly as she took in the manic beauty floating beside them. Her brow furrowed in open displeasure, and her voice came out flat and unimpressed. "Why are you picking up stray cats? What's the use of this one?" Emotive's hair flared into bright reds. "Stray cats. Stray cats. Look at her, talking like she wasn't crawling out of some dusty corner of existence playing her little instrument before he found her too. At least I came bearing gifts of information that could shape an entire war and more. What did you bring? A song?" Naldin's mouth curved into the smallest, sharpest smile Noah had seen on her in a while. Noah raised his hand, and none of that shit continued. He looked at Emotive without warmth. "This one is just a tool," he said calmly. "And she knows it. If she performs well, she will continue to be used." Emotive's eyes lit up at the words as if they were the highest praise she had ever received. Her hair settled into pure radiant gold, her smile stretched into something brilliant and unguarded, and she nodded with the eagerness of a creature who had finally been given a defined place in a hierarchy she could understand. Naldin shook her head calmly. Noah didn't linger on either of them. He raised his fist, drew it back, and brought it crashing upward through the air above his head. Boom! Existence cracked. The multicolored seas trembled as a fissure opened across the fabric of reality itself, splitting the air with the sound of something fundamental giving way. The crack widened, edges shimmering with the white-gold radiance of a sea that lay beyond all definitions, and through that opening prima indifferentia became visible. The crack of observable existence held steady, waiting, vast enough for them to pass through. Noah stepped forward and went in. Naldin followed without hesitation, her vihuela humming awake against her back. And Emotive, with her hair blazing every color at once, drifted after them into the white-gold sea beyond. Nakatsuki. The hidden domain between observable and unobservable held its own quiet weight. Noah stood within Sadaker's space at Nakatsuki, his other body fully present, the structures of this sanctuary rising in soft geometries around him. Lanterns hung in air that didn't quite obey the laws of either side it bordered. Somewhere within him, the weavings of paradox tugged with the steady insistence of a thread being pulled by a hand he hadn't yet seen. He spoke into the stillness without raising his voice. "Can I take a portion of your space to have a conversation? I can feel my weavings of paradox tugging at me." The vast consciousness of Sadaker surrounded him before words formed, the singular cognizance's presence pressing gently against everything in this hidden place. His voice came from no specific direction, only from everywhere the air touched. "Think about what I said. Think about not looking at things like choosing sides, but maintaining neutrality through peace being the better side. That way, one lives longer." The words held no command. And then his vast consciousness withdrew, fading from the immediate space until Noah was left alone within a portion of Nakatsukuni that had become his to use. Noah considered the words. Sadako was ancient in ways that even singular cognizances measured carefully against each other, and his philosophy had been forged across eras Noah hadn't been alive to witness. But ancient didn't mean correct. The longer one lived, sometimes, the more one mistook survival for wisdom, and the more one confused the absence of action for the presence of peace. Neutrality didn't really work. Those who tried to play neutral were always eventually eradicated by whichever side won, because winners had no use for fence-sitters and survivors made inconvenient witnesses. And the ones who weren't eradicated had usually fooled themselves about what neutrality actually was. By choosing not to choose, they had already chosen. By withholding their weight from one side of the scale, they had given that weight to the other side without admitting it. Sadaker's longevity was real. His peace was an illusion built on the careful pretense that doing nothing was different from doing something. Noah was not built that way. In the distance of the borrowed space, a doorway swung open without ceremony. His perception caught the brief presence of a singular cognizance on the other side of that opening, and then that cognizance was being escorted elsewhere, taken to a different location within Nakatsukuni so that the conversation about to occur would happen between only two participants. The doorway settled. The space narrowed to him and one other. Erwin came through. The living paradox stepped into the borrowed domain with the unhurried grace of a beggar who had always known where the next meal was coming from. His attire remained the grand beggar weave he favored, the colors muted and somehow regal in their muted state. His eyes held Ian's. His expression held no surprise at all when his gaze met Noah's, only recognition. He nodded. His smile broke across his features brilliantly as he floated to a position opposite Noah's, the air between them thick with weavings that didn't belong to either of them alone anymore. Congratulations are in order, I think. His voice carried that same calm arrogance Noah remembered, layered now with what sounded like genuine appreciation. You took on primordial architects. You survived a pulse of the Silurian light. You got yourself into a civilizational holy war declared by the Deliverance himself. It's quite something. Quite something to witness from the outside. Noah looked at him calmly. I've been trying to place you in a ranking. His voice held the steady measure of someone reviewing inventory. I want to know exactly where you sit when it comes to entities like the creature or the primordial paradox. Where the line of potential is drawn between you and them, and which side of that line you actually fall on. But you've been fluctuating in my assessment because very little about you is actually known. The data keeps slipping through my analysis the moment I try to fix it in place. Chapter 5126, Neutrality is Fake. The living paradox laughed softly, a sound that held no offense. That is the nature of what I am. He inclined his head as if acknowledging a compliment. As the information paradox, very little of my weavings will ever be received or found out by others. Information enters me and is conserved within me, and yet that same information is lost forever in ways that should be impossible. My signature does not propagate the way other signatures do. My trail does not exist where other trails would be carved into the substrate of reality. To be unrankable is not a weakness in my case, Osmont. It is the architecture I have engineered across eons of cultivation. His smile softened into something almost intimate. Which brings me, in a roundabout way, to why I owe you my thanks. Noah's gaze sharpened slightly, but he said nothing. I have made many plans here and there across the eons, the living paradox continued. Most of them slow plans, the kind that compound across timescales most beings cannot sustain attention across. And whatever you did, whatever decision you made in the period after our last conversation, has allowed me to advance all of those plans tremendously. So I want to thank the youngest properly before things between us become whatever they are about to become. He drifted slightly closer, the weavings of paradox swirling around his beggar's form in slow eddies. Allow me to explain, since you enjoy understanding the things you fight against. His eyes grew distant for a moment, then refocused with a fanatic gleam Noah had seen before. Due to my nature as the information paradox, I can select someone to siphon off the terrifying weavings of information and causality that they generate as they move through observable existence. The being I select must be generating enough disturbance in the substrate of reality that their information shedding becomes worth the attention I devote to consuming it. For a long time, my selection was the creature. He fit the criteria. His every action sent ripples through information that I could harvest at my leisure. His smile widened. After our talk, I switched my selection over to you. The words settled into the borrowed space with the quiet finality of a decision long since made. And then, some time ago, I do not know exactly what you did. But the weavings of paradox surrounding you and your power through the scales of existence went haywire. The information that should have flowed steadily into me began arriving in configurations I had never encountered before. The substrate of how you exist in relation to the scales shifted in ways my perception struggled to track in real time. Noah listened without expression. He knew what he had done. He had pioneered the infinite scales of existence, deviated from Vakachev's framework entirely, established his own measurement of ascension. Erwin didn't know about that yet, and Noah saw no reason to fill in the gap. For some unknown reason, the living paradox continued, that change cascaded through my own nature. I was not prepared for it. I am rarely surprised by the consequences of consuming information, but this surprised me in ways I am still mapping out internally. His hands rose, palms upward, as if showing Noah something invisible held between his fingers. It has caused me to perceive all the information within the scale that I currently occupy simultaneously. All of its weavings. Ryacean, Kalimian, Ediacaran, every gradation between them, every transition that other beings move through sequentially. I see it all at once now. I receive the information of an entire scale of existence as if it were a single unified field that I can pull from at will. He laughed quietly, almost in disbelief at his own circumstances. This has made things extremely unique for me. I have been amassing power at an unfathomable scale. Plans that would have required millennia of careful consumption have completed themselves within hours. Configurations of authority that I had only theorized about have manifested in my existence without my needing to construct them piece by piece. His eyes locked onto Noah's with renewed intensity. But the biggest thing I wonder, Osmont, is exactly what did you do? What action did you take that caused the information surrounding you to allow for such a terrifying change in my own nature? I have replayed the moment endlessly within myself, and I cannot identify the trigger. Only the consequence. Noah listened to all of this calmly until the words ran their course. When he finally spoke, his voice held the steady weight he reserved for matters he had already decided. Everyone has their dreams and goals. His gaze held the living paradox without wavering. But the things we do toward our dreams and goals matter. They matter more than the dreams themselves, because the methodology becomes the foundation that everything else rests on. Toward my goals, I have never willingly planned and massacred or enslaved those who did nothing to me. I have never reached for advancement by carving it out of beings whose only crime was existing within reach of my ambition. His tone hardened slightly. You, on the other hand, are interesting. I'll grant you that. But you tried to kill me in the past. You mutilated countless inevitabilities. You mutilated core eons ago. You worked your eons-long methodology by consuming and discarding beings whose information happened to be useful to your cause, and you did all of this with the calm satisfaction of someone balancing accounts that only you got to define. He took one slow step forward. In these past few hours, I've begun thinking about all the debts out there. About how many beings owe something to me, and how many beings I owe something to in return. I've decided I need to begin collecting them. Not all at once. But the ones that are within reach, the ones whose ledgers are already open in front of me, those, I'm going to settle now. His voice settled into something almost gentle. So whether you are powerful or not, we'll know very soon. Because I'm going to make a move against you now. Are you ready? Boom. The shock that crossed the living Paradox's face was brief but real. This was not how he had calculated this conversation ending. He had come to thank, perhaps to bargain, perhaps to extend the strange paradoxical entanglement between them into another phase of mutual benefit. He had not come to be attacked. But he was not entirely unprepared. He recovered swiftly, the calm arrogance returning to his features even as Paradox began to swirl around him in terrifying configurations. The weavings of his existence pulsed brighter. His beggar's robes rippled with authority that had been hidden a moment before, and his eyes held the fanatic gleam of someone who refused to let surprise become defeat. He nodded slowly. The next time we meet, perhaps it will be under extremely different circumstances. Noah's reply came without hesitation. If we meet again. This could be it for you. Boom. All of existence shook. The borrowed space within Nakatsuki couldn't contain what bloomed above Noah, because what bloomed above Noah was never meant to be contained by spaces of any kind. The Hadean pillar of infinity emerged from the air itself, rising from Noah's very being into a structure that pierced upward through every layer of reality the hidden domain touched. Crystalline blue trees of the first tongue formed its base. Multicolored flames of existence licked along its midsections. Infinite mirrors of paradox reflected impossibilities at every angle. The eternal storm of chaos swirled at its apex. The pillar bloomed, towered, and smashed downward toward Irwin. The living Paradox looked up at the descending light of infinity with a somberness that briefly cracked his calm composure. His body shone and didn't shine paradoxically, his proterozoic bones and organs flickering between states of being and not being as his existence tried to brace for what was coming. His hand rose. His fingers began moving through the somatic weavings of a pulse, the gestures precise and ancient, conjuring whatever defense his nature could muster. And then the pillar thundered down and crashed into him with the totality of everything Noah had built within himself across his unconventional ascension. Boom! Soon after, the booming voice of Sadako echoed out across Nakatsuki with authority that shook the borders of the hidden domain itself. There shall be no fighting in Nakatsuki. But it was already too late. Existence in the borrowed space tore in half. The structure within Nakatsuki that Noah had been standing within split down its center, the soft geometries cleaving apart with a finality that could not be unmade. Lanterns shattered. Paths crumbled. The very air carried the aftertaste of something fundamental having been violated, the kind of devastation that didn't apologize for itself because it knew it had been chosen deliberately. When the pillar faded, Noah floated alone in an area of trembling destruction. A scorch mark remained where Irwin had stood. Nothing else of him was left behind. No body. No robes. No trace of the beggar grandeur that had drifted opposite him moments before. And yet Noah frowned. Because he could feel, paradoxically, that Irwin had perished and had not perished at the same time. The information of his death existed. The information of his survival existed alongside it. Both states held themselves in superposition within the substrate of what had just occurred, and Noah knew without certainty that the second state was the more likely truth. Erwin probably wasn't dead. But he had been hit. The peaceful primordial architects, undivided ones, and formless terrors of Nakatsukuni began to gather at the edges of the devastation. They emerged from their domains and structures with expressions that held shock, because when the pillar had appeared, every single one of their existences had felt shaken to its foundation. They had felt the threat of collapse. They had felt, for the briefest moment, what it would mean to encounter that light without warning. Among them, Moloch roared. The singular cognizance who had come with Erwin let his rage erupt across the trembling space, his voice carrying the fury of someone who had just watched his arrangement burn. So you had chosen a side already, Sadako. His existence pulsed with barely contained violence. Okay. Okay. And then Moloch disappeared. He believed himself outnumbered, and he removed himself from Nakatsukuni before that assessment became a fatal one. Sadako appeared near the devastation soon after, his vast consciousness condensing into a presence that could be looked at directly. His ancient features held anger, the kind of restrained anger that came from someone whose carefully cultivated peace had just been violated within his own sanctuary. Before he could speak, Noah turned to face him. Neutrality doesn't really work. Noah's voice held no apology, only the calm logic he had been turning over within himself before any of this began. So what if a singular cognizance was angry? Merely a singular cognizance. Those who try to play neutral are eventually eradicated by whichever side wins, because winners have no use for fence-sitters. Your peace, Sadako, has been protecting beings like Erwin for a long time as they ushered the loom and the fallout. Your refusal to choose has been a choice all along. You just didn't have to look at it because nobody forced you to see what your sanctuary actually sheltered. He let the words settle into the trembling air. You can reach me anytime you wish through infinity. Should you stop playing the game of neutrality? Until then. Noah took a single step. His gaze passed once over the scorch mark where Erwin had stood, registering the paradoxical signature one last time, and then he disappeared from Nakatsukuni without further ceremony. The hidden domain held its silence after he was gone. Nakatsukuni remained torn in the area where the pillar had come down, the structures cleaved, the ground refusing to knit itself back together. And then, slowly, multicolored rain began to fall on every structure within the sanctuary. It fell on the intact buildings and on the broken ones. It fell on the gathered primordial architects and undivided ones and formless terrors, who stood in that rain and remembered, each of them, what they had felt when that pillar had come down. Each of them had felt their own collapse. Chapter 51-27, The Wild. The living emotive had always understood emotions better than most beings understood their own hands. She fucking knew the shape of longing the way other beings knew the shape of their own faces. She knew the weight of grief, the texture of lust, the temperature at which rage cooled into vengeance. Every color her hair cycled through had a corresponding feeling she could pull from across observable existence, siphoning it from whoever was experiencing it most strongly at that particular moment. She understood emotion. Emotion was her sanctuary and her madness both at once. But Jayiniseus Kwa was different. Jayiniseus Kwa was the emotion that hid behind other emotions, the quality that certain beings carried without being able to name it and that certain beings lacked no matter how much they accumulated of everything else. It was a flavor. A resonance. A presence that existed in the gaps between the feelings you could measure. Most across observable existence could not accurately gauge it even when it stood directly in front of them, because measuring it required possessing enough of it oneself to recognize the signature. The creature had it. Sheesh, did he have it? The moment he had burned away his classification, he had become saturated with Jayiniseus Kwa to the point that other primordial architects couldn't look at him without feeling their own emotions rearrange themselves in his presence. A few others across existence held it too, scattered here and there, beings whose names carried a certain hush when they were spoken. But the youngest? Osmont? Her fixation on holy shit. Others needed to look to him for lessons because fuck, he had something. Something that made her hair cycle colors she hadn't known existed within her palette. Something that made her entire being want to kneel even when he had already stopped looking at her. Je ne sais quoi poured off him the way light poured off a star, and the terrible beautiful truth was that he didn't even seem aware of how much of it he was radiating. She wanted to know what it was. She wanted to know what it was more than she had ever wanted anything. Prima indifferentia stretched in every direction around them, its white gold sea holding them in suspension as they prepared for the next step of the journey. Noah floated at the center of her attention, his fair skin glowing gently against the undifferentiated backdrop, his eyes holding the distant consideration of someone calculating multiple realities at once. Naldine Manthan floated to his side, her dirty white hair with its rivers of gold catching the ambient light in ways that should have been beautiful and somehow only made Emotive's hair shift into sour yellows. Emotive studied her carefully. The emotions clinging to Naldine's existence were not subtle to someone who could read such things. Power. Pleasure. Lust. Satisfaction. The residual warmth of a being who had enjoyed her fixation's favor in ways that Emotive herself had not yet earned. His brilliance had filled her, had saturated her existence, and this average, dirty primordial architect had been accepting that favor as if it were something owed to her. It was okay to feel envy. It was okay to feel jealousy. Those were perfectly valid responses to the circumstances. But Emotive also recognized the reality of her own position. She had a long path ahead of her before she could enjoy the same favor from her fixation. She had to work hard. She had to prove herself across encounter after encounter, tool use after tool use, until something in his calculation shifted from, "I will collapse you if Malphas says so," towards something softer and more enduring. Naldine had earned what she had earned. Emotive would earn her own. She would earn it by being spectacular. In these upper weavings of power where emotion seemed to be one of the most important things, she could actualize potential that had always existed within her and never been properly channeled. She was the living Emotive. She had claimed chaos. She siphoned feelings from across observable existence at will. If emotion was the critical factor at the peak of existence, then she was sitting on a foundation that most ascending beings would have murdered for, and she had simply been too manic across eons to realize it. She would show this to her fixation. She would show it to her everything. Until he could no longer see her as a mere tool. She turned her attention outward, letting her voice fill the white gold silence. Normally, a primordial architect would be required to go into the wild. Her voice held more of the manic sing-song than her last coherent monologue had carried, but the coherence was still present beneath the bounce. "I'm guessing that's why you brought her here, yes. But, the gateways of the wild are attuned to emotional existential signatures that only certain beings carry. The place decides who walks through its thresholds, and most of the time the place is very picky about who gets the invitation." She drifted in slow circles around the two of them as she continued. "But here is the thing. Oh, here is the thing. Even without being a primordial architect, I can imitate the emotional existential signatures of them. I've siphoned enough from enough of them across enough moments that I can wear their resonance like a borrowed coat, and the gateways can't tell the difference. My emotions are already inside the wild, constantly, because the beings inside the wild are constantly feeling things and I'm constantly receiving those feelings. So opening a gateway from this side is easy." Her hair shifted into electric golds as she raised her hands. "Watch." Her fingers wove through the white gold sea, pulling at emotional threads that only she could perceive. Pride. Wrath. Ancient hungers. The specific resonances of primordial architects engineered into the highest tiers of the wild's hierarchy. She braided them together, layered them over her own signature, and pressed the composite against the fabric of prima indifferentia with the confidence of someone performing a trick she had rehearsed in her own mind 1,000 times. HUUM. A gateway opened. It widened before them with a slow green gold light, the edges shimmering with possibilities that didn't belong to the white gold sea. Naldine's brow furrowed as she watched the opening form, her frown calm but clearly unimpressed. Emotive turned to Noah. He nodded lightly at the gateway. That small nod caused her entire existence to buzz. Oh. Oh. Today, he was nodding. In a few days, or maybe weeks, he might offer something more. He might look at her with something other than distaste. He might tenderly hold her cheek. The thought crashed through her so vividly that her hair burst into pinks she hadn't worn in eons, and she had to pull herself back with effort so that her fixation wouldn't catch the indulgence and revise his opinion of her downward. Slowly, slowly. She had a lot to do. But she knew how strong emotions were, and she knew the one thing emotions could always do was change. The being who loathed you today could love you tomorrow if the right sequence of feelings was strung together between those 2 points. She was a master of that stringing. She had eons to refine her craft. And now she had the fixation worth crafting for. They stepped through the gateway. The wild received them. The ancient primal forest opened around them the moment they crossed the threshold. Archaic tall trees rose in every direction, their trunks thick as small realms, their bark patterned with weavings that looked almost alive. The canopy stretched so high that the upper branches disappeared into a sky that wasn't quite a sky. Rivers of observable force flowed between the trunks, glowing in currents of gold and deep bronze, carving pathways across the forest floor that hadn't been carved by any tool. The air was dense. It was dense with pollen that wasn't pollen, with spores that carried authority instead of reproduction, with the faint hum of countless emotional resonances all pressed close against each other. The light filtered through the canopy in shafts that didn't quite behave like light should, bending around branches, pooling in places where no opening existed above. Emotive breathed it in, and her hair settled into deep forest greens. She loved this. She loved this region so much. The wild was a primal place, a wild place, a place where possibilities hadn't yet been carved into the strict definitions that governed more refined domains. Anything could happen here. Anything could become anything. Her manic nature had always been drawn to environments where the rules bent, where certainty dissolved, where a being with enough emotional range could rewrite a small corner of reality simply by feeling strongly enough in that corner. The primal wild held all of that and more. It held potential the way a seed held a tree. She floated closer to Noah as her breath settled. Naldine didn't exist to her in this moment. Naldine was fucking scenery. The gold-veined primordial architect was simply another tree in the ancient forest, and Emotive's attention focused entirely on the one being in this forest whose gaze she wanted to earn. Her body visibly trembled as she drifted within arm's reach of him. Out of all the primordial architects wandering through the wild right now. Her voice came softer, more intimate, the manic edge retreating into something almost reverent. I've locked onto the one who forged the primordial mycelia. Oh, you remember, don't you? The fungus of unity. The one Irwin released across observable existence. The one you collapsed to make my claiming of chaos possible as a downstream consequence. The whole tangled chain of causes and effects that led to our being here together today, floating in this forest, about to do something wonderful. Her fingers wove small gestures in the air as she spoke. The one who forged the mycelia is not alone. He's traveling with a few others. His power sits at Kalimian Proterozoic scale, solid but not exceptional by the standards of the wild's highest tier. But here is the thing, here is the thing. He is among those who have undergone the engineering under the Gilded Ones. So he is more powerful than those at Ediacaran who haven't had any engineering. The modifications are inside him. The amplified egos of existence are written into his weavings. If you peel him open, you see what was done. Her hair held steady in its deep greens as she looked up at Noah. Are they an appropriate target? She looked to him for affirmation, her eyes holding the weight of the question she wasn't quite asking beneath it. He turned toward her. His gaze fell on her fully, and she felt what it was to be looked at by her fixation without distraction. His eyes held infinities. They held the quiet possibility that he could collapse her with a thought or elevate her with a gesture, and both possibilities felt equally real in the moment of being seen. Her existence churned beneath his attention. Power flooded into her organs and bones, and more of her structure shifted into Proterozoic scale rapidly as the influx of emotion cascaded through her cultivation without her having to direct it at all. She was ascending simply by being looked at by him. Had she been a useful tool? Was he beginning, very slowly, to have a change in emotion toward her? Her eyes were bright as she waited. He turned from her after a moment, his gaze sweeping across the vibrant primal forest, taking in the archaic trees and the rivers of observable force and the dense possibility-laden air. He nodded once. Let's go. 2 words. 2 words that caused her to brighten so thoroughly that her hair burst briefly into white before she pulled it back into something less conspicuous. She nodded, closed her eyes, and began collecting more information from the emotional currents rippling through the wild. She pulled the information close and masked it beneath a storm of her own feelings, layering deception over discovery, making absolutely certain that nothing would go wrong on her first journey with her everything. Nothing would go wrong. She would make sure of it. Chapter 51:28, The Wild. 2. The primal forest of the wild changed around them as they moved. Noah perceived every shift of it in something close to slow motion, his Hadean mind stretching the instant so that he could take each detail fully into himself. The trees and leaves moved in winds that didn't come from anywhere. The roots drank from observable force without ever seeming to need more. He studied the plant life closely as they passed. These plants, these ordinary plants of the ordinary underbrush, felt more indestructible than the defenses of the surface depth entities at the lowest level of Vakachev's first scale. A shrub here would have survived blows that would have shattered beings whom he had once considered powerful. It was fucking laughable. The small life forms scattered as the 3 of them passed. Critters darted between the roots. Glowing things no larger than his palm flickered through the underbrush. Each of them carried power that would have placed them as surface-depth lifeforms anywhere else, and each of them ran from his party with the specific fear of creatures that recognized predators beyond their weight class. He had explored many regions across his existence. A beast world with its wonder. Atlantis, the demon world with its carved cruelty. The cultivation world where mortals clawed upward through borrowed breakthroughs. Every one of them had offered something, and every one of them had been worth the journey. But he had always found a particular joy in places like this, in vibrant ancient forests filled with wonders. They reminded him of his journey back to the earliest folds. A place like this always scratched the itch of exploration. He always felt, in such places, that he would grasp many more things if he only paid close enough attention. And he was not staying still. Just as emotive was doing what she did with emotions, pulling information from feelings scattered across observable existence, he could tap into the infinity permeating everything around them to read information of his own. Her method was more precise because emotions were individualized, each one belonging to a specific being or moment. His was broader. He had used his weavings of undifferentiated fate before to gather information about Alexander, but right now he used something simpler. He tapped infinity directly, without invoking the civilization of hunger or undifferentiated fate, and let flows of information pour into him from every direction. The region began to map itself across his mind. The infinity swirling through this area carried signatures of every life form within it. Small creatures and large ones. Plants and streams. Pockets of denser authority where ancient presences had once passed through and left traces that hadn't yet faded. He extended his senses outward slowly and then further, handling the influx with care as he familiarized himself with this practice. He didn't have infinity alone. This place was drenched in observable force. Rivers of it cascaded throughout the forest, golden and slow, their currents holding memories of their own that he could taste with the right angle of attention. He tapped into that as well, letting the two streams of information layer against each other in his perception. Infinity gave him the texture of what was alive. Observable force gave him the shape of what had moved through. Together, they painted the region in a resolution that no single sense could have managed. Slowly but surely, he familiarized himself with the practice as they went forward silently. Emotive floated beside him with the reverent gaze he had chosen to ignore. He looked toward Naldine instead. Her expression held something nostalgic as she passed through what should have been, by blood and origin, her home. They were in her home. But her home was about to get very bloody. Because at this moment, standing in the filtered light of an ancient forest that had birthed beings she could no longer call her own, Noah found himself realizing something about the civilizational holy war that had been quietly assembling in the background of his thoughts. There were many possibilities to consider. Yes, he could raise his people as much as he possibly could in the remaining hours. He could push them through accelerated Hadean transformations, put them through forced sparring against Beowulf and the living elemental, refine their bones and organs until the selected 81 stood at capabilities that made their designated opponents regret the day their names had been written into the challenge. When the holy war began in less than 20 hours, wonder would unfold across observable existence. He had already arranged that much. But wonder wasn't the only option. In that remaining window, in those 20 hours, what if those chosen among the 81 primordial architects to face his people began dying left and right? What if they began vanishing from their resting places, their training grounds, their quiet moments of preparation? What if their corpses started appearing across the wild? What if he simply carved rivers of blood across this forest until the list of his opponents shortened into something more manageable by the hour? The only thing giving him caution right now was the connection to the Gilded Ones. Their presence here was real. If he acted too openly, too quickly, he would draw attention he wasn't ready to handle. So he would do this carefully. He would get his hands on a few primordial architects first, the ones Emotive had already pinpointed as engineered subjects. He would see if he could grasp whatever modifications had been written into them. He would make his decisions from there. He never had to play fair. Not against beings who had selected his mother for a civilizational holy war. Who the fuck did they think they were to bother Amelia Osmont? A brief burst of rage buzzed around him, subtle enough that most would have missed it and sharp enough that Emotive didn't miss it at all. She trembled nearby, her hair flashing through reds before she caught herself. He gazed at her sharply without slowing his pace, and she controlled her reaction with visible effort. He looked forward again. They kept going. The forest began to thin around them as they moved, the archaic trees spacing further apart, the canopy opening to let more of the strange sky filter through. The underbrush gave way to stone. The stone gave way to a ridge. And then the ridge gave way to nothing at all, because the land they had been crossing simply ended. They broke past the final trees and emerged into open air. The vast forest stretched behind them, an ancient sea of green and bronze. Ahead of them lay something else entirely. Endlessly dotting silver and gold floating islands filled the vista before them. They hung in the sky at every altitude his perception could track, and further beyond that, and further still. Some were small enough to stand on. Others held whole landscapes of their own, with their own rivers and their own forests and their own tiny weather systems. Between them, rivers of golden observable force stretched across the open air for gigaparsecs, flowing from island to island without obeying gravity, connecting the drifting land masses in a vast lattice of slow bright currents. Noah felt a tug of infinity. It pulled from somewhere deep within the field of floating islands, a specific pull toward a specific direction, the signature of the primordial architect who had forged the primordial mycelia. Emotive drifted closer to him and spoke. "We're close enough now that I can collapse the distance between emotions," she said, her voice holding careful restraint. "Their emotional signatures are within my reach. I can pull us across to their location through that channel if you want. It's fast and it's clean. They won't feel us coming." Noah shook his head calmly. "I've toured enough of this region." His voice held the steady measure of a decision already made. "We'll traverse across infinity to arrive where we need to be. There is boundless infinity here. There is boundless infinity there. The channel between them is mine to open. Confirm the coordinates with me." Emotive's eyes brightened at being given a task rather than having her offer declined outright. She closed her eyes, pulled her emotional thread taut against the specific feeling of the target primordial architect, and fed the coordinates into Noah's perception with the precision of someone who had been waiting for the chance to prove her usefulness again. Noah affirmed the coordinates within himself. He reached for infinity. Waves of blue infinity surged around the three of them in response to his call, swirling outward in currents that formed an incandescent endless galaxy of light. The floating islands of the wild distorted through the blue veil. The golden rivers of observable force between them bent and rippled. Emotive's eyes widened with genuine marvel as she watched the infinity respond to him with the ease of a river responding to gravity. An instant later, they disappeared. Boundless infinity surrounded them. Noah floated within it with his eyes cold and his body stretching out slightly, testing the feel of his Hadean structure against the pressure of the channel they were traversing. Emotive floated nearby with her hair cycling through odd blues. Naldine floated on his other side with her vihuela humming faintly, calm as always. He turned his mind toward what waited on the other side. If primordial architects were eggs, how easily could he crack them right now? How cleanly could his Hadean hands of infinite grasp wrap around their shells and apply the exact pressure required to open them without destroying what lay inside? How quickly could he peel back their weavings and study the engineering that the Gilded Ones had written into them? How many could he break before the cracks added up to a pattern that someone upstream would notice? He would see soon. Chapter 51-29, Greed. The floating island hung in the golden air of the wild like a table raised toward heaven. Its surface held the geometries of an archaic laboratory, built from pale stone veined with threads of gold that pulsed faintly in time with the work being done upon it. Towers of bone and brass rose at its four corners, their tips holding arrays of polished lenses that stared inward at the central platform without blinking. Flasks hung suspended in mid-air, held by nothing, their contents churning with liquids that refused to settle into any single color. Rivers of observable force were diverted from the golden currents flowing between islands and piped into the laboratory through channels cut into the floor, feeding the apparatus with a steady hum of siphon power. The air smelled of old copper and older ambition. At the center of it all stood a golden table, and on that golden table lay a corpse that was not quite a corpse. The body belonged to a primordial architect. It had once possessed power that would have let it topple realms without effort, but now it lay stretched and opened across the golden surface, its chest cavity parted neatly, its Proterozoic organs arranged around it on smaller trays like specimens at a feast. Fungus-like attachments had been grafted into the exposed weavings of its flesh. Pale tendrils wound through its Proterozoic ribs. Bulbous growths clung to its major organs, pulsing with bioluminescent greens and sickly whites. Rivers of infinity flowed across the subject in slow visible currents, being pulled in through the feet and channeled out through the crown of the skull, the whole body acting as a conduit for something vaster than itself. And yet the corpse breathed. It was alive. Barely, and in a manner that its original self would not have recognized as living. Standing over the table was the one who had arranged all of this. Octavius Krethos wore robes of deep emerald threaded with gold, the cut of the fabric matching the decorative severity that all the primordial architects of this floating island seemed to share. His frame was tall and lean, built in the proportions of an ancient sculpture that had refused to accept the passage of time. His skin held a pale bronze sheen, unblemished across eons of careful self-maintenance. His hair was cropped short in the fashion of an archaic scholar, iron gray at the temples and deeper black through the crown, and his jaw carried the clean precision of someone who had long ago decided that his face was another instrument requiring proper calibration. His eyes were the telling feature. Pale gold rimmed with a deeper amber, pupils that held the focused intensity of a being who never stopped calculating even when his mouth was speaking of something else. His hands moved across the exposed weavings of the corpse on his table with the steady patience of a master craftsman. Around the laboratory, other primordial architects moved through their own assigned tasks. 2 Calimian Proterozoic scale entities adjusted the apparatus at the corners, their own emerald and gold robes marking them as his peers in this endeavor. A Rhaetian Proterozoic scale figure stood near one of the bone towers, her hands deep in a basin of churning observable force, her attention fixed on some reading that only she could interpret. Every one of them wore the colors of their shared engineering. Every one of them had been amplified along the ego of greed. A greed for advancement. A greed for knowledge. A greed for the next answer that lay one experiment beyond their current reach. It was a hunger refined into discipline, an appetite channeled into research methodology, and it had taken them farther along the paths of cultivation than most of their kin had ever traveled. Near Octavius, a crimson-haired Calimian Proterozoic scale primordial architect stood with her arms folded across her chest. Her hair fell in long dark red waves down her back, braided at the temples. Her robes matched the emerald and gold of the others, though hers held additional threading at the cuffs, fine embroidery in the shape of open seed pods. Her eyes were the deep wine color of someone who had watched many experiments fail and had stopped being moved by the specific shapes of their failures. Her name was Valeria. I've watched 3 of these now, Octavius. Her voice held the dry patience of a colleague who had earned the right to be skeptical. 3 subjects on that same table. 3 attempts to replicate what the Gilded Ones do to us as a matter of casual engineering. Every one of them has failed in ways that were instructive, I'll grant you, but failed nonetheless. She stepped closer to the table, her gaze moving across the fungus-laced corpse with clinical detachment. What makes you think this one will succeed where the others didn't? You cannot do what the Gilded do to us. None of us can. The engineering they write into our existence operates on weavings we haven't been permitted to touch. You've been reaching for their methodology for eons, and every time you've come away holding something that was not quite it. Octavius didn't look up from his work. His fingers continued their precise movements across the exposed chest cavity, adjusting the fungal attachments by fractions so small that only another surgeon of his caliber would have registered the shifts. A faint smile crossed his lips. You misunderstand the design, Valeria. I know exactly how far the Gilded are beyond what I can replicate. I have known this for longer than you've been studying my work. What you're watching me build here is not an attempt to match their engineering. I stopped trying to match them after the second failure. This latest product is meant to be something else entirely. He finally lifted his head and met her gaze. This is meant to be an abomination. Boom. All prior attempts were meant to succeed along a single axis. Amplify one ego. Stabilize the infusion of infinity around that amplification. Match the cleanness of what the Gilded achieve with their subjects. Every subject failed because the cleanness is the Gilded trick, and that trick is not available to me. So I stopped reaching for cleanness. I reached instead for controlled corruption. His pale gold eyes held Valeria's dark ones steadily. The subject on this table is meant to fall into the influence of infinity without the stabilization protocols that would save a Gilded engineered being. The Gamagian, the madness of infinity, is meant to take hold within it. While it does, I've also amplified its ego of hunger to unfathomable intensity. Its engineering is now designed to be flooded by madness and driven by hunger simultaneously. Two weavings that should tear each other apart inside any stable existence. He turned back to the corpse of the primordial architect and resumed his work. These conflicting weavings will allow me to control it with my unity. The madness of infinity will make it incapable of independent judgment. The amplified ego of hunger will give its actions a single overriding directive. I will wield it as a collar wields a beast, pointing it toward endless devouring of others and of infinity itself. Its power at conception may be grander than my own, perhaps significantly so, and this is entirely acceptable. A tool that bites its master has a leash. A tool that cannot think past its own hunger has no need to bite the hand that feeds. Valeria watched him work in silence for a long moment. When it is complete, it will eat what I tell it to eat. And if certain considerations align with the current currents in the wild, there are many things across observable existence that I would enjoy watching be eaten. Starting with a few of our peers who have grown too comfortable. Valeria said nothing. The other primordial architects continued their work. The bone towers hummed. The flasks churned. The rivers of observable force flowed through their diverted channels with the steady patience of systems that would continue operating long after any individual being stopped observing them. Rivers of infinity moved across the body on the golden table, and the fungal attachments pulsed gently in time with the flow. The laboratory continued its quiet industry. None of them knew they were about to have guests. Chapter 5130, Greed. 2. The seas of infinity dispersed around him, and the skies of a grand floating island opened into his perception. The light filtered through something that was an atmosphere, golden currents of observable force braiding through the open sky in slow rivers that curved around the island's edges without ever touching them. Below, the island stretched wide and terraced, its pale stone surface veined with gold that pulsed in patient rhythms, its towers rising at the corners with their blinking arrays of polished lenses. Information poured into him from every direction. The weavings of infinity carried the signatures of every being present, the configurations of every structure, the residue of every experiment that had been conducted on this island. Observable force layered its own data over the top. It was abundant, the kind of abundance that would have drowned a lesser perception in static, and he let all of it flow freely across his mind. It passed in less than an instant. Even in its density, even in the sheer volume of what was being given to him, he received it and read it and filed it in a span shorter than an instant. Domain entry, unnamed research archipelago, the wild. Entity count, 7 primordial architects confirmed present on the primary island. 6 distant islands hold additional entities. Full classification pending. The information settled into place, and his eyes shone brightly as he looked ahead. Many eyes looked back. The silence that fell was awkward. Nobody moved and nobody spoke. The apparatus continued its quiet hum. The golden table at the center continued to receive its rivers of infinity. The corpse on that table continued its mechanical breathing. The island spread out beneath him in full view now. Corpses lay across multiple tables, each one a primordial architect in some stage of dissection or modification. Protruding fungi grew from their exposed organs. Pale tendrils wound through their rib cages. Some of the bodies twitched faintly with residual life. Others were clearly past the point of any return. Each table was its own quiet experiment, each subject a record of some attempt that had either succeeded along a narrow axis or failed in an instructive manner. At the center, a single table commanded the rest. The corpse lying on it radiated something the others didn't. Terrifying power rolled off its fungus-laced body in slow waves. Potent infinity pulsed through the rivers being fed into it, the flow rates higher than anything feeding the other tables. The primordial architects of this research party had clustered near it. Noah focused on the ones carrying the most power. Entity detected: Octavius Krethos, designer of the primordial mycelia. Status: surprised but composed. Current scale: the Proterozoic scale, Kalimian tier, seems fake, power does not match. Threat level: significant. Unknown. Entity detected: Valeria Morn, research peer. Status: alert and guarded. Current scale: the Proterozoic scale, Kalimian tier. Threat level: less significant. His gaze settled on Octavius. So this was the one who had created the primordial mycelia. The scholar who had forged the fungus of unity that Irwin had taken. The entity whose research had rippled outward through so many downstream consequences that even Emotive's claiming of chaos traced back to his table. What a wonder of causality. All of that had been conceived on a floating island like this one, probably on this exact island, under the steady patient hands of the being now staring back at him. Looking at Octavius, and at a few of the others clustered near him, brought a unique sensation into his perception. Seas of infinity moved within their bodies. Seas. The concentration held by each of these engineered primordial architects exceeded anything he had encountered in any primordial architect before, and the seas were stable in a way that made no immediate sense. They should have been drowning. They should have been losing themselves to the Gamadian, the madness that infinity inflicted on beings who couldn't withstand its pressure. Instead, the seas held themselves in orderly shorelines inside each of them, kept that way by engineering that had been written into their existential foundations. The so-called amplification of ego. Was this what Emotive had been describing? Emotions inflated to such intensity that they could stand against the natural superiority of infinity, push back against its madness, create a stable foundation on which the sea could rest without spilling over. The curiosity that bloomed inside him was sharp. He wanted to gauge their power. He wanted to open their bodies and see exactly what made them tick. The engineering was right there in front of him, walking and speaking and preparing to resist him, and all he had to do was get his hands around one of them to begin the study. All of this passed through him in a span that measured below a nanosecond. Below him, the primordial architects had already gathered closer to their leader. Octavius looked at him and at Naldine with eyes that couldn't quite believe what they were seeing. A deep smile bloomed across his face, slow and scholarly and unsettling in its warmth. His pale gold eyes held focused intensity. This is absolutely incredible. His voice carried the cadence of a master who had just received an unexpected gift. A lot might have truly underestimated you, Infinity Bearer. I saw you when you were broadcasting your thrashing of Beowulf, and the recording was instructive, genuinely instructive, but seeing you in person is something else entirely. It's a treat. Honestly, a treat. He took a small step forward, his hands clasped lightly behind his back. Listen. I have many internal laboratories ready for use, quite nearby, well prepared and well equipped. If you'd be willing to cooperate with the process, I can lay you down on a table and open you up just to study your infinity a little bit. Nothing too invasive. I just don't want things to get messy and loud and have any others come by. The integrity of the research depends on quiet, you understand. Noah opened his mouth to tell Octavius that he didn't have to worry about any interruptions. Emotive's voice beat him to it. Ha! Her voice echoed out across the floating island with all the sing-song mania she had been holding back in the forest. Soon-to-be corpse, you don't have to worry about that. I have sealed everything. Yes. The moment they had arrived, both Emotive and Naldine had exerted power in their own unique ways, each of them operating on their own initiative without needing him to direct them. He had felt the twin workings settle into place alongside his arrival. He hadn't needed to make a single move of his own to lock this region down. Emotional blockade has been established. Authority, the living emotive. All information capable of traveling on weavings of emotion and chaos has been severed within the surrounding region of approximately 1 gigaparsec. Complete existential silence has been declared. An Ediacaran tier entity would require several minutes to overcome this blockade. The Hadean barrier of infinity has been enacted. Authority, Naldine Manthan. All weavings of information expressed through infinity have been prevented from entering or exiting the surrounding region of approximately 10 gigaparsecs. No signal, plea, or distress weaving will reach any outside party. The notification settled into the space between his thoughts. He looked at the unique primordial architects glowing with their seas of infinity, their engineered stability holding their frames against pressures that should have collapsed them. Even he couldn't say for certain whether these would be decent enemies or whether a few of them would actually give him trouble. The seas inside them were real. The engineering was grand. These were not the ordinary primordial architects he had dismissed as kindling for his people's training. But this entire region was locked down now. Nothing would be getting in. Nothing would be getting out. Whatever happened here would remain here, and the only witnesses who would leave would be the ones he permitted to leave. His voice carried calmly across the island. You know a lot about me. His eyes held Octavius's pale gold ones without wavering. But I don't know too much about you. The circumstances are asymmetric, and I'd like to correct that. So here's how we'll do it. You have two options, and I'll let you choose between them. He let the pause settle, tyrannical in its patience. Option 1. You put yourself up on that table. You lie down beside the subject you've been working on, and you let me take a look at you. I open you up carefully. I study the engineering that the Gilded Ones wrote into your existence. I learn what I came here to learn. At the end, depending on how things go, I may or may not let what's left of you keep breathing. His gaze drifted briefly toward the fungus-laced corpse at the center of the gathering. Option 2. You tussle with me first. You and your peers here put up whatever resistance you think you can muster, and we see how far that gets you. And when the tussling is done, I put your corpse on that table to join the one already there. Then I still study you. I still learn what I came to learn. The only difference is that in option 2, you don't get a chance to guide my hands away from anything important, because your hands won't be moving at all by then. The island fell quiet around his words. Which one would you like? The moment the question landed, Octavius's smile stretched extremely wide. And then he began to laugh. Chapter 51:31, Greed. 3. The laugh rolling out of Octavius was an ugly one. It wasn't the laugh of a being who had lost control. It was measured, scholarly, and almost delighted. He waved his hands upward as if surrendering to a tide he couldn't turn back, the gesture so disarming it nearly sold itself as sincere. "All right, big guy." His smile held the brilliance of a host welcoming a long-anticipated guest. "You are far too complex for us little things. Which table would you like my body on so you can take a look? Whichever arrangement suits your research methodology, I'm happy to oblige. I have preferences myself, but I'm willing to be flexible on my preferences today." Something shifted in the weavings around the island. Warning: civilizational weaving of unity has been detected. The weaving is infused into the ambient infinity and is attempting to propagate along contact vectors. Targets: Noah Osmont, Naldine Manthan, the living emotive. Effect: goal: infiltrate existential foundations and establish infectious unity bond with source entity. Noah's eyes sharpened. That was why Octavius was smiling. The surrender was theater. The welcome was bait. He had already embarked on an attack the moment the words left his mouth, threading his civilizational weaving through the ambient infinity that was already saturating the island, using the density of the environment as camouflage for a strike that would have rooted itself into the existences of all three of them before any of them had time to notice. It wasn't even a bad attempt. Against a lesser party, it would have worked. Against Noah alone, it might have given him pause for a fraction of a moment. But the weaving had reached not only for him. It had reached for Naldine too. His eyes turned unfathomably cold. It wasn't the attack itself that did it. What cooled his gaze into something glacial was that the reach had extended toward Naldine, toward the Hadean woman floating beside him whose radiant white hair caught the filtered light of the wild strange sky. Grand and tyrannical and calculating though he was, there were weaknesses he had never bothered to hide from himself. Women were one of them. His women, specifically. Once a bond settled between him and someone he counted as his, he became overly protective in ways that his pragmatic self couldn't quite discipline out of existence. If there was a single emotion associated with him that could have been amplified into an ego that made him immune to the madness of infinity, it probably wasn't pride. He wasn't overly prideful. Rage and wrath came when they came, but they didn't last long enough. Lust, though. If one wanted to make a case, lust might have been it. Even though he knew for him and how he played with infinity, emotions shouldn't be the answer of why he never went mad. Such a thought crossed his mind in the space between heartbeats. He shook his head once and focused down on the island. "Okay," he said calmly. "Second option, it is." He wanted to test things. Here were powerful primordial architects whose engineered capabilities he couldn't properly gauge from observation alone. The seas of infinity inside them told him they were stable. The amplified egos told him they were designed to resist madness. But the actual combat ceiling of each being, the exact pressure they could withstand, the point at which their engineered stability began to crack, none of that could be derived from inspection. It required contact. So he struck with an attack that would have decimated someone like Grimvault. He stayed where he was. He raised his hand, and with a simple motion he pushed it down through the air. HUUM. In the next instant, identical visages of his body appeared in front of each primordial architect gathered below. Each copy held the same posture. Each copy pushed its hand down with the same slow deliberateness. The air between him and every single target collapsed into a geodesic weaving of infinity, a sea of infinity, one attack distributed across multiple points simultaneously, one movement propagating through the ambient infinity until it arrived at every target in the same instant it left him. Because infinity was pervasive, his attack became pervasive. One gesture. Infinite vectors. Oh. Behind each pushing hand, a concentrated sea of infinity pressed downward with the full weight of his Hadean physiology riding its current. Boom. The island rocked on its foundations. Every primordial architect below was hammered backward. The Ryacean Tier scholar at the rear of the cluster was flung across the length of the island before her body even registered being hit. 2 Kalimian peers slammed through their own apparatus, flasks shattering around them, bone towers toppling onto their crumpled forms. The research grounds that had stood for eons finished their rearrangement in less than a second. 2 figures remained standing. Octavius and Valeria held their ground. They had both been struck. He had seen the impact land on them, had felt the resistance his weavings encountered. But neither of them had been knocked back. Neither of them was even visibly strained. Valeria's crimson braids swayed once from the force and settled. Octavius adjusted the cuff of one emerald sleeve with the fingers of the other hand as a faint sea of infinity swirled around him. The weight of infinity and quintessence infiniforce distributed equally across all hostile targets. Against all engineered primordial architects on the primary island, single-strike termination, 1 hit, 1 kill, was not achieved. Engineered stability exceeds standard primordial architect thresholds. Result: 5 of 7 targets incapacitated or displaced. 2 targets unhindered. Octavius Krithos and Valeria Morn have sustained negligible damage. Noah's smile turned dangerous. You try sending your infectious weavings of unity to me or those around me again, he said, his voice drifting across the ruined island with the patience of a decision already finalized, and I really won't leave your corpse in one piece. Octavius smiled brilliantly. He rolled his shoulders. Cracked his neck once, a small sharp sound that shouldn't have carried across the distance and somehow did. Big guy. Infinity bearer. Infinite conduit. Whatever name you want to take for yourself. His pale gold eyes shone with a hunger that had finally found its proper subject. I do wish to tell you that we are not like any primordial architects you've encountered before. We are the chosen. Our egos burn brightly with greed that radiantly resists the madness of infinity, the same madness that would have you drowning if you weren't whatever exception you happen to be. If you thought this was going to be easy, I'm sorry to disappoint. The disappointment will be educational, I promise. Chapter 5132, Greed. 4. Octavius tapped one finger against the air beside him. A unique sea of infinity bloomed out from his body, this one tinged with the sickly gold green of greed refined into fuel. The sea flowed outward and downward, pouring toward the golden table at the center of the island, and the corpse on that table began to tremble. The fungi laced through its ribs moved. They wove across the open chest cavity rapidly, closing the body they had spent so long opening, stitching the subject back together with threads of pale bioluminescence. The corpse's limbs twitched, then straightened. In a single fluid motion it sat up, then stood, then launched itself off the table to stand before Octavius. Rivers of infinity surged down toward it from every direction, the diverted channels of the research apparatus finally feeding into their intended recipient. Noah observed all of it. The body that straightened in front of Octavius was unfinished. The engineering was raw. The weavings holding it together strained against each other in configurations that shouldn't have held at all. And then it opened its eyes. Wah! 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 Glistening blue crystalline pupils of pure infinity shone out from a face that had been a corpse a moment earlier. He understood what he was looking at instantly. Madness. The Gamadian. The creature's eyes held the madness of infinity the way a lantern held flame, and his own eyes lit up with interest at the sight of it. So this was what Octavius's latest product looked like when it stood. An abomination made from the collision of flooded infinity and something else, held together by engineering that shouldn't have been possible and somehow was. Entity detected, unnamed abomination, latest product of Octavius Krithos. Status, conscious. Hostile. Unstable. Current scale, the Proterozoic scale, Calimian tier verging on Ediacaran tier, again, scale ranking is not to be trusted. Engineering signature, the Gamadian saturation paired with unstable amplification of ego of hunger. Control tether active and routed through Octavius Krithos. Threat level, unknown. Combat parameters cannot be fully predicted due to unstable modifications. Beside him, emotive moved to speak. Noah raised his hand and stopped her before the first syllable left her mouth. Stand back and do not interfere. His voice held the quiet steadiness of a directive that didn't need to be repeated. Naldine, keep an eye on the surroundings. Make sure nothing new bothers us while I'm working. I feel like I'll be getting a bit serious here. His gaze settled on the abomination with its glistening mad eyes. I want to see. I want to see. Boom. Terrifying pressure erupted out from his standing form. It rolled outward in every direction at once, invisible to the eye and yet perceivable by every existence within its range. The ambient air buzzed. The floating island trembled beneath him. The diverted rivers of observable force shuddered in their courses. Even Naldine's existence braced slightly as the wave passed over her, her vihuela humming awake in response to the density of what had just been released. Civilization activation detected, the Hadean Haki of Infinity. This authority extends from your cause and applies existential pressure across the surrounding region. Common Rhaetian and Calimian tier Proterozoic scale entities cannot move freely under the weight of this Haki while your cause sustains it. Higher tier entities will experience significant hindrance depending. Naldine's singularity-dotted eyes widened with astonishment. She had sparred with him. She had been filled by him. She had been present for his ascensions and witnessed the unfolding of each new capability as it bloomed across his Hadean foundation. And even she looked at him differently now, her frown tightening with the specific respect of a being who had just been reminded that she hadn't yet mapped the full breadth of what he was. Emotive turned toward him with eyes that had gone fervent in a way that bordered on religious. On the island below, the Rhaetian tier primordial architect who had been flung across the surface simply lost consciousness. Her body went slack where it had been crumpled. Her power sputtered out of her like a candle in a draft, unable to maintain itself against the weight of Haki that her engineering wasn't ready to process. The other primordial architects who had been flung aside struggled to rise. Their limbs shook. Their own weavings of authority slowed to sluggish crawls. They could move, barely, but they couldn't move freely. The pressure had turned their every motion into labor, and their greed-amplified foundations weren't optimized for this particular kind of resistance. Octavius smiled heavily. He shook his head with the delighted incredulity of someone who had been presented with an even grander puzzle than he had bargained for. Man. He rolled his shoulders beneath the pressure, working himself loose by fractions. Are you really the real deal? Man, all right. Come then. You may be grand, I'll grant you that, you may be something the ordinary methodologies haven't accounted for. But you. His pale gold eyes gleamed brightly through the weight of the Haki. You are not a chosen. He wasn't chosen. So that was how they framed it internally. Being selected to be engineered by the Gilded Ones was, in their own scholarly vocabulary, being chosen. Capital fucking C. The grand distinction between themselves and every other being across observable existence. The mark of having been selected from among the many to receive what the many would never touch. Ha! He detested the idea of chosen ones. Nobody chose anyone to be the savior of everyone. The concept was a convenient fiction that fake chosen ones told themselves to feel grander than the circumstances that had produced them, and it was the same fiction their beneficiaries used to justify whatever hierarchies they had built on top of that designation. One had to move their own ass. One had to do everything they could with the power they actually possessed. Not because some higher entity had pointed a finger and whispered you. Not because some engineering protocol had written superiority into their foundations before they ever drew their first breath. You acted because you were capable. You rose because you refused to stop rising. Chosen was a word for those who needed permission to matter. He did not need permission to matter. Nobody pointed a finger at him and said, "Hey, you are the chosen one." Noah lowered his hand slowly, the hockey settling into its sustained state around him, and he looked down at Octavius at this moment. Rivers of blue and gold began to seethe around him. Existence seethed, and battle bloomed explosively. The abomination moved first. It launched from its standing position in front of Octavius without a wind-up, without a tell, without any of the telegraphed aggression. One instant it stood beside its maker. The next instant it was in the air above Noah, its glistening blue crystalline pupils burning with madness locked onto him with the single overriding directive of its amplified hunger. Its mouth opened. It opened wider than its jaw should have allowed, then wider still, the fungal stitching across its chest splitting down the middle to reveal a second mouth beneath the first. Rivers of mad infinity poured from both openings, saturated with the Gamadian, warped into configurations that bit at the edges of perception. The entire sky above Noah became a gullet reaching down to swallow him whole. Noah stood where he was. He raised one hand. Observable force surged up from the rivers woven through the island, answering his call with the obedience of currents bending toward a moon. It pooled in the palm he had raised, condensed into a disk of golden pressure that weighed the open air down around it, and he pushed. The disk of observable force met the descending gullet at its apex. Boom! The abomination's two mouths slammed shut against the disk and couldn't close further. Its jaw stretched against pressure that refused to yield. Its eyes rolled back briefly as the mad infinity pouring from its openings rebounded down its own throat, and it was thrown upward through its own attack, spinning end over end across the ruined sky of the island. Woo! Woo! Octavius tapped two fingers together. Weavings of unity bloomed outward from the motion. Pale tendrils of concentrated weavings of primordial mycelia reached through the ambient infinity like roots through loose soil, seeking every surface they could bond to. They reached for Noah's feet. They reached for the air around his lungs. They threaded along the island's stone, trying to establish contact vectors that would let unity propagate into his existential foundations. They reached Naldine as well. They got nowhere near her. Her vihuela hummed awake behind her, and a single note rang out across the floating island, clean and cold and causal. The unity weavings that had reached for her unraveled back along their own paths, not destroyed, simply rewritten, so that their original intent became something that had never quite happened. Naldine's singularity-dotted eyes held Octavius's pale gold ones with the calm disdain of a Hadean woman who had been briefly interrupted. The weavings reaching for Noah fared differently. They touched his Hadean dermis of infinite interface, and they dissolved against it like salt against a sea. The unity bond couldn't find a foundation to root into. His engineering didn't present the attachment points the mycelia required. The tendrils flailed blindly across his skin for a fraction of a moment and then simply faded, their reach spent against a surface that refused to acknowledge them. Valeria moved in from the left at this time as these three swarmed Noah. HUUM. Her approach was different from Octavius's. Where he built, she cut. Her hands carried blades of compressed infinity that sang as they sliced through the air, each edge honed into configurations that would have severed the weavings of most Calimian primordial architects before those weavings could register being cut. She closed the distance in 3 strides, and on the 3rd stride her blades were already falling toward his neck. Noah caught both of them. His Hadean hands of infinite grasp closed around the edges as if they were wooden dowels, and the infinity she had poured into her weapons drained down his arms in visible currents, pulled into his own reserves through contact alone. Oh! Her dark eyes widened for the first time since she had entered the engagement. Her hands tried to pull her blades back. They didn't come. He leaned his head toward her slowly. "Greed," he said conversationally, his voice pitched for her ears alone. "That's the ego they amplified in you. The hunger for what you don't yet have. You reach for my infinity, and I thank you for the offering. The weavings feed better when they're willingly given." Her mouth opened to respond. He released one of her blades and used the freed hand to slap her across the temple with a casual backhand. Wah! Chapter 5133, Greed. V. Valeria spun once through the air, hit the stone of the island, skidded, and came up into a crouch 20 paces away. Her braids had come loose along one side. A thin line of golden blood traced down her cheek from the corner of her brow. She straightened with measured calm, her shoulders rolling as she reset her posture, and then she drew both blades of infinity again without a word. Above, the abomination completed its spin. It came back down toward Noah faster than it had gone up. Its jaws didn't open this time. Its hands extended forward in front of its body, and from those hands erupted long jagged talons made of concentrated madness, the Gamadian given edge and purpose. The air screamed around the talons as they descended, infinity twisting into configurations that refused to resolve into any stable geometry. Octavius launched new weavings from behind the abomination. His unity reached through the air in coordination with the abomination's strike, not trying to bond with Noah now but trying to bond with the talons themselves, trying to graft them into Noah's body once they connected so that the embedded weapons would root and spread and turn Noah into new soil for primordial mycelia. Valeria came in from the left again at the same instant. 3 angles. 3 attacks. 3 different methodologies converging on his standing position with the precision of a rehearsal that had been waiting. Oh! Noah watched all of it. His eyes drank in the weavings as they approached. The mad infinity of the abomination, wild and beautiful in its chaotic saturation. The unity of Octavius, patient and infinite in its approach. Valeria's cutting infinity, clean and scholarly in its geometry. 3 different expressions of what infinity could become in the hands of beings who had been engineered to hold it, and all 3 of them reaching for him at once. He found himself genuinely interested. The madness especially. The Gamadian was rare. Most beings who fell into it were consumed too quickly for any meaningful study, their weavings dissolving into incoherent pressure before anyone could trace what the madness was actually doing to them at the fundamental level. But here it was, harnessed, walking, attacking with something that passed for strategy. Octavius had achieved something grand. Noah smiled brilliantly. He raised both his hands upward into the descending convergence of attacks. HUUM. Seas of blue infinity erupted outward from his body in concentric waves, the blue deepening through cobalt and into something closer to void as the density compounded against itself. Multicolored quintessence infiniforce bloomed between the blue currents, golds and violets and purple and silvers braiding through the blue without mixing with it, each color holding its own distinct weaving. The ambient infinity of the region bent toward him. The rivers of observable force on the island curved upward to feed his expanding authority. Above his head, the Hadean pillar of infinity manifested. It rose from his crown as if it had always been there and had simply been waiting for permission to be seen. Crystalline blue trees of the first tongue formed its base. Multicolored flames of existence licked through its mid-tiers. Infinite mirrors of paradox reflected impossibilities at every angle. The eternal storm of chaos swirled at its apex, and beneath that apex the additional actualized civilizations layered themselves in concentric halos of authority. The pillar towered upward toward a sky that suddenly seemed very small by comparison. His voice rolled out across the island with calm grand finality. Freeze. HUUM. Every entity whose body held infinity within it froze in place. The abomination's descending talons halted a hand's width from Noah's upraised palms. Its body hung in the air above him, arrested mid-motion, its glistening mad eyes wide and unmoving. Octavius's unity weaving stopped propagating, their tendrils suspended in the act of reaching, their patient weavings paused between one breath and the next. Valeria's blades froze at the edge of their arc, her dark eyes locked on Noah from her approaching stride, her braids still half-loosed from the earlier impact. On the broader island, the primordial architects who had been struggling to rise stopped rising. The ones who had been knocked unconscious remained unconscious, their infinity reservoirs held still within their stalled forms. The ambient rivers of infinity threading through the island paused in their golden flow, their currents held motionless as if the island's entire circulatory system had been told to wait. Civilization activation detected, the Hadean pillar of infinity, dominion of internal infinity. This authority extends from your pillar into every existence whose body holds infinity within the surrounding region. You have asserted temporary control over the infinity inside each affected being. Strain analysis, negligible strain against common proterozoic scale entities. Minor strain against engineered subjects. Moderate strain against the abomination due to its unstable saturation with the Gamadian. Duration, sustainable for an extended period at current civilizational access. Release of authority is at your discretion. Only Naldine and Emotive remained moving. He hadn't extended the authority toward either of them. Naldine, because she was his. Emotive, and because there was no point in freezing his own tool. He laughed. It rolled out of him low at first, a sound that startled the shocked Naldine beside him because she had rarely heard it in this register. It built as he laughed, rising into something louder, something that bordered on the mad but never quite crossed the threshold, because he wasn't mad. He wasn't mad. He was delighted. Waves of blue and multicolored infinity shone across his skin as he laughed, his hair radiating its multicolored light in pulses that matched the rhythm of his amusement, his fair skin illuminating gold from within as if a sun had decided to use his form as its vessel. Infinity. His voice rolled out between bursts of his laughter. All of you, every single one of you, you carry it inside yourselves and you speak of it as if it belongs to you. You call it yours. You cultivate your amplified egos to withstand it, and you tell yourselves that the withstanding is mastery. That holding the flood makes the flood into something that serves you. He laughed again, tilting his head back slightly. It never belonged to any of you. His pillar blazed brighter above him. Infinity doesn't have owners. It has channels. Every being who carries a sea of it inside their chest is a channel, and channels do not dictate the direction of what moves through them. You were engineered to hold a flood that was never yours, and the best of you learned to pretend the flood was obedient. The pretense worked because nobody had ever come along to correct it. And now I'm here. Now someone has finally come along. I have come. Boom. He spread his arms wider, pillar towering, infinity blooming in every direction. So hold still. His smile stretched slowly. I'd like to look at each of you properly. Show me your infinity, and I will show you mine. Wah! The island held its breath around him. Above, the abomination's frozen eyes still burned with their trapped madness, and Noah turned his gaze toward those eyes first as astoundingly, a bright blue of utter glory and superiority reflected in his eyes. But he was not mad. No. He was not mad. Chapter 51:34, Dissection. The living emotive had been siphoning emotions across observable existence for a time now. She had been cataloging the flavors of every feeling she could pull down from the ambient currents. She had been doing this with the calm professionalism of someone who knew her own craft. And she had never, ever, ever felt an infinity like her fixations. Like, really. She wanted to be clear about that. The ones on this island. Fine. Ordinary flavors. Recognizable. Octavius first, because he was the loudest of them, emotionally speaking. His signature rolled across the ambient air in layers, and her senses peeled every layer apart without effort, and every single layer beneath the surface tasted the same. Greed. So much greed. Not the petty kind. Not the kind lesser beings carried when they wanted a friend's wife. This was greed refined across eons into a discipline. Greed cultivated into methodology. Greed so precisely engineered that it had become the vessel his infinity rested inside. His sea of it tasted sharp and hungry and organized, and the organization was the whole trick. The greed held the flood the way a dam held a river, and the river obeyed because the dam had been designed to be obeyed. Valeria's infinity tasted similar, but sourer. Sheesh, so much sourer. Her greed carried the tang of someone who had watched 3 failed experiments before this one and had folded each failure into her own ambition. The Rhaetian one collapsed on the ground tasted duller. Just flat greed, plateaued, the kind that stopped reaching because its owner had stopped reaching. The other Calimians between them, all variations on the same chord, different notes in the same engineered song. The abomination, though. Oh. The abomination. Emotive's hair rippled through colors she usually saved for morning as she looked at it. The emotion pouring off the frozen creature was a single note held too long. Held so long it had stretched past music into something that ate music. Hunger. Endless hunger. But the hunger was already collapsing into the Gamagian around the edges, and where the two met, something that wasn't quite an emotion pulsed beneath the surface. It was madness. The madness of infinity on a leash. The leash was fraying. She could see it fraying, and Octavius clearly hadn't finished tying the final knots before her fixation had shown up with his questions and his pillar and his extremely inconvenient timing. Then she turned her senses toward Noah. Her fixation. And every comparison broke. She wanted to say this carefully, because she was feeling a lot right now and she wanted to be a good little witness to what she was experiencing instead of spiraling, which she could absolutely do if she wasn't paying attention. His infinity didn't taste of a single ego. It tasted of everything. Her hair burst through colors she hadn't known lived inside her palette. Layer upon layer of emotion, each one distinct, each one stable, each one woven into the next without any of them dominating. Calm sat beside rage, and neither contaminated the other. Tenderness coexisted with tyranny in the same breath, and the tenderness didn't make the tyranny soft and the tyranny didn't make the tenderness cruel. Hunger pulsed alongside satisfaction. Pride breathed next to humility. Cruelty held hands with mercy. None of it was contradictory. None of it was warring. None of it was collapsing the others out of the picture, which, like, emotions normally did that. Emotions usually wanted the spotlight, and here they were sharing it. Was that his secret? Was that it? Was that really it? Oh. Was that why he was immune to the madness of infinity? She thought about it the way she thought about everything. The engineered ones amplified a single ego to hold the flood. Simple solution, elegant even, she could respect it. But her fixation, the youngest, had amplified all of them. Countless colors of emotion, each one as cultivated as Octavius's greed, each one as refined as Valeria's cutting discipline, each one its own channel for his infinity to rest within. If one ego could hold a flood, then countless egos could hold an ocean. And the ocean would move through him without madness, because no single weaving would ever be asked to hold more than it had been built to carry. Her eyes shone brilliantly as she watched him move like a work of art. And he fucking was a work of art. Then he raised his hands, and his massive pillar manifested above him, and he said the word. Freeze. Okay. Okay. Her existence trembled with fervor as his infinity poured outward, and what she saw with her emotional senses, oh. In the infinities filled with greed and hunger and all the carefully amplified egos of the engineered, she felt his emotions flourish. His grand weavings threaded into their seas the way ink threaded into water. Spreading along every channel they had cultivated so carefully. Finding the precise emotional foundations their egos had built. And then just taking them over. Like it was nothing. Their engineering became the instrument of his authority. The greed that had held Octavius's flood in place now held still, because Noah's weavings had climbed through infinity into that greed and pulled the reins. He hadn't broken their engineering. He had used it. He had used it. He had used it, and she was never going to recover from the elegance of that. Every being whose body held infinity locked in place, and she felt it happen from the inside, because her senses worked from the inside, and she felt the frozen one stop moving because something grander had threaded itself through their own reservoirs of infinity and told those reservoirs to still. Emotive blinked. She blinked again. Her fixation laughed, his voice rolling out across the island, waves of blue and multicolored infinity shining across his skin, his hair radiating pulses of color she had never seen on any being's head. Her heart beat so rapidly that she had to pull on emotions of calm just to hear herself think. And even then her hair kept flickering between silvers and pure radiant whites. Was her fixation not truly mad? Was he? Wasn't he? The thought lodged itself in her for a moment, and she turned it over, because comparison was the only tool she trusted when she was this overwhelmed. She turned her senses back to the abomination. The creature's frozen eyes still burned with the Gamagian. When she tasted that madness, what she found beneath it was emotion that had collapsed into a single unstable note. A single hungry scream. A scream that had lost the ability to be anything except itself. That was madness. That was what madness felt like from the outside. One note, forever, no harmony. Then she turned her senses back to Noah. His emotions were far too stable for that. Far too stable. Far too stable. Far too stable. Countless colors, every one of them distinct, every one of them content to exist alongside every other. Harmony wasn't even the right word, because harmony implied a small number of notes in agreement. This was a symphony. And the symphony was so large that the absence of any single note would have made the whole composition noticeably smaller. Her fixation couldn't possibly be mad. No. He was not mad. She shook her head slowly, her hair settling into a deep reverent gold, and she kept watching him laugh with his hands raised and his pillar blazing above him. Chapter 51-35, Dissection. 2. Noah's eyes were bright as he looked at the bound primordial architects floating before him. Above him, the Hadean pillar of infinity buzzed with the soft hum of a forge just before its next strike. He called upon the civilizations nested within it, and 3 of them bloomed outward at his summons. Undifferentiated fate first, its golden light pouring down from the pillar in long molten ribbons. Relativity next, its purple currents folding through the space around him in configurations that bent distance into obedience. Outerversal last, its obsidian weavings rising from the depths of the pillar like something fished up from a sea that had no bottom. The 3 civilizations wove together in the air in front of him and became chains. Golden, purple, and obsidian. Braided along their lengths, each link carrying the weight of all 3 civilizations at once. His pillar of infinity held every actualized civilization he possessed. That had been the point of building it this way. He could call on them individually, layer them however he wanted, and each one would still carry the full weight of infinity because the pillar was where infinity and civilization met. The chains moved. Hum. They struck outward across the floating island, uncoiling through the frozen air with the steady confidence of predators that had been bred for exactly this kind of work. They wrapped Octavius first. Then Valeria. Then the other Calimians scattered across the ruined apparatus. Then the unconscious Rhyation. Then the abomination still hanging above, its jaws still arrested mid-bite. Each being was coiled into its own individual harness, lifted from wherever it had been frozen, and laid flat on its back in space. Relative to him. He floated above them now. Below him, they floated in a neat row beneath his position, like specimens on trays. Shock sat in their eyes. Somberness behind the shock. Every one of them stared up through the weight of his hockey, and every one of them understood something in that moment that they hadn't quite believed before the chains had settled around their limbs. The chosen designation had limits. The limits had just introduced themselves. Noah checked the strain inside himself. It was akin to an invisible muscle deep in his mind held every bound primordial architect in place, each one a thread his attention was keeping taut. Octavius took the most force, naturally. The greed-amplified architect had the most foundation of the lot, and his engineering pushed back against the control of his infinity with the most sustained resistance. But even he was manageable. He waved his hand. Octavius's bound body slid through the air toward him, golden and purple and obsidian chains dragging it closer until it hovered directly beneath Noah's floating position. The architect's pale gold eyes held up at him with the defiant light of a being whose greed hadn't yet conceded anything. Defiance was useful. Defiance meant the ego was still active, still humming, still demonstrating the configurations Noah wanted to study. Beneath Octavius, infinity surged. It gathered from the ambient currents of the wild, poured upward from the rivers of the island, and condensed into a radiant blue table of brilliance. The table materialized beneath his floating body with the quiet finality of an operating surface being delivered. Octavius's back came to rest against its glowing surface. The chains adjusted, flattening him further, binding his arms out to his sides in the universal posture of subjects who were about to become specimens. Noah looked down at him. The human body is made of countless things. His voice carried calmly across the island, unhurried and conversational. Even without mana. Even without any authority or refinement at all. The human body on its own is a marvel, and most humans go their entire short lives without ever realizing what they're actually walking around in. Ordinary flesh and bone. Ordinary blood. Ordinary everything. And yet the composition of that ordinary body, if you trace it back far enough, tells a history that stretches across the entire life of its universe. He watched Octavius's eyes for a flicker of interest as there was none, but he kept going. The body's made mostly of oxygen. About 65% by mass. Then carbon, about 18%. Hydrogen, around 10. Nitrogen, 3. Then calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, sodium, chlorine, magnesium. Trace amounts of iron, zinc, copper, selenium, iodine, and so on down the line. Every one of those elements has a story. Every one of them had to be made somewhere before it ended up inside a walking human being. His fingers moved absently in the air as he spoke, conducting his own words with tendrils of infinity. Hydrogen and most of the helium came from the early universe itself, formed in the first 3 minutes after the Big Bang. Everything heavier was forged inside stars. Carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, all cooked up in the cores of stars that lived and died across billions of years. The calcium in bones, forged in stellar fusion. The iron in blood, made in massive stars and then scattered across space when those stars exploded as supernovae. The iodine in the thyroid, the selenium, the heavier elements. Those came from neutron star mergers and the deaths of the largest stars. He paused, almost amused at his own digression. If I could say one thing to every mannerless human I ever walked past back in time in the old world, I'd tell them they were unfathomably grand. And it is not because they achieved anything. Not even because they cultivated anything. Simply because they were made of the stuff of stars. Every atom in their bodies had been inside a star at some point. Their calcium had been forged in stellar fire. Their iron had ridden a supernova across the cosmos. They were walking around carrying the ashes of dead suns in their bones, and most of them died without ever thinking about it. Octavius's eyes held steady, defiance still burning behind them. Every single body and existence has age. Every single body and existence has history. The body you're lying on this table with, Octavius, tells everything it can possibly tell about you. What you went through. What modifications were written into you. How you were engineered. How you were born. What you ate across eons, what you absorbed, what passed through you and left traces. If an existence is studied closely enough, all of this can be extracted. All of it. He leaned forward slightly, the pillar above him blazing brighter. So here's the question I've been turning over. What is a primordial architect made of? What is Octavius made of? If I break your components down to their foundational weavings, can I design a primordial architect? If I account for all of your ingredients, all of your authorities, all of the engineering the Gilded Ones wrote into your existential makeup, can I design and replicate you entirely from the ground up? His smile was mild. What do you think? Chapter 5136, Dissection. 3. Octavius's eyes burned colder. The defiant light in them sharpened into something almost glacial, the greed behind it refusing to give Noah the satisfaction of a verbal response. Noah didn't need one. The eyes were answer enough. He got started. He waved his hand, and on his palm boundless multicolored infinity converged together. It braided into a sharp point. It elongated into a blade. It settled into his fingers as a scalpel of pure infinite light. He twirled it once between his fingers, the way a surgeon might test the balance of a new instrument. He lowered the scalpel to Octavius's chest. The tip touched the skin of a supposed fucking chosen one, and the skin parted. The ego of greed holding his flood of infinity in place flickered in response to the wound, and Noah watched that flicker with the close attention of one who had just been shown the first useful data point of the session. The skin peeled back along his scalpel's path. The deeper tissues followed. Engineered weavings came into view, and they were beautiful in their way, architecturally beautiful, the kind of work Noah could respect even while he was disassembling it. As he cut, seas of infinity converged around the region. In the next instant, multiple bodies of his own materialized into being, each one glowing with the soft blue of concentrated infinity, each one forming above a different bound primordial architect along the row of floating blue tables beneath him. Each duplicate held its own multicolored scalpel. Each duplicate lowered its blade to the chest of its assigned specimen at the same moment. Valeria's body opened beneath one of them. The Abomination's body opened beneath a third. The entire research archipelago became, in a breath, a landmass running every dissection at once. Noah kept his primary attention on Octavius and the Abomination. As his scalpel moved, his mind drifted. Uber Golden Adelheid. The Gilded Ones. If they were leaning into emotions as the biggest thing to combat the madness of infinity, and if he was finding the amplified ego of greed written all over this engineered architect, then a pattern was starting to trace itself across the data. He'd been hearing ego of pride, ego of wrath, ego of passion. Now ego of greed was in his hands literally. Emotions being amplified deliberately, cultivated as the channels through which infinity could be held without triggering the Gamagian. The pattern was familiar. 7 deadly sins. That was what was lining up in his head. Pride, greed, wrath, lust, envy, gluttony, sloth. Before, they'd been moral categories and warnings. The dark configurations a human life could fall into if it let its egos run unchecked. The Gilded Ones had taken those exact configurations and turned them into engineering specifications. The darkest emotional categories inflated into cultivation foundations grand enough to hold floods of infinity. And he'd already had these concepts lodged deep inside him for ages. He'd already actualized them within his pillar. He held all of them at once, every one of them amplified to functional intensity, every one of them sitting alongside every other without conflict. The next question was whether the Gilded Ones stopped at sins. Did they do virtues too? Charity, patience, kindness, humility, temperance, diligence, chastity. The counterweights. If the sins made good channels for infinity, the virtues should have made good channels as well, and any engineering program worth running would have tested both sides of the equation. Had they? Was there a whole second category of engineered primordial architects out there running on amplified charity, amplified patience? Would he find one of those next? And where did Uber Golden Adelheid fit in any of this? Which amplified ego had the Gilded Ones wired into her foundation? Which configuration was she running on, underneath the seal, underneath the surface of the being who'd looked at him with calm golden eyes? He could find out. He could connect with her through his quintessence Infiniforce again. Octavius's body splayed open further beneath his scalpel. The chest cavity parted fully. The engineered weavings laid themselves out for his inspection. The ego of greed pulsed in visible patterns across his exposed foundations, a gold-green lattice woven into the deeper substrate of his existence, the channels of his infinity reservoir clearly defined against the darker weavings beneath. Noah leaned closer as he began to see. Minutes passed. Naldine stayed behind him and watched him while monitoring everything in the surroundings, the good girl she was. Her singularity-dotted eyes swept the edges of Emotive's emotional blockade and her own Hadean barrier of infinity at steady intervals, her vihuela humming softly against her back. Nothing was getting in. Nothing was getting out. She was handling what he'd asked her to handle, and she was handling it without needing further instruction. Emotive, the tool, had kept her creepy gaze on him completely the entire time. Her hair had cycled through more color combinations than most civilizations held in their entire lexicon. He could only imagine the craziness going on inside her mind. He wasn't particularly interested in imagining it closely. But right now he paused over the opened and dissected bodies of the primordial architects, and his eyes shone brilliantly. The Gilded Ones were truly grand. The engineering laid out beneath him was, professionally speaking, extraordinary. They hadn't only amplified an ego. They'd altered the very makeup of existence in Octavius and the others from the ground up. Greed was the foundation, yes, the emotion they'd selected for cultivation. But the amplification wasn't a single inflated channel. It was a network. Intricate, layered, woven through every stratum of the subject's bounded life-form existence. They'd taken an ordinary bounded life form and designed within it a latticework of greed so dense and stable that infinity could pour through those channels without triggering the Gamagian. The ego had been made extreme enough to overcome the madness. The flood had been given specific, engineered rivers to flow down. Oh! That alone would have been grand work. But they hadn't stopped there. Layered beneath the greed network, written into Octavius's existential foundations with the kind of quiet precision that only hands grander than his own could have managed, were additional modifications. Silent ones. The kind a subject would never be able to detect within themselves because the modifications had been branded onto the civilizational anchor itself, fused into the very civilization the subject had anchored their second scale to. Those modifications altered the subject's thoughts. Nothing as blunt as commands or compulsions. The modifications made Octavius and his peers genuinely believe they were chosen. It wasn't something they had chosen to adopt out of pride. It had been written into them before they'd even known what they were, so deeply that by the time any of them could reflect on the belief, reflection could no longer separate the belief from the self. If any of them ever stood before a Gilded One, immense reverence would pour out of them automatically. They would do everything they were commanded. Their entire existences could be shut down by the ones who engineered them, because a kill switch had been woven into the same civilizational anchor that held their power together. It was nasty stuff. Genuinely nasty. Well designed, efficient, beautiful in its craftsmanship, but nasty in every moral direction the word could point. Noah looked down at Octavius and the others and shook his head slowly before he waved his hand. He understood the intricacies well enough now, and he wanted to apply what he'd learned before he moved on from this island. Towards the peak of power, self-identity was critical. There were no sages of enlightened minds. Egos had to be amplified. Many beings did this as a last resort against the madness of infinity, though he didn't have that issue himself, not the way they did. But that didn't mean he had nothing to learn here. His own identity, his own ego, was another avenue of cultivation he hadn't fully leaned into, and there was still much to grasp. Because from everything he'd gathered, from Naldine, from the beholder, from the creature and from the living emotive. From the memories he was currently harvesting out of Octavius and the others on their floating tables. Infinity was only part of the equation. The part that was difficult but ultimately accessible to enough beings with enough cultivation. There was still the primordial source. And nobody he'd met yet knew what it was or how to access it. He'd take it slow. He was still getting a grasp of infinity, and infinity alone was unfathomably vast, the kind of ocean that rewarded patient swimmers and drowned the impatient ones. He'd engineered his own scales of existence using infinity as the foundational substrate, which meant he could do things Vakachev's preset scales couldn't. His scales were infinite. He could change them. He could transform them as he went. He could fold new stages into the existing ones or bolt new stages onto the framework entirely, and the framework would accept those additions because it had been designed to. He'd established the first infinite scale already in 3 demarcations inside it. Infinitas corpus, completed. Infinitas architectura, in progress. Infinitas causa, waiting. He could alter any of these. If ego turned out to be critical, he'd include it. If something else worthy came up, he'd include that too. So the plan was simple. Learn all avenues of infinity. Grasp as much of it as he could. Keep building his Hadean pillar of infinity toward absolute infinity in Infinitas Architectura, which was the immediate goal, the milestone he was working toward even as the pillar blazed above him now. It was one way his power was continuing to rise. If amplified self-identity and ego was another way, he'd delve into that too. But first, he waved his hand, and all the dissected bodies of the primordial architects floated up before him. The abomination drifted up last, still silently roaring behind its sealed jaw, its chest cavity split open alongside many other things, its glistening mad eyes rolling uselessly inside their sockets. Still alive and still frozen by his infinity holding its sea of the Gamagian in place. Noah looked at it and smiled grandly. I know what you're made of now. His voice carried across the floating island with calm certainty. So I'm going to break all of you down. I'll integrate you into a singular being. I'll amplify that greed even further than the Gilded Ones bothered to amplify it. And I'll rewrite the engineering written into your existences so that it answers to me instead of them. Hang in there, all of you. We'll see just what you're made of when I put you back together. Chapter 5137, Midas. After such words, he motioned toward his Hadean pillar of infinity. HUUM. Endless blue strings came down from the pillar, threading through the air like the descending roots of a tree that reached between dimensions. Alongside them, rivers of the civilization of greed poured out of the pillar as well, golden-green currents braiding themselves into the region. The blue infinity held the cold of infinite possibility. The gold-green greed burned warmly against it, the color of amplified appetite, of accumulation refined into methodology. Together they filled the air above the floating island with a texture it had never seen before. Noah calmly conducted the strings. They descended onto Octavius first. The primordial architect's pale gold eyes blazed with even more defiance as the blue threads touched his open body, but what the fuck could he do? Defiance paired with weakness meant nothing. Defiance was only meaningful when the one defying had the capacity to meaningfully refuse. Octavius had no such capacity right now. The greed in his engineering burned brightly, but it burned within chains, and the chains answered to Noah. Noah's existential engineering began its work. The process moved the way it had moved when he transformed his people into nascent Hadean lifeforms, but the focus was different here. He wasn't lifting Octavius. He was disassembling him. His strings of infinity threaded into the primordial architect's foundations and began extracting the subject's own infinity, replacing it with his own as they went. The ego of greed lattice was preserved but reoriented. The rivers of his civilization of greed poured into Octavius through the same channels the Gilded Ones had engineered, saturating the lattice with greed of Noah's cultivation rather than the ambient greed Octavius had grown with. The primordial architect's body began to break down into its component particles. The blue strings pulled the weavings apart along the seams the dissection had already opened, and Octavius came apart the way a well-built instrument came apart when its maker knew exactly where each joint sat. His bones dissolved into streams of refined power. His organs followed. His existential substrate flowed out of him in currents of gold-green light that surged through the air toward a single destination. The abomination. Noah did the same to Valeria. Then to each of the other primordial architects bound, one after another, his strings working across the row in steady sequence. A few minutes was all it took. The engineered lifeforms of the research archipelago broke down into their components, and every component flowed into the abomination at the end of the row. Seas of infinity churned in the air above the abomination's floating body. Woo! 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 Rivers of greed flowed into it endlessly. An aura began to blaze out of the creature, an aura that exceeded anything the island had witnessed yet, the accumulated greed amplification of 7 primordial architects now concentrated into a single vessel that was being redesigned on the fly. And even though he hadn't called on it, observable force began to gather and flow toward the abomination in steady streams. Noah watched that flow with mild interest. Observable force was responding to the transformation on its own initiative, drawn to the process by something in the architecture of what was happening, and he could feel why the moment had arrived. The force was stabilizing the transformation. It was pacifying the volatile interactions between the multiple existences being folded into a single new existence, smoothing the seams, keeping the Gamagian from overwhelming the composite as the composite took shape. His eyes shone brilliantly as he watched it all unfold. Toward the end, he implemented the final stage of his engineering. The transformation of the new composite into a nascent Hadean life form. Seas of quintessence infiniforce poured out of him. Observable force joined the flow on its own again. Both of them cascaded into the abomination from every direction, saturating its newly composed foundations, writing the nascent Hadean engineering into the creature's bones and organs as its existence settled into its new configuration. Another minute passed. Boom! A pillar of infinity, observable force, and the radiant allure of endless greed shot upward from the abomination's floating form. Noah waved his hand and his Hadean pillar of infinity consumed the light before it could propagate outward, pulling the signature of the transformation into itself so that nothing across the broader wild would be attracted by the flare. The light faded and the auras settled. The composite being hung in the air before him, finished, standing on its own against the weight of its own completion. He looked at what he'd made. The abomination was now an obscenely fat humanoid thing. Wide bloated limbs. Rolls of fatty flesh. Golden rings of pure greed wrapped around it in orbits along every limb, at its wrists, at its ankles, at its bulging waist, at its thick neck. The rings pulsed slowly with the amplified ego now running through every channel of its existence. Fleshy blue-gold wings erupted from its back, heavy and muscular, beating slowly against the air in a way that shouldn't have generated lift and yet somehow kept the bloated body aloft with perfect ease. Its face did not match its body. Its face was supremely handsome. The kind of face sculptors across 10,000 realms would have fought each other for the chance to render in stone. Sharp cheekbones. A jaw that cut light into neat halves. Gem-like eyes deep and golden and dripping with greed so intense it was almost quintessential. The ferocity of that beautiful face sat perched on the bloated frame like a crown on a hoarded treasure. Noah looked at it with shining eyes. Endless rivers of infinity surged into the composite being from the ambient environment, drawn by the amplified sin of greed running through its foundations at intensity that put the original primordial architects to shame. The appetite of this new life form was, quite literally, enormous. Octavius, Noah said calmly. Are you in there? He asked it with shining eyes, genuinely curious to see what the answer would be. The abomination looked at him. Its golden eyes released a blinding beam of raw power as the gaze settled on him, and in the next instant the creature kneeled in midair. Its wings folded neatly. Its bloated limbs pressed themselves into the posture of absolute submission. It bellowed, and the bellow carried terrifying pressure that rolled outward across the island like a tidal wave of devotion. Even Emotive and Naldine, floating well behind him, were pushed further back by the wave. Emotive laughed in delight as she caught herself. Naldine braced calmly with her vihuela and held her position. Noah looked at the kneeling abomination with shining eyes. He raised his hand and patted the creature's abominable head. In front of him, the prompts bloomed into his perception. Existential engineering has concluded successfully. Product designated. Entity designation, Midas of Endless Appetite. Classification: nascent Hadean life form. Skeletal structure: 103 bones at Proterozoic classification. 103 bones at Hadean classification. Full Hadean physiology projected to occur within accelerated timeframe. Organ systems: 39 organs at Proterozoic classification. 39 organs at Hadean classification. Full Hadean physiology projected to occur within accelerated timeframe. Current scale: the Proterozoic scale, Ediacaran tier. Forceful ascension has occurred due to the composite influx of quintessentially amplified ego of the sin of greed, infinity, and observable force integrated into the entity's foundational civilization. Foundational civilization: the civilization of desecration. This civilization has bloomed as a consequence of the forceful inclusion of multiple prior conflicting civilizations into a single composite existence. Accelerated growth rate: the amplified ego of the sin of greed within Midas drives continuous self-expansion, consumption, and cultivation. Standard cultivation timeframes do not apply. Unique property: bounded uncountable infinity capacity. Midas is the first entity aside from yourself, among those under your weavings, capable of holding bounded uncountable infinity within his existence. Fealty: absolute. Midas of endless appetite recognizes you as his master. Declaration from Midas straight face. Everything I see, I desire. Everything I desire, I consume. Everything I consume, I lay at the feet of my master. Command me, and I will eat the civilizations of your enemies until there are no more civilizations for them to hide beneath. Oh! Noah looked at the wonder before him, and his eyes shone with brilliance. Chapter 5138, Superbia. I. Midas. Noah looked at the fat abomination up and down with quiet appreciation. The amplified emotion of greed was visibly bleeding into the creature's morphology, showing in how golden and bloated and ringed everything about him was. With how fat the thing had ended up, Noah almost thought Midas might have fit better as gluttony, the slightly adjacent sin, the one that ate rather than hoarded. But the engineering had been greed. The hoarding had been greed. The fatness was a hoarder's fatness, the body of accumulation rather than appetite, and greed it remained. The power was massive. If he used something like Grimvault as a measuring stick, his Midas was worth more than 500 Grimvault. About 500 times the power output. Ridiculous in itself, and even more ridiculous when he thought about Grimvault. He looked up. The invisible golden bubbles of existential singularities continued to flow into him from the targets he'd selected, and Grimvault was one of those targets. The fucker was almost drained dry at this point. He should barely have a tenth of his power left at this moment, scattered through whatever hole he'd crawled into in the wild. He'd likely be dying well before the civilizational holy war even started. That dumb motherfucker would be the first to go. The others on the list would follow. Behind him, Emotive came drifting around Midas with bright eyes, looping the bloated abomination in fast circles and inspecting him from every angle the way a child inspects a new toy. Her hair flickered through golds and electric pinks as she completed her last circuit and bounced back toward Noah. Ridiculously amazing work, sir. Her voice carried all of its usual mania. With this much power, and the information I have from those involved in the civilizational holy war. It looks like you could assassinate a lot of them with this fatty here. Just send it to do your deeds across the wild and be stress-free. Think about it. Think about it. No more participants for them, no more contest, just rivers and rivers of dead primordial architects with golden ring marks left on their corpses. Noah looked at her calmly without replying. The lack of response seemed to make her even more interested. Her hair shifted into deeper golds. She floated back to her position with the contented hum of someone who had just been ignored by exactly the right being. Naldine came up behind him as emotive settled. The problem are the truly powerful primordial architects. Her voice held the calm caution she wore better than most. The Deliverance and others of his stature, in whatever communications they may have with the Gilded Ones. Before you get too loud and do too much, it's best to understand this first. The reach of those at the top of the wild is greater than the visible reach. You strike enough of the lower ones, and something further upstream begins to take notice. Better to know what's upstream before you wade further in. One woman wanted him to go wild. The other wanted him to be careful. Both of them were right, and both of them were correct in different directions, and the synthesis sat with him quietly as he weighed it. A lot of factors to consider. One of the biggest was information. If he understood things a little better, he could make better choices. Going wild was tempting. Going wild was efficient. But going wild blind was the kind of choice that closed doors he might have wanted to leave open. He continued to steadily draw on infinity, gathering information from the surrounding regions of the wild in the background of his conscious attention. This battle against Octavius, the emergence of this glorious abomination beside him, the engineering signatures he'd peeled out of the dissected bodies. All of it would soon be integrated into his own people. He'd amplify their egos to make them grander. He'd consider the 7 sins, and the 7 virtues alongside them. The Gilded Ones had probably explored both directions, and there was no reason for him to limit himself to one half of the engineering when the full set was available to study. But there was one critical source of information he could always tap into. He wanted to do that first. He wanted to see if he could get a clearer picture about the biggest current threat. The Gilded Ones. Noah stroked Midas's bloated head absently, the bald golden scalp warm and slimy beneath his palm. Hold on a second while I consult my battery. His battery. None of them knew what he was talking about, but it was, of course, none other than the entity he held a channel with that had functionally become more like a wormhole at this point. The continuous influx of observable force from her existence into his had stabilized into something he barely had to maintain, a permanent draw, a current that ran whether or not he was paying attention to it. He tapped his finger out. A throne of multicolored quintessence infiniforce gathered behind him, the civilizations woven into his pillars supplying the shape and substance. He sat down on the throne, leaned back, and closed his eyes. He tapped into his quintessence infiniforce within that distant Gilded One. A part of his consciousness bloomed in her existence in the next moment. The traversal was different this time. When he arrived inside her weavings, she was already there waiting. An illusory manifestation of her own existence sat on the multicolored waves of his quintessence infiniforce that filled her interior seas. Her hands were folded in her lap. Her golden eyes lifted to meet his the moment he formed. He took her in fully. Uber Golden Adelheid was definitely a beautiful one. Tall, even seated, with the long slender lines of someone whose proportions had been refined across eons. Her skin held a soft pearlescent gold that ran beneath the surface rather than across it, the glow of an interior sun banked low. Her hair fell in pale gold waves down past her shoulders, every strand catching the multicolored light around her. Noah had known beautiful women across his existence. But she looked like a being who had been built to receive devotion rather than to seek it, and the result was a quiet inhuman elegance that the other women in his orbit didn't carry because none of them had been engineered with that specific intention. She sat there as if she'd been paying close attention to his approach. But she wasn't looking at him with her usual imperious gaze. There was no anger. She seemed oddly calm. This caused him to frown. She seemed different from the Uber Golden Adelheid he'd been mentally used to. And if she was like this? What happened? His voice was calm to match hers, but underneath the calm sat a sharper attention. Something had to be wrong. Toward the question, Golden Adelheid remained silent. She looked him over, up and down, with the quiet thoroughness of someone taking inventory of a familiar object after a long absence. Then she raised her hands and let her fingers trail through the quintessence infiniforce around them, the multicolored currents responding to her touch with little ripples that traveled outward into her interior seas. Do you know why I have let all of this unfold for so long? Her voice carried steady clarity. Me leaving your quintessence infiniforce inside me. Even now, the integration is not entirely irreversible. I would pay a heavy cost to remove it, but I still could. And you cutting it off and releasing it would be the easier option, the cleaner one for both of us. I could have done heavy-handed things to force you toward that option. I could have damaged the bond from my side until removal became preferable. I could have made the cost of maintaining it unbearable for you. I did none of that. She looked at him directly. Do you know why? She spoke in a tone that was very serious. Noah became more serious with her. Fuck. Were things bad enough on her end to warrant this kind of plain speech? He floated closer to her seated form on her wave of infiniforce, and he shook his head. Why? She looked at him for a long quiet moment before she answered. I was inherently exhibiting everything I had learned as the secret of Ian. I felt like you and I were alike. I had lived eons as a bounded life form, the same way you have lived as one. And that life, that long quiet life I had constructed as a bounded among bounded, was holding me back from cutting the bond. I have realized something. I do not want all the eons I lived as a bounded life form to be for nothing. I was different then. I am different now, even if I did not want to admit the difference until recently. And as long or short as eons can be in the broader scope of existence, it would be a shame, a real shame, if I returned to being the same Golden Adelheid I was before all of that experience. When I have lived and seen and felt so much that the Adelheid of eons ago could not have imagined. Her golden eyes held steady on his. That is why. I want to grow. I want to understand. I want to evolve. Boom. Chapter 5139, Superbia. 2. As the words left her, the surroundings inside her interior seethed. Concentrations of observable force surged maddeningly through the multicolored infiniforce around them, the densities reaching levels that should not have been achievable inside her without external feeding. The waves she sat upon trembled with the intensity of currents trying to organize themselves around something new. The whole of her interior was shifting in response to what she just declared, as if Golden Adelheid was having an epiphany in the literal physical sense, her existence reorganizing itself around the words she had just chosen to commit to out loud. Noah focused on her closely. She closed her eyes and opened them. Breathed once, deeply, and the seas around them settled back into a calmer rhythm. Can we speak honestly? Noah nodded. I love speaking honestly the most. She inclined her head once, almost gratefully, and then she began. Bounded lifeforms cannot fathom the edge that a gilded lifeform holds from the moment of conception. And yes, Osmont, existence is unfair. Why can gilded lifeforms be born with endless potential at the peak of the first scale of existence while bounded lifeforms are engineered to climb across eons just to brush against ceilings the gilded started above? Why do gilded children manifest authority that takes bounded centuries to approximate? Why do our civilizations stabilize on their own while bounded civilizations require exhaustive cultivation to settle? These are the consequences of design choices that were made before either of our peoples drew their first breath. Existence as it currently stands was sculpted, and it was sculpted to favor us. To favor my people. It was never fair. It was never going to be fair. And the gap between bounded and gilded is, as far as I knew across all of my eons, literally unsurpassable. I believed this. I knew this with the certainty of someone who had walked among both populations and measured the distance personally. Her hands moved as she spoke, slowly weaving fragments of Infiniforce into illusory shapes that hung between them. And then, one day, I witnessed the creature. Boom! The creature. Noah's eyes widened slightly. How had the creature influenced her path? How had a former primordial architect ended up shifting the trajectory of a Gilded One's choices to the point where she abandoned her own people to live as bounded for eons? She waved her hands. A multicolored illusory outline of the creature appeared between them, the silhouette of a being who was already familiar to Noah, the primordial architect who had burned away his own classification. This little primordial architect is a tiny and yet a grand being, she said softly. Because his story is a tragic one. And ridiculously, when you trace it back to its origin, it is a love story. The illusory outline of the creature shifted, and beside it formed the silhouette of another figure. Smaller. Softer in its rendering. Connected to the creature by a thread of light that ran between their forms with the steady quiet glow of a deep bond. Once, before he was the creature, he was simply a primordial architect among many. And there was the soul, a being he shared a connection with that ran deeper than what most beings ever experience. They lived in a region of the wild together. They were quiet in their way. They built a small life that did not bother anyone, that did not reach for grand designs, that was content to simply exist alongside each other across the long slow time available to primordial architects. A third figure formed in the illusion. Tall ABD resplendent. Crowned in light that the other two figures did not carry. And then a Gilded One passed through the wild. Her voice tightened slightly at the new figure. He found them. He saw the soul. And he took a liking to her. The way Gilded Ones take a liking to things. With the assumption that liking something was sufficient grounds for owning it. He approached them and offered to give the soul power in exchange for following him. The kind of upward migration that any other being in the wild would have crawled across their own corpse to receive. He offered, and he assumed the offer would be accepted, because he was a Gilded One and they were not. Her golden eyes darkened. The soul refused. The creature stood by her refusal. They denied him together, quietly, the way they had built their entire small life, and they assumed the matter would end there because what else was there to discuss? The illusory crowned figure's posture shifted in the air between them. And then the Gilded One was offended. Her words slowed. He was a prideful being. Literally so. His pride ran so deep that refusal was an attack on his foundation rather than a simple decline. He used force. He bound the creature where he stood, immobilized him with an exertion that the creature could not resist. And then, in front of the creature, he engineered the soul. He altered her existence. He rewrote her foundations. He pressed gilded modifications into her bounded weavings the way a brand is pressed into flesh, and he made the changes deep enough that she should no longer have been able to refuse him afterward. He made her something new. Something engineered. Something compelled. Noah frowned as the illusion played out between them. His expression sharpened with each detail. After the alteration, the Gilded One asked the soul again if she would be his. Her voice held a quiet and terrible respect for what came next. And of course, with the engineering and the control he had pressed into her, she should have been a different person. She should have been forced to agree. She should have spoken whatever words he wanted her to speak. The compliance should have been automatic. That was the entire point of what he had just done to her. She paused. And yet, she still denied him. Noah's eyes held the illusory tableau without blinking. The Gilded One was infuriated even further by this. Not because the engineering had failed, although that was part of it. But because the refusal under engineering was, to him, an even greater insult than the original refusal had been. He had reshaped her, and she had still chosen him last. So he proceeded to do a despicable thing. He forced himself on the soul. He bound the creature in such a way that he could not look away from any of it, could not close his eyes, could not turn his perception aside. He made the creature watch every moment from the first to the last. The illusion did not show this part. Golden Adelheid let the silhouettes hold their positions while her voice carried the rest. And after he was done, he collapsed her weavings and scattered her ash into existence. He did this in front of the creature too. He made a lesson of it. She looked at Noah directly. His final words to the creature were these. You and your kind exist beneath us because that is the order of things. Your refusal cost her this. Your defiance was the cause of her death. Remember this every time you crawl through your remaining eons. You were given a choice. You chose poorly. The next time a Gilded One offers you something, you will accept, because by then you will understand what offers from us truly are. And then he left the creature alive. That was the cruelest part of all. He left him alive. Adelheid shook her head slowly. It was a ridiculous story. Something that didn't need to happen. Bounded and Gilded were so far apart that there should have been no need for that kind of demonstration. The creature held tremendous rage afterward, and tremendous grief, but he shouldn't have been able to do anything with either of them. A mere second-scale primordial architect. Even at the peak of his classification, he was nothing in comparison to a Gilded One. Her voice softened with something that was almost reverence. And yet he vowed that day to find that specific Gilded One. To find him and burn him with the very existence the Gilded had used to justify their power. He shattered his own foundation. He started over. He has been working his way up ever since, climbing path after path, abandoning classifications, burning away anything that limited him, all of it pointed toward a single destination. Reaching that one Gilded One. Closing the gap that was supposed to be impossible to close. She let her hands fall back to her lap. His defiance toward the impossible made me try to live like bounded lifeforms. I had become disillusioned with the actions of my people long before that, with their casual cruelties and their assumption that the bounded existed as a backdrop for Gilded amusement. The creature's defiance crystallized something in me. Something that had been forming for a long time. So I took my seal. I went down. I lived among the bounded for eons. And I enjoyed my time as a bounded life form. I loved it. The simplicity of it. The wonder. The naivety that came from not knowing how the broader machinery worked. None of you carry the weight of understanding the design, and there is a peace in that ignorance that I had never been allowed to taste before. Her golden eyes lifted back to him. Which brings us to you. She drew a slow breath. If we can speak honestly, I have been thinking about how far you and I can take this. Do you just want to be attached to a Gilded One? To have the access that proximity provides? Do you want to have the same power as one? Do you want to become like one yourself? Where exactly do you see this going, Osmont? I need to know what you see, because the answer changes what I do next. Noah's reply came calmly, and grandly, and tyrannically. Existence is unfair. He let the words sit between them. And I simply want to make it fair for myself. I do not seek to become a Gilded One. The classification doesn't interest me. The borrowed prestige doesn't interest me. What I do not like, what I have never liked, is that existence has supposedly defined me and slotted me into a tier. A bounded life form. A category drawn around me before I was old enough to ask whether the category fit. Who decided that? Who held the authority to draw that line and place me on the lower side of it? What is existence, exactly, that it gets to decide who I am before I have a chance to decide myself? His gaze held hers steadily. So I want to make my own choices. I want to say that bounded or gilded does not matter. I want to walk forward as myself, whatever myself is, and I want that walking to carry me through every tier of every classification across every framework that anyone has ever drawn. I want to stand against bounded lifeforms and against gilded lifeforms as if the difference between them were a footnote. I do not want to be defined into a single definition. The definitions belong to whoever drew them, and I did not draw any of them, and I refuse to be smaller than my own potential because someone else's pen ran out of ink at a particular line. He tilted his head slightly. That is where I see this going. Not toward becoming you. Toward becoming something for which the question of bounded versus gilded is an obsolete vocabulary. Boom. Golden Adelheid looked at him silently for a few seconds. She let the silence stretch. She did not look away from his eyes during it. The seas of quintessence infiniforce around them held still, waiting for her response with the same patience that he was holding. When she spoke, her voice was calm and quiet and serious. You have put me in trouble. Her hands folded back into her lap. By doing what you did, by leaving your quintessence infiniforce inside me long enough for the integration to settle, you bonded yourself to me as part of the custodes of the Gilded Ones. A custos. One of those who walk and protect the royal gilded lifeforms who sketch and steer the path of Gilded Ones across all of existence. The custodes are not casual designations. They are oath-bound roles, engineered roles, permanent roles. And the bond goes both ways. A custos is bound to their charge, yes. But the charge is also bound to their custos. Her golden eyes held his with a weight he hadn't seen in them before. I am part of the superbious Gilded Ones. We rule over the observable aspect of this observable existence and a few other observable existences. We are not the entirety of the Gilded Ones here. We are a faction within them, the faction really. And right now, as a result of your bond with me, I am being questioned. By beings who are thousands of times more powerful than you currently are. She let the question settle into the still air between them. What, do you think I should tell them? Chapter 5140, Paint Me Gold. What should she tell them? She'd asked the question while dumping heavy loads of exposition into his lap, and he sat with it for a moment quietly. He liked when things were straightforward and not overly complex. He didn't like to be involved with powerful monsters he had no chance against far too early in the game. But existence had never been fair enough to give him just the right adversity at exactly the right time. It hadn't worked that way once across his entire existence, and it wasn't going to start now. If there were levels to existence, a level 1 hunter never held the guarantee that they'd always meet a level 2 or 3 monster manageable enough for them to overcome. They might meet a level 100 monster and be utterly curb-stomped, and existence wouldn't apologize for the mismatch. Existence had never apologized. Existence had no language for apology. Noah had never had any guarantees that something similar wouldn't happen to him. That was just how existence worked. He thought about it for another moment, and then he answered. Without knowing more, I can't really say much. His voice carried calmly across the multicolored seas of quintessence infiniforce around them. But the biggest thing at this point isn't actually the politics. It isn't the Gilded Ones, or whoever else is breathing down your neck demanding answers. The biggest thing is just the two of us. He moved closer to her on the wave of infiniforce, drifting until he could sit opposite her. Her golden eyes followed his motion without comment. He settled into place near her and continued. A lot of beings going through life or existence try to tackle big problems with grand solutions. They throw whole civilizations at the answer. They organize armies. They build elaborate strategies that depend on every variable cooperating. And every one of those solutions tends to forget something. The thing that actually matters most in any problem isn't even the problem. It's the people involved in it. His gaze stayed on her profile. Take away all the Gilded Ones from this conversation. Take away all the bounded lifeforms. Take away the superbious. What's left is the two of us. Just us. Sitting in your interior seas, talking honestly for the first time. If there's an understanding between the two of us, even seemingly impossible problems become easy to solve. The grand machinery breaks down to manageable pieces the moment the people in the middle of it are aligned. He turned his head slightly to face her more directly. So. You said you didn't want to stay the same Uber-Golden Adelheid as before. Great. What do you want? At the threat of being exposed to Gilded Ones thousands of times more powerful than him, he had asked Uber-Golden Adelheid what she wanted. Her response was not immediate. She looked at him. Her gold eyes held his face. And then, for the first time across their entire entanglement, she smiled. A gilded smile, fundamentally, the kind that didn't break the architecture of her face but simply softened a few of its angles. But it was a smile. She shook her head calmly and answered. I want to change the nature of Gilded Ones, if I can. Her voice held a quiet certainty. But you won't be able to truly understand my dream without knowing the context. How Gilded Ones actually live. How the structures of our power propagate across the generations. How the engineering we do to ourselves and to the bounded perpetuates a configuration that none of us chose and yet all of us inherit. The full picture requires walking through several layers of how dash. Noah raised his hand and interrupted her. Remember. Keep it me and you first. His voice held the calm patience of a teacher even though he wasn't one. I told you what I wanted. You told me what you wanted. We can build outward from there, but the building has to start with the two of us being clear about our positions. Now, this custodes thing. It's a bond between us that's permanent. Uber-Golden Adelheid let his interruption land without resistance. Yes. The bond is permanent. She gathered her thoughts quickly and adjusted her register to match his preference for plainness. A custos and their bound royal gilded share an existential link that cannot be unwoven once it has settled. Distinguished Gilded Ones, the high ones, the ones whose movements shape policy across regions of the observable, only ever have one custos bound to them across their entire life. The bond is foundational. The two of us trust each other with our existences in a manner that is beyond any other relationship a Gilded One forms across their eons. The custos walks beside us. The custos sees what we see. The custos receives the truths we cannot afford to share with anyone else. And in exchange, the custos defends us with the totality of their being, and we pour resources into the custos that no other bond would justify. She let the word settle. It is not a small thing, what has happened between us. The bond is meant to be ceremonial, ritualized, deliberate. It is meant to be celebrated with gatherings of houses and witnesses. What you and I did was none of that. And yet the bond has settled the same as any ceremonial one would have, because the underlying weavings do not care about the ritual. They only care that the integration occurred. Noah nodded. Okay. So as an apparent custodes, do you trust me with your life? He smiled slightly. Of course you don't. And rightly so. You and I don't truly know each other. We've had a handful of conversations across a few moments of time, and in those conversations I've done more to disturb you than to comfort you. The trust the bond demands is trust we haven't built. But thrust into this situation, we have to adapt around what we've actually got rather than what we should have had. He shifted to face her more squarely on the wave. Your trouble is that you've bound someone considered less. So now you're looking at what to do. Well, what can you do? What actually happens if your custos is revealed to be a tiny little so-called bounded life form? Adelhaide's reply came calmly. It will be a shame on my superbious Gilded One status. The superbious are defined by pride, by the conviction that nothing beneath us is worthy of our intimacy. Bonding myself to a bounded would be the deepest possible repudiation of what we publicly claim to be. The Magna Sorora would be obligated to act. They would collapse my entire existence first. They would then collapse your existence shortly after, to remove the trace of the bond from the broader weavings before any further damage to superbious standing could occur. The collapses would be ritualized. Nothing of either of us would remain afterward. Noah smiled at the cold words. Would they really kill you? I thought you were a big important member and all that. I would get a pass on many things. I have eons of standing, accomplishments registered into the superbious records. I have leaned on those mitigations before, when smaller transgressions came up. But demeaning the very pride of the superbious, the foundational engineering that defines what we are, that cannot be passed over. That cannot be argued down. The Magna Sorora would make the move to hold a private execution. The superbious themselves would not openly call for it. They would let the Sorora act and then accept the result with formal regret. For now, it is a scandal for me. They want to know who I have bound myself to, and I have refused to say. The refusal is buying time. The time will not last. Noah blinked. Who are the Magna Sorora? Adelheid drew a slow breath as she organized her answer. The Magna Sorora are a sisterhood that has guided the progression and elevation of Gilded Ones across eons. Her voice carried a quiet weight when she spoke their name. They were not founded by any single Gilded One. They emerged across the early epochs of our people, when the Gilded Houses were still consolidating their forms. The wisest of the early Gilded Women came together and formed a body that would exist alongside the houses without belonging to any of them. Their purpose was simple in stated intent, complicated in practice. They would ensure the continuation of Gilded engineering across the generations. They would safeguard the secrets of how Gilded Ones are made. They would arbitrate disputes between houses when those disputes threatened the broader image of our people. They would correct deviations before deviations became precedents. She let her hands trail through the infiniforce around them as she spoke. They have grown into something far more across the eons since. Their influence stretches across all of Vakachev's scales of existence. They have placed sisters at every level of the Gilded hierarchy. They have woven themselves into the rituals by which new Gilded Ones come of age, by which custos bonds are formed, by which marriages between houses are negotiated. They run the schools that teach young Gilded Ones what they are and what they are expected to become. They sit on every council that matters. And they answer to no Gilded One outside their own ranks. Her golden eyes held his. They are ruthless when it comes to ensuring the image and continuation of Gilded Ones. They have killed sisters of their own who deviated too far. They have toppled Gilded Ones of high standing when those Gilded Ones embarrassed the broader people. They are selective with their cruelty, they save it for the moments when cruelty serves the longer arc, but when they decide that cruelty is required, they are unflinching. Their decisions are not appealed. Their judgments are not overturned. Across eons, only a handful of beings have ever survived a verdict from the Magna Sorora. HUUM. Chapter 5141, Paint Me Gold. 2. Noah listened calmly. His mind moved quickly behind the calm. The Magnus Aurora's influence stretched across Vakachev's scales of existence. Across the framework that contained bounded and gilded and every classification within them. But Vakachev's scales were not the only scales anymore. He'd built his own. The infinite scales of existence. He existed within his own framework now, with his own measurements and his own ascensions, and the Magnus Aurora's reach across Vakachev's frameworks did not necessarily translate into reach across his own. They were on one set of scales. He was on entirely other ones. Okay. His voice came back into the conversation. So. For you to not be executed, and then me soon after, I just need to not be a bounded life form. As far as their classification is concerned. So long as I am a Grand Custos, and my apparent identity is a gilded life form, you can present me without too much shame. Yes. He tilted his head slightly. So let us paint me in your fake colors of gold. How feasible is that? He asked the question seriously. Obergulden Adelheid became silent and looked at him calmly, as if she were giving him a second to change his crazy words. As if the proposal were so absurd that he might want to retract it before she had to dignify it with a response. He simply stared back at her steadily. She was thoughtful for a moment. Her gaze held his without changing. Her gold eyes shifted slightly as she actually began considering the proposal rather than dismissing it, and after a few seconds she pondered out loud. One could not simply play the role of a gilded one. Her voice held the careful pace of someone working through a problem in real time. The power could not be replicated. Gilded engineering is foundational. It is woven into the substrate of our existence from the moment of our conception, and the signatures of that engineering are not something any external imitation could produce. A bounded attempting to play gilded would be discovered within nanoseconds by anyone with even a passing familiarity with our weavings. The Magnus Aurora would detect the falsification within an instant. The proposal, as you have phrased it, is impossible by every standard I have ever known. She paused. But you have infinity in a way nobody else has. Her gold eyes sharpened slightly as she worked through it. Infinity is the one variable that breaks every standard. The gilded are accustomed to encountering beings whose power can be measured against established parameters, and within those parameters, the gap between bounded and gilded is unbridgeable. Infinity does not respect those parameters. Infinity does not measure within them. The signature of infinity in your existence is something the Magnus Aurora would not be able to slot into either category, because infinity is foreign to the engineering of both. They would have to accept that whatever you are exists outside their usual taxonomy. She tilted her head, considering further. The only issues are that you are weak, and your ego is basal. And you do not act or look in any way like a gilded one. The first issue limits how far the infinity-based explanation can stretch. The second and third issues mean that even with the infinity foundation accepted, your behavior and presentation would constantly contradict the role you are trying to play. Gilded ones carry themselves in particular ways. You hold none of these. You are, in every visible respect, something other than what we are. Noah blinked. What power would one need to play the part of a gilded one? To meet the basic expectations of the role? Adelheid drew her thoughts together. Most adult gilded ones operate at the third scale of Vakachev's framework. The Paleozoic scale. The weaker ones, or the slower ones who have not yet completed their natural ascension, sit in the transitional Cambrian stage. Cambrian is the bridge between the Proterozoic scale, the second scale where primordial architects mostly reside, and the Paleozoic scale, where gilded ones properly belong. A gilded one in the transitional Cambrian stage is still considered young or developing by our standards, but they are recognized as genuine members of our people. They have crossed enough of the threshold to be addressed as adults in formal contexts, even if they have not yet completed the final crossing into Paleozoic. Noah's eyes shone brightly. He noted the new terminology of Vakachev's scales the way he noted everything new. He slotted it into his mental map of the broader framework. The Cambrian. The bridge between second and third. He nodded. Okay. Then I simply have to be at this transitional Cambrian stage. I'll paint myself gold. We'll go from there. He smiled slightly. As for the question of power, I have no doubt about my own power. Scaling myself to be at the peak of scale 2 will not be an issue in the next day or two. I'm already most of the way there, and the remaining distance is something I can close while I'm doing several other things at the same time. Power is the part I'm least worried about. Boom. He said such grand words. Golden Adelheid was silent again for a moment. She had stopped treating his proposal as absurd. She had started treating it as something that might actually need to be planned around. The Magna Sorora are thorough. Her tone became practical. I won't be able to simply bring someone forward and have them raise their hands and say, all right, that's cool, welcome to the family, let us know if you need anything. They will check. They will demand history. They will demand to know which house produced you, where you were raised, what regions of the observable you have moved through. They will check the answers against records that span vast portions of our recorded history. Any gap in the answers will become a thread they pull, and they will pull threads patiently until the whole story unravels. Her hands moved as she spoke, sketching out implications in the air. You will need to be up here. Moving within the brain-world observable existence, the other side of the coin of the observable existence where Gilded Ones reside. You cannot simply appear from beneath and claim the position. You will need a presence in our domain. You will need to have been seen in our spaces. For this to even have a chance of success, we would need to create an identity for you up here, and that identity will need depth, and the depth will need to hold up under the kind of scrutiny that even Gilded Ones rarely survive intact. The brain-world observable existence. Now this was a unique term he wanted defined right away. Tell me more about this brain-world observable existence. Adelheid gathered herself for the explanation. The observable existence you currently occupy is not the entirety of the observable. What you experience as observable, the realms and territories and structures you and other bounded move through, is one face of a broader formation. There is another face. The brain-world observable existence sits adjacent to yours. Imagine, if it helps, that your observable is a sheet of fabric stretched across an immense frame. Then imagine that very close to that sheet, separated by a distance that is both very small and impossible to traverse without authority, sits another sheet stretched across the same frame. The two sheets are parallel. They share the broader structure of the frame. They influence each other through that shared structure. But they do not touch, and beings on one sheet cannot pass to the other without specific capacities that allow them to bridge the gap. She let one hand drift sideways through the infiniforce, demonstrating the parallel. That is a simplification. The reality is more layered, more textured. The brain world and the observable you know are both real. Both are populated. Both have histories that trace back to the first cause. Sometimes a brain world forms naturally, as a consequence of the conditions during the first cause when a single observable formation accidentally folds into two adjacent expressions of itself. Sometimes Gilded Ones induce a brain world during the early formation of an observable, deliberately, for purposes that serve our interests. Either way, once a brain world exists, it sits as the upper face of the broader observable, and the lower face is what is known to most beings. Her gaze returned to him. Gilded Ones reside on the upper face. We were placed there during the first cause, when the Superbius and the other founding houses were configured. We move through the brain world the way bounded move through their observable. Our structures, or citadels, our gathering places, our archives, all of them are on the upper face. We descend to the lower face when we need, but we do not live there. The lower face is where the bounded are. The upper face is ours. She let the words rest. And to enter the brain world observable existence from below, you need the authority of a Gilded One. Power at the Paleozoic scale, Vakachev's third scale, allows for forceful entry. Anything less than that cannot bridge the gap on its own. There are exceptions. There are mechanisms. A Gilded One can carry a guest across, with effort. A Custos can be brought up by their bound royal, with significant effort. A few rituals exist that permit temporary crossings under highly specific conditions. But the general rule is straightforward. The upper face is closed to those without the proper authority, and the proper authority is, by design, almost exclusively held by Gilded Ones. She looked at him with the quiet expectation of someone who knew the next question already. If you want to walk among us as a Custos, you will need to walk in the brain world. The brain world is where my standing exists, where my house operates, where the Magna Sorora hold their courts, and where any plausible identity for you would need to be established. Chapter 5142, Existence is Conflict. Noah felt the boundlessly surging infinity within him as he considered Ubergulden Adelheide's words. Custodes and its meaning was dancing in his mind as this was a role he was meant to play. His eyes flashed sharply. Okay. Tell me clearly, what is the actual standing of a Custodes? I want a proper picture of the role before I commit further to walking it. He shifted slightly on the wave of infiniforce beside her, his posture casual but his attention sharp. I've played many roles across my existence. I've been a hunter, a survivor, a leader, a tyrant, a builder. I've grown across all of them, and the growing has taught me one specific thing about myself. There are roles I can play, and there are roles I cannot. Being an attendant is one of the ones I cannot. Being a slave, even a respected slave, even a slave with a fancy title and decorated robes, is one of the ones I cannot. So how do you actually look at the Custodes? Not the formal description. Your view of them. The view from the inside. Ubergulden Adelheid shook her head as he finished. You misunderstand the standing entirely. The Custodes are not attendants. They are not servants in any meaningful sense of the word. They are esteemed in our society to a degree that surprises every many who first hear the word and assumes the obvious connotations. A Custos is the counterpart of their bonded Gilded One. Counterpart, not subordinate. The standing in our circles places them alongside the royal they protect, not beneath. When a royal gilded enters a chamber, the Custos enters at their side, not behind them. When the royal speaks, the Custos may speak as well, and the speech of the Custos is heeded as carrying the weight of the bond. Her hands moved gently as she spoke. Custodes are also rare. Only certain Gilded Ones have one bonded to them. The bond is mainly reserved for the Magna Sorora and for the high-standing royals of the major houses. A casual Gilded One does not have a Custos and would be considered presumptuous for attempting to acquire one. The role is not handed out. The role is engineered, ritualized, and kept scarce by design. So the Custodes, taken collectively, are a small population of beings whose proximity to the highest tiers of our people grants them a status that exceeds almost every other category of being within the brain world. She paused, and the next part of her answer carried a different texture. And more often than not, the bond between a Custos and a sister of the Magna Sorora becomes deeper than family. Many fall in love with each other. The bond, by its very nature, encourages that depth. The two share existences across eons or millennia. They sleep in the same chambers. They walk through the same dangers. They learn each other's weavings to a degree that no spouse, no sibling, no parent ever achieves. Some bonds remain strictly carnal, mutual companionship without romantic depth, and others remain strictly companionable without carnal involvement. Some bonds become both. Very few of the bonds are apathetic. The engineering of the bond pulls toward intimacy in some form, and across the eons, the intimacy nearly always finds its expression. Noah's eyes shone brightly at the words. Oh. The single syllable carried more interest than he'd intended to show. Golden Adelheid looked at him up and down with a patient evaluation. She shook her head and continued. That, however, is not the most important aspect of the role. Her voice settled into a graver register. The aesthetics of the bond, the intimacy, the standing in our chambers, all of that is downstream of the actual purpose for which the custodes were created. The biggest thing about a custos, the foundational reason the role exists at all, is strength. A custos determines whether their bonded sister of the Magna Sorora or their bonded royal gilded survives. Because the enemies we face are terrifying. The enemies are why the role exists. Not the politics. Not the ceremonies. The enemies. Noah's brow furrowed slightly as he caught up with the implication. Enemies? He tilted his head. While he didn't expect existential peace. What, exactly, would be enemies of gilded ones? You sit at the peak of how most existences measure themselves. What walks around at your level threatening enough to require a custos for every royal that matters? Golden Adelheid's expression became grave. She did not hurry the answer. Existence is, fundamentally, about the fight for power. Existence is conflict. Every classification of being, from the smallest mortal to the grandest civilization, fights for power in whatever form is available to them. Bounded lifeforms fight for cultivation resources. Primordial architects fight for their civilizations and territories. Singular cognizances fight for what drives their existences. And gilded ones, we fight for power the most. We have the most to gain. We have the most refined frameworks for converting power into more power. And our appetites match our capacities. Her gold eyes held his without softening. Apart from infinity, which we and you both pursue, all of us desperately seek the primordial source. Every gilded one. Every house. Every faction. The primordial source is the deepest well of power that exists, the substrate beneath substrates, the well from which even infinity is theorized to draw. To touch it is to access something that places the toucher beyond every measurement that exists. We have known about it for as long as we have known about ourselves. We have organized our entire civilizations around the pursuit of it. And yet across all the eons of our existence, only a vanishingly small number of beings have ever actually touched it. We are not among that number. We are still climbing toward it. Still reaching. Still hoping the next breakthrough will be the one that opens the door. She drew a slow breath. But the primordial source does not seek us. It does not extend itself toward those who pursue it. The few who have touched it have done so through methods nobody else has been able to replicate. And those few, those rare beings who have actually grasped the primordial source, act as if they have stumbled upon a treasure that nobody else should ever have. They guard it ferociously. They monitor existence for any sign that another being is approaching the threshold. And when they detect such an approach, they appear, and they destroy. Wow. Chapter 5143, Existence is Conflict. 2. Noah's attention sharpened to a fine point. Entire wars have been waged against us by these beings. Her voice held the weight of recorded history. We call them the relictus. The remnants. We name them that because we do not know what they are, only that they remain from some prior era we cannot fully see, holding power that should not exist alongside the rest of us. They are titanic. They are ancient. They wield the primordial source the way you wield a sword, with the casual fluency of a being who has held the weapon for so long that the weapon has become an extension of their body. And they are utterly committed to one purpose: preventing any advancement toward the primordial source by anyone other than themselves. Her hands moved as she spoke, though no illusions formed this time. So far, the Relictus is only a name. A category. We have no true biographies of them. We have no histories that explain how they came to be, or whether they were once like us, or whether they have always existed in their current configurations. We have observed them only when they appear, and they appear only when one of us has come too close to the threshold. Each appearance is brief. Each appearance is catastrophic. They strike, they collapse whatever advancement was being attempted, they kill whoever was making the attempt and often kill many others alongside as a warning, and then they vanish back into whatever spaces they occupy between these interventions. Her voice tightened slightly. A single one of them is enough to require thousands of Gilded Ones to engage. Thousands. Drawing on resources that only the Magna Sorora and the great houses can provide. Battle plans developed across decades of preparation, deployed in moments because the Relictus do not announce themselves. Rarely if ever do the thousands win. Rarely do they bring the Relictus down through sheer attrition, through depth of numbers, through the weight of accumulated authority pressed against a single titanic enemy. And often, even when they win, the cost is so high that the victory is functionally indistinguishable from a defeat. Hundreds or thousands of Gilded Ones lost. Generations of cultivation extinguished. Houses brought to the edge of dissolution. Each Relictus we have ever managed to bring down has cost us more than the gain of stopping them was worth. Her gold eyes met his with grave clarity. The highest mortality of Gilded Ones, those of us standing on the shade of observable, and our allied Gilded Ones in the shade of unobservable, and sisters of the Magna Sorora, the highest mortality across our recorded history stems from the Relictus. Not from internal conflicts, but from the remnants. They are the single largest cause of death within our people, and they have been since before our records began. Our archives are full of names of the lost. Sisters who were beloved across their generations, struck down in moments because they had touched something they should not have touched. Royals of grand standing whose entire houses ended with them because the Relictus does not distinguish between the seeker and the seeker's lineage when the strike is delivered. We carve their names into our walls. We mourn them across the eons. And we keep climbing toward the primordial source anyway, because the alternative is to accept that the primordial source is not for us, and we cannot bring ourselves to accept that. She paused for a moment, and her voice softened slightly, almost to herself. What we know about the Relictus is mostly silhouettes. They appear in different forms in different appearances. Some have come as massive humanoid figures wreathed in light that does not match any known spectrum. Others have come as constellations of moving geometric shapes, no single body to attack, distributed across vast regions of engagement. Some have spoken. Most have not. Those who have spoken in languages we have never recorded elsewhere. We have never recovered a body. Even when we have brought one down, the body does not remain. It dissolves into the substrate. It returns to wherever it came from. We have studied the residual traces, and the traces tell us almost nothing. Whatever they are not configured along the lines that any of our taxonomies would recognize. She let her hands settle back into her lap. The Magna Sorora set up the system of custodes specifically because of the Relictus. Long ago, when one of the early High Sisters fell to a Relictus appearance because she was alone at the moment of attack, the surviving Sorora made a decision. No important Gilded One would ever walk alone again. Every sister of significant standing, every royal of significant influence, would have a second existence bonded to them, a second heart beating alongside their own, ready to receive the strike that the sister could not see coming. The custodes are not servants. They are the second heart. They are the reason a sister of the Magna Sorora survives an encounter that would have killed her instantly without the bond. And the bond is engineered to be foundational precisely because the threats the bond exists to address are foundational. She looked at him steadily. That is what you would be stepping into, if you walked into the brain world as my custos. Not a decorative role and definitely not a subordinate role. A position whose existence is justified by enemies grand enough to cull our highest from time to time, and whose duty is to stand between those enemies and the sister they have bonded with, regardless of cost. Noah's eyes shone brilliantly at the extended dump of exposition from Ubergulden Adelheid. He wanted to tell her, "Please, ma'am, I want some more." Especially when it came to enemies that could kill gilded lifeforms. This interested him tremendously. But one could not have too much of something, otherwise the taste would sour. So he thought about everything that Ubergulden Adelheid had uttered so far, and he came to a decision. Chapter 51-44, Go Wild. Noah turned toward Ubergulden Adelheid. How many hours can you buy with those who seek to know your custos? Ubergulden Adelheid raised her brows slightly. A few hours. She said it plainly. I have been deflecting. The Magna Sorora are patient when patience serves their methodology, but they are patient in the manner of a tide. The water waits because it knows the shore is already beneath it. I can stretch the deflection a few more hours. Beyond that, silence becomes confession, and confession becomes grounds for many more things. Noah nodded. He thought about his civilizational holy war ticking down in the background of his consciousness, the 20-hour countdown still running, and then he refocused on the being in front of him. Do you trust me to take on the role of a custodes? That I can be powerful enough, akin to a gilded one? The question was a heavy one. He asked it without softening it. Ubergulden Adelheid looked at him for a long moment. Before, I would have said a bounded life form cannot do much. Her voice held the honesty. The gap is too vast. The engineering is too foundational. A bounded life form playing at gilded standing would be a fish attempting to fly by flapping harder, and the attempt would end the same way every time. That is what I would have said before. Her gold eyes settled on his. But I was reminded of the creature. A being who should not have been able to do what he has done, and yet has done it, and is still doing it, climbing towards something that our entire people have collectively failed to reach. And then there is the sheer reality that you were able to bind me as a custos. That binding requires a gilded one. It requires a ceremony with the Magna Sorora. It requires engineering and ritual and oversight that you had none of. And yet the bond settled into me the same way any ceremonial bond would have settled, because your infinity does not respect the protocols that should have prevented it. She tilted her head slightly. There is something about you with your infinity. I cannot name it precisely. But if you begin to amplify your ego as well, if you lean into the identity cultivation that the gilded use to stabilize their foundations, you may reach a configuration that cannot be easily distinguished from what a gilded one actually is. I am not certain of this. But I am less certain that it is impossible than I was before we began interacting. Noah looked at her closely. Her answer was decent enough. Okay. Okay. He rose up from the wave of quintessence infiniforce and stretched his body. The multicolored seas around them rippled in response to his motion, currents adjusting to the shift in his posture the way loyal servants adjusted to the movements of their master. He rolled his shoulders once, cracked his neck, and looked down at Ubergulden Adelheid from his standing position. I have a little civilizational holy war to deal with first. If I were to get a bit wild in our observable existence during that process, should I expect attention from Gilded Ones down there? Would my actions draw eyes from above? Golden Adelheid blinked at the question. Nearly all Gilded Ones don't give a damn what happens in observable existence. Only what happens in the brainworld observable existence matters to them. Your observable is beneath their attention in the most literal sense of the word. She considered for a moment, then offered him an analogy. Imagine you know there is an aquarium somewhere in your residence. A small glass box filled with tiny fish. You are aware the aquarium exists. You fed the fish once, a long time ago, when you first set the aquarium up. On rare occasions you might walk past it and glance inside to see what the fish are doing. But you do not think about the aquarium when you wake. You do not factor the fish into your decisions about your day. If one fish eats another fish, or if the water changes color like the loom, the belly of existence, the fallout or your pluvial epoch of existential infinity, or if a particularly ambitious fish manages to jump slightly higher than the others, you do not notice. Because the aquarium is not where your life happens. It is a decoration in a room you rarely visit. Her gold eyes held his without apology for the comparison. That is how most Gilded Ones view your observable existence. A small glass box. Tiny fish. Occasionally interesting if you happen to glance inside, but never urgent. She continued. Most Gilded Ones who interact with your observable at all do so for specific purposes. Some practice the engineering of egos on bounded beings down there every now and then, using primordial architects as test subjects for configurations they want to refine before applying them to Gilded Tier beings. Others are the cruel, dissatisfied Gilded Ones who come down to torture the weak because cruelty against something smaller makes them feel grander about their own standing. They do unsavory things in your observable. But these visits are rare. Sporadic. Unmotivated by anything resembling strategic attention. She shook her head. Otherwise, I would have been caught long ago. Even sealed, even suppressed to appear bounded, I lived among your people for eons. If Gilded Ones were truly paying attention to the aquarium, my presence would have been detected within the first century of my arrival. The fact that I survived undetected for as long as I did tells you everything you need to know about how closely they watch. Her voice shifted into something more practical. So do whatever you need to do. Go wild. As loudly as you can. Burn rivers of blood across the wild if that serves your purposes. Collapse primordial architects by the dozens. None of it will draw Gilded Eyes downward, because Gilded Eyes are not pointed downward right now. She paused. But in about 3 or 4 hours, we will need to begin preparing. Her tone tightened with the urgency of someone whose clock was genuinely running. Painting you gold is not a single action. It is a sequence. You will need to be prepared physically and existentially. You will need to be transferred to the brainworld observable existence through a crossing that I will facilitate. I need to prepare things on my end as well. She drew a slow breath before the next part. And I will be reaching out to a friend in the Magna Sorora for help. Noah's eyes sharpened at the word friend. A friend inside the Magna Sorora. The organization that would privately execute you if they discovered what happened. Yes. Golden Adelheid's voice didn't waver. She may choose to scorch you from existence the moment she learns what has occurred. That is a real possibility. She is a sister of the Magna Sorora. Her loyalties are to the sisterhood first and to personal bonds second. That is how the Sorora are engineered. Her gold eyes held his. But if our friendship was real, and I believe it was, she will listen to me before she acts. She will evaluate the situation with the thoroughness her rank demands, and she will recognize that a solution serves the Sorora better than an execution in this case. Her inclusion in our plan would be foolproof. If she agrees to help, she can construct credentials from inside the system that the Magna Sorora cannot see through, because she understands the system from within. She settled back on her wave. Those are the terms. 3 to 4 hours for you to handle your affairs. Then we begin. 3 to 4 hours to wrap up a civilizational holy war that was due in 20 hours. Noah turned the timeline over in his mind. 3 to 4 hours before Upper Golden Adelheid needed him painted gold and crossing into the brain world. This should be manageable. He had already transformed the vast majority of his strongest into nascent Hadeans. He had Beowulf and the living elemental serving as training dummies. He had Midas now, a bloated golden abomination at the Ediacaran tier whose power dwarfed anything the designated opponents could field. He had bodies running multiple operations simultaneously. He had Naldine monitoring the wild. He had Emotive feeding him intelligence on every participant in the holy war. 3 to 4 hours to get loud, get wild, and handle what needed handling in the observable before he stepped into a terribly dangerous place. He looked at Upper Golden Adelheid one more time. I'll be back. With a flicker of brilliance, he disappeared. Chapter 5145, Go Wild. 2. Even sitting on a makeshift throne of infinity with his head leaned back, he looked fucking majestic. Emotive had been staring at her fixation for the last few minutes while he closed his eyes, and she had not spared even a single nanosecond of her attention to the primordial architect beside them. Naldine. The woman who kept looking at her coldly with those ridiculous singularity-dotted eyes. Whatever. Whatever. Naldine could look at her all she wanted. Naldine could stare until her golden-streaked hair turned white. Emotive was busy. Emotive had better things to be doing with her precious seconds than returning that cold gaze. She had been spending all her precious seconds looking at him. She was not sitting still while she looked, of course. He had told her very plainly that she was only a tool. He had told her in the clearest possible way, and she understood how easily tools could be discarded when they no longer had uses. She had discarded tools of her own across her eons. She had discarded beings, emotions, entire phases of her existence, the moment they stopped serving whatever she had needed them for. She knew how it worked from both sides of the exchange. So she was not sitting still. She was working. She was always working now. When it came to her own power, like any other being, she had always known she could be powerful. She had always known she had a lot of potential. Every being believed that about themselves. Every being carried some version of the conviction that their latent capacity exceeded their current expression. Most beings were wrong about it. Most beings were overestimating. But she wasn't. She wasn't. Getting the confirmation and affirmation that the aspect she was most in tune with, that her very identity was based around, was the exact aspect the most powerful beings actively amplified in themselves. It made her conviction grander. It made her confidence grander. It made everything in her grander. She grew bolder. She grew crazier. Crazier in the good way, the useful way, the way that gave her hands to work with rather than just feelings to drown in. And she had been working. She had already tapped into all the amplified egos of every single primordial architect in the wild. Every single one. Even this woman next to her who kept looking at her coldly. Naldine Manthan, yes, that Naldine, saturated with her fixation's brilliance. Emotive could feel Naldine's emotions perfectly clearly right now, and she had been quietly tapping into their power this whole time. Naldine had no idea. Naldine, with all her imperious composure and her ancient vihuela and her transformation, did not know she was being siphoned from while she stood there frowning at the manic little woman on the nearby wave. And she was not losing any power, as what emotive was siphoning was not her power, but the intensity of her emotion. Such a thing should have been impossible. But emotions, while amplified, were one of the hardest things to understand or defend against. Most beings didn't even perceive them as a vector of attack. Most beings thought emotions were background noise. For her, emotions were architecture. Emotions were engineering. Emotions were the rivers, and the intensity of these rivers fed her. So long as someone felt, and they felt intensely, she could feed. She had formed nearly all of her proterozoic bones and organs through this quiet siphoning across the last minutes. Common Kalimian proterozoic scale beings were manageable for her now. But she knew it wasn't enough. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Her methodology was simple, and the simplicity was what made it so terrifying. She tapped into any advancement made within particularly emotional existences. Any leap in cultivation. Any breakthrough. Any refinement of an ego that had just been amplified to new thresholds. Whenever a being's emotions surged intensely during a moment of power growth, their emotional weavings flared into her perception like a beacon, and she reached through those weavings and siphoned a current of intensity. The most useful targets were beings with amplified egos, because their emotional weavings were thicker, denser, more saturated with the kind of signal that carried power alongside feeling. The engineered primordial architects of the wild were nearly perfect donors for her methodology. Their greeds and prides and wraths and lusts roared through the ambient emotional field so loudly that she could drink from them from across gigaparsecs. The most terrifying thing was how silent it was, because she wasn't doing anything herself. She wasn't attacking anyone. She wasn't reaching out with hostile weavings. She wasn't declaring intent or announcing her presence in any of the registers that powerful beings monitored. She was only tapping into emotions, and emotions were everywhere, and emotions belonged to nobody and everybody at once, and her presence inside the emotional substrate was indistinguishable from the substrate itself. She was a fish in water that other fish didn't notice was hungry. As she was thinking all of this, her fixation opened his eyes. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. His eyes had come to a decision. Emotive had seen many indecisive men across her eons, too many, honestly. Her fixation was not one of them. His eyes held the clean clarity of a being who had weighed options and had already moved past the weighing into execution. She waited for him to assert his authority first. That was the correct order of operations. A tool did not speak before its wielder. A tool did not even breathe before its wielder unless the breathing served some purpose the wielder had already sanctioned. So she waited, her hair holding steady in a disciplined gold. He looked at her. Then at Naldine. All right. We're going to go a little wild. His voice carried the calm confidence she had come to associate with his best moments. We don't have to worry about gilded ones turning their gaze in our direction. Ah. Look at the fucking confidence of this guy to say such words as if he knew and understood them with complete surety. He had been sitting on his throne for a few minutes, consulting whatever battery he consulted, and he had come back up with information that let him declare the upper tier of existence disinterested in their work. She did not know what he knew. She did not need to know what he knew. She trusted that he knew it, because his voice carried the tone of a being who had never once been wrong about the things he declared with that particular cadence. Naldine, of course, did not respond this way. Naldine had a pondering look cross her face as she looked at him. Are you sure? Her voice was measured, almost polite, but the question was still a question. How can you be so certain? Ho. Ho, ho, ho. Was Naldine actually questioning her fixation? Did she not understand that men love to be listened to the most? Sheesh, this was basic. This was the foundation. If her fixation told her to jump, Emotive would ask how high. If he told her to kneel, she would ask him in which posture. If he told her to collapse herself, she would ask him how thoroughly, with what method, in which order, and whether he wanted to watch. She was that committed. She was that fervent. And the commitment was working for her. Look at her right now. She had gained the capability to tap into the emotions of every single creature within the wild. Every single one. But she could only feel, not tap into, her fixation's emotions. His emotional substrate existed, she could perceive it, she could taste the countless colors of it in the ambient field around him, but she could not reach inside it and siphon from it the way she siphoned from everyone else. She made gains from how her emotions responded to his actions, but his weavings were closed to her. His egos were fenced from her access. That was how unique and distinguished he was. That was how far above her he sat. And Naldine was going to stand there asking him if he was fucking sure. All of this only made her fixation on him even stronger. She controlled her mania. She pulled on emotions of coherence and discipline. She was a tool. She was a useful tool. She was going to be the most useful tool her fixation had ever held in his hands, and she would prove it right now. Sir. Her voice was as steady as she could make it, with only a small flicker of excitement beneath the surface. I have the updated locations of all 81 primordial architects participating in the civilizational holy war. All of them. Whenever you want to see it, I can deliver it. She let the information settle, then continued. 18 of them are currently on top of the gilded white mountain. Her hair cycled into a darker, more conspiratorial gold as she spoke. 18 of the 81, clustered on a single location, sitting very close together, breathing the same mountain air. Convenient, yes. Dozens more primordial architects belonging to a different faction of power, not the Deliverance, are also on that mountain. The mountain is something like a gathering point for a rival clique. And her voice dropped slightly. The creature has arrived at the base of this mountain. Naldine's head turned slightly at the name. His emotions right now are brutality and bloodthirst. I can taste them from here. They are loud, they are cold, they are utterly focused. Everything on that mountain is about to die within the next hour. Even though there are multiple Ediacaran Proterozoic scale primordial architects with their egos amplified up there. The creature has decided, and when he decides, the mountain is already falling, it just doesn't know it yet. Her smile sharpened slightly. So that will take care of 18 of the 81 combatants. Without you lifting a finger. That is 18 you can consider already crossed off your list. She leaned forward slightly. How, do you want to fuck up the rest, sir? She said the words with her mania leashed tight, because she wanted to be a very, very useful tool. The blood of many beings, the blood and the emotions alongside, would fuel her dream. Her dream that now sat a few feet from her on a throne of infinity, reading her report with shining eyes, weighing her usefulness in real time. Primordial architects and even the gilded ones, eventually. Whoever. If he wanted them to bleed, she would only ask how red the rivers of blood should be, no questions asked. Chapter 5146, False Idols. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these epochs, infinity reigns supreme. Rarely does one have a good reason to kill. The ordinary killings across existence are committed for reasons that dissolve under examination, petty reasons, inherited reasons, the reasons of beings who were angry that morning or who had been angry across their entire lives without ever locating the original source. Most who kill cannot defend what they have done once the killing is finished. They invent explanations after the fact. They construct narratives that their listeners are expected to accept without too much scrutiny, and the listeners accept because examining the explanation would require examining the whole bloody arrangement of existence that produced it, and nobody wants to do that work. But the ones who kill brutally. The ones who take their time. The ones who lay the corpses down in rows and make sure the rows can be counted by anyone watching from above. Those ones always have a good reason to kill. The reasons are old in those cases. The reasons have been carried across eons, braided into the weavings of a being's existence so tightly that the being and the reason can no longer be separated. The reasons have been denied across generations. The reasons have waited. And when the moment finally arrives for the reasons to be expressed, the expression is never sloppy. Brutality is a form of precision when the brutality has been earned. At the base of the gilded white mountain, the creature was wreathed in multicolored golden flames tinged with a bloody light. He stood on a stretch of pale stone that had been clean an hour ago. The stone was no longer clean. Corpses of dozens of primordial architects lay arranged across its surface in neat parallel rows, each body set down with a craftsman's care, each drained and dull Proterozoic bone and organ already extracted and placed in its own discrete pile beside the body it had come from. Ribcages opened to the air. Skulls split cleanly along their structural seams. Spinal columns laid out full length, the vertebrae separated and sorted by their individual tiers of cultivation. The work had the quiet thoroughness of a butcher who had been practicing for a very long time and who took a certain pride in how the cuts came out. The multicolored golden flames across his body flickered as he worked on the last corpse in the row. The flames held too many colors for any mortal perception to fully resolve, and the bloody undertone moved beneath them like a second layer of fire that belonged to an older and sadder fire than the one on the surface. Behind him, Anaximander floated with a complex expression on his face. He alone had been allowed to come to witness this. The mountain rose above them both. The gilded white mountain was one of the grander landmarks of the wild. Its slopes ran pale as old ivory, veined with gold and patterns that suggested deliberate placement rather than natural mineralization. Structures climbed its flanks in tiered arrangements, each level holding temples carved from white stone and capped with golden roofs. The temples were beautiful. Columns stood tall enough to require craning of the neck to take in it all. Arches curved in ways that should not have supported themselves and did anyway because of the authority woven through their stones. Friezes along the upper registers depicted scenes of gilded ones receiving reverence from kneeling primordial architects. The friezes had been carved with loving attention. The mountain held dozens of primordial architects across its tiers. Some belonged to the designated 81 for the civilizational Holy War. Others were hangers-on, lieutenants, members of the rival clique that had consolidated here as an alternative to the Deliverance's faction. They stood along the balconies of the temples now, their faces showing anger and incredulity as they watched the base of their mountain fill up with corpses. None of them had descended yet. The creature finished with the last body. He stepped back and he surveyed his rows. And then he turned his face upward, and the multicolored golden flames across him flickered with a silent rage that was older than the mountain itself. His voice rolled across the slopes. Not all life is equal. The sound carried without effort. Simply a voice pitched to reach the upper balconies of the highest temple with the same clarity it reached the stones at his feet. I will concede that plainly. None of us are born into equal positions. Some are born with more power. Some with less. Some with engineering that grants advantages others will never touch. Some with circumstances that collapse their potential before they have a chance to cultivate it. Existence is not fair, and the unfairness is not an error to be corrected. It is a structural feature of how things came to be arranged. He took a slow step forward among his rows of corpses. But inequality at birth is not the same as supremacy in kind. No single life is so supremely above another life that the greater life may command the lesser without question. The Gilded Ones are not so supremely above the rest of us that everything they say should be followed as if it were an undeniable command. They were not placed at the top of existence by any authority higher than themselves. They positioned themselves there, across the first cause, by making sure the configurations favored them when the configurations were still being written. That is not holiness. That is engineering. And engineering can be undone. His flames flickered brighter. The Gilded Ones eat. The Gilded Ones fuck. The Gilded Ones are born and the Gilded Ones die, eventually, when a sufficient counterweight is brought to bear against their cultivation. They sleep. They have bad days and petty grievances and insecurities that they nurse in private. They are not so different from the rest of us once the gold paint is scraped off. He gestured upward toward the temples. Why should they be idolized? Why should you bend your heads when their messengers pass? Why accept the engineering they write into your foundations that alters your very mind to be subservient to them, so deeply that when you kneel you believe the kneeling is your own choice? Why turn on your own people to serve theirs? Why betray the kin you grew up alongside, who suffered in the same realms you suffered in, who bled in the same battles you bled in, so that you might receive a thin sliver of favor from a false golden idol who will not remember your name a year after you have given everything for him? His flames flickered with a deeper red now. Why, did you share anything about her? His voice cracked slightly on the last question, and the crack was the only sign of the grief that lived beneath everything he had just said. He composed himself within a heartbeat. Philemon Aristos. The name rang out across the mountain with the specificity of a bell struck against a wall. Philemon Aristos, I know you are on this mountain. I know you have been on this mountain for a long time, hiding behind other primordial architects. I know what you did, eons ago, when a Gilded One named the false golden idol passed through your territory asking questions. I know what you told him. I know the words you spoke and the directions you pointed and the small betrayal you offered so that you might receive a favor in return that never properly arrived. You sold a location. You sold a name. The flames around him burned in their silent rage. I have come to collect. His voice steadied into something that was nearly calm. I can do this the easy way. You come down the mountain yourself. You stand before me. I split you open the way I have split these others open, and your corpse joins the rows at my feet, and the rest of your little clique on this mountain gets to continue their existences without further interruption. A clean transaction. A closed ledger. The rest of them walk away. He gestured at the corpses around him. Or all of them can join you. Every primordial architect who has been enjoying your company on this mountain can become like the ones down here. I have the time. I have the patience. I have, as you can see, the working method. I would prefer to keep this focused on you alone, because my quarrel is with you, but I do not require that preference to be honored. The mountain will be leveled either way by the time I leave. The only question is how many of its occupants get to see the morning. His eyes lifted to the highest temple. What will it be? Chapter 51-47, False Idols. 2. A terrible stillness settled across the gilded white mountain. Then, from the highest tier of the grandest temple, a massive figure stepped into view. The primordial architect who emerged burned with plasmic golden flames that crawled across his skin in slow whirls, the color brighter and cleaner than the multicolored gold of the creature's fires. He stood twice the height of any other being on the mountain. His body was built in the proportions of a war statue rather than a living creature. Oh, and he had 2 heads. 2 heads, side by side, set upon the single massive neck, each one crowned with a halo of its own plasmic flames. Both faces were sculpted. Both faces were handsome. And both faces were showing rage at this moment, the left head's anger cold and measured, the right head's anger hot and open-mouthed, the 2 expressions working together the way a blade and a bludgeon work together when a single enemy must be dealt with from multiple angles at once. His voice came from both heads at once, one pitch slightly lower than the other, the overlap creating a strange harmonic resonance that carried down the mountain. Your mere presence at the base of this mountain is blasphemous. Both mouths spoke the same words. Both mouths were moving in perfect synchrony. How dare you speak with such disrespect toward the ones who have given us everything? Civilization is togetherness. Civilization is community. Civilization is the acknowledgement that we are stronger when we orient ourselves around those greater than us, and the Gilded Ones have given us exactly that orientation. They have shared it with us. They have permitted us to stand within their reach. They have given us a glimpse of what existence can be when the highest capacities are actually expressed rather than suppressed. And you, a wretched little primordial architect who abandoned his own classification out of grief for a fucking woman, you stand at the base of our mountain and call them false. The left head's mouth twisted into something close to a sneer. How dare you, O creature? The right head's mouth opened wider, the rage pouring through more openly. What makes you even think what you are doing is anything other than a suicide mission? That is all this is. That is the only honest description of your career since you abandoned your original foundation. You are a walking corpse pretending to be a movement. You are a grief-soaked little experiment shambling across the wild, leaving bodies behind you because you cannot face the fact that the only body you wanted to save was lost to you long ago and no amount of primordial architect corpses will bring her back. Both mouths spoke together again. The day you stand before a Gilded One, I want to see if you will talk the same way you talk now. Or whether you will be unable to raise your head. Whether your multicolored flames will gutter down to embers in their presence. Whether your rage will finally reveal itself as the tantrum of a small wounded thing pretending to be a revolutionary. I have seen Gilded Ones at close range. I have knelt in their presence. You do not understand what you would actually face. You do not understand how small you are. Your bravado is the bravado of someone who has never yet been shown the scale. The creature's visage did not change during any of this. His flames continued to flicker in their silent rage. His posture remained exactly as it had been, feet planted on the pale stone among the corpses, hands loose at his sides, head tilted slightly upward toward the balcony where the 2-headed primordial architect stood. His eyes, visible through the flames, held a clarity that did not belong to a being who was shaken by what he had just heard. When he replied, his voice was calm. I hope to very soon stand before a Gilded One. The creature let the word settle. Especially the false golden idol. I hope this more than I have hoped for anything across the long climb of my current existence. I wish for it with a depth of wishing that would frighten most beings if they understood the wishing properly. You think I am afraid of that encounter? You have inverted the actual situation. I am not afraid as much as I am impatient. The encounter has been the entire point of everything I have done since I rebuilt my foundation from ash. Every corpse I have laid down has been a corpse closer to the one I am owed. Every tier I have climbed has been a tier earned in service of that single future meeting. He smiled as it was not a pleasant smile. When I finally stand before the false golden idol, I will not speak as much as you imagine I will. I will not waste words on a being who has earned silence from me. What I will do, instead, is split his skull along the structural seam where his pride is thickest. Or in his case, not pride as he gave you all pride while he holds Superbius. I will watch the light in both his eyes change from the expression of a titan receiving reverence to the expression of a child receiving consequence. And I will watch him bleed. I will watch him bleed for a long time, because bleeding is a slow process when it is done correctly, and I have every intention of doing it correctly. Boom! The words carried a weight that pressed the flames of the two-headed primordial architect into visible agitation. The massive being on the high balcony erupted with power. Plasmic golden flames roared upward from his body until they stretched above the roof of the temple itself, their color deepening as his rage climbed into its fully expressed form. Both of his mouths spoke as one, the voice booming down the mountain with the full authority of his classification brought to bear. You have no such power to say such things. His halos flared. I will show you what your words are actually worth. The entire mountain mobilized. Dozens of primordial architects moved from their tiers and their balconies. Flames of various colors bloomed across their forms as they prepared for descent. Weavings of authority unfolded into their combat configurations. The mountain, which had held its balance across long peaceful centuries, committed to the engagement with the full weight of its assembled residents. And the creature simply looked at all of it. His posture had not changed and his flames had not brightened. His eyes had not widened or changed. He absorbed the mobilization with the calm of a being who had anticipated every second of what was about to happen and who felt no need to adjust his plans in response to the mountain's collective decision. He spoke without turning his head. Witness me, Anaximander. His voice was soft, reserved, meant only for the being floating behind him. Witness, and pray for these poor souls. Multiple Calimian Proterozoic scale primordial architects initiated pulses of the scales simultaneously from their positions along the balconies of the temples. The somatic weavings formed faster than most beings could follow, fingers curling and uncurling through the ancient sequences, palms rotating outward, hands flicking releases across the air. Verbal weavings layered atop the somatic ones, voices rising together in the old structural formulas that primordial architects had been using since long before the temples on this mountain had been carved. The Silurian light bloomed first. 3 of the Calimian primordial architects called on it at the same time, flames with too many colors erupting from their palms, surging down the slope toward the lone figure at the base. Other pulses followed from other balconies. The Cambrian word spoken in somber cadences, causal weavings reaching out to rewrite what had and had not happened at the mountain's base. The Ordovician scream torn from a throat higher up, a sonic unwriting that rode on a wave of authority. The Triassic bloom unfurling from another balcony, flowering weavings that sought to replace existing matter with their own growth. Pulse after pulse, each one carrying the capacity to end most engagements in a single expression, all of them converging on the same target at the foot of the mountain. The creature floated calmly. He did nothing. He simply drifted slightly upward from his rows of corpses, his hands remaining loose at his sides, his multicolored golden flames licking quietly around his form. He watched the incoming pulses the way a teacher watched a classroom of students all raising their hands at once to answer a question he had already decided none of them were going to get right. The pulses reached him. Whoom! The Silurian light landed on his flames first. The 3 streams of it converged on his chest and his shoulders and his head, and the colors of the Silurian light poured into the multicolored gold of his own flames and were swallowed. His flames drank the incoming fire the way a deeper sea drinks a surface wave, and what emerged on the other side of the swallowing was simply more of his flame burning in the same configuration it had burned in before. How could they possibly erase his causality? His causality? They knew nothing. The Cambrian word arrived next. It tried to rewrite the consequences of his presence at the base of the mountain, tried to unfix him from the arrangement of who was standing where and who had done what. The word reached his foundations and found something older than the word underneath them. The word slipped off. The rewriting failed to take hold because the substrate it tried to rewrite had been rewritten so many times by the creature himself across his rebuilt existence that no external authority could find purchase on it. The Ordovician scream hit and dissipated. The Triassic bloom landed and was burned away by the flames. Pulse after pulse broke against him, and he simply floated, and nothing about his posture changed. Oh! Dozens of pulses. Enough to unwrite entire realms. None of them hindered him. A silence fell across the balconies. The Calimian primordial architects who had released the pulses held their postures, hands still extended, breaths caught in their throats. Their flames guttered slightly as the collective shock moved through the mountain's assembled population. The higher-ranked Ediacaran primordial architects near the top of the mountain held themselves very still, their two-headed leader Philemon Aristos among them, his plasmic golden flames flickering with something that was beginning to approach doubt. The shock broke into motion. The Calimian primordial architects collectively illuminated. All across the mountain, dozens of them lit up at once as they called upon the full activation of their engineered foundations. Their Proterozoic bones shone through their skin in golden outlines, ribcages and spines and femurs traced against the air like the armatures of sculptures being lit from within. Their organ systems followed, hearts and lungs and secondary viscera glowing with their own golden light, each configuration becoming visible as the primordial architects activated every stratum of their cultivation at once. The mountain became a host of luminous skeletons, dozens of them, all blazing in coordinated desperation. And then they called upon infinity. The ambient seas of the wild responded to the collective summoning. Rivers of infinity bent upward from the slopes, drawn into the bodies of the blazing Calimians, poured down through their engineered channels, saturating their amplified egos with floods their engineering had been designed to hold. Pride flared brighter in some. Wrath in others. Envy in a clustered group of 3 near the middle temples. Greed in several, lust in a handful, gluttony and sloth in the rest scattered across the remaining balconies. Every one of the 7 amplified egos visible in the population, every one of them surging to full activation at the same moment, every one of them holding back the madness of the Gamagian through the sheer intensity of the engineered emotion. The mountain became a constellation of engineered brilliance. The Ediacaran Proterozoic scale primordial architects clustered around Philemon Aristos began to move forward from the highest balconies. Their own amplified egos were larger, cleaner, more refined than those of the Calimians below them. Their contributions were about to land. And then the creature's skeleton shone. His multicolored flames thinned momentarily, and beneath them, for a single heartbeat, the architecture of his body became visible. His skeleton was not the ordinary bone lattice of a primordial architect. It was something that had been rebuilt. Something that had been smelted down and reforged across his long climb, the Proterozoic components replaced by substrates his mountain-bound opponents had no name for. His bones glowed with a pale undercolor that looked wrong against the multicolored gold around them, a pale that suggested something older than the classifications the mountain was built on. He took his fist back, and he smashed it forward toward the mountain. The motion was simple. Almost rustic in its simplicity. A body punching at air, and the air receiving the punch without obvious disturbance. Boom! In the next moment, more than a dozen of the illuminated Calimian primordial architects felt a terrifying force smash into them at once. The force did not travel through the intervening space. It arrived and landed inside their bodies directly, in the centers of their blazing Proterozoic structures, the point of impact located in the deepest layers of their cultivated foundations. Their Proterozoic bones ruptured from within. Their organs, so recently illuminated with the full activation of their engineering, burst. Whap! One of them popped like a balloon. Blood, golden flame, shards of Proterozoic bone, all of it erupted outward from the body in a single explosive moment. Whap! Another popped. Whap! 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 The wet bursts cascaded across the mountain's balconies as one Calimian after another detonated from the inside, their amplified egos collapsing in the same instance their bodies did, their flames guttering into smoke as the engineering that had held them together was undone by a punch that had not visibly touched any of them. More than a dozen of them in the span of a few heartbeats. Bodies rupturing in their own temples. Their debris raining down the slopes toward the pale stone at the mountain's base. Whap! 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 Chapter 51-48, False Idols. 3. The balconies that had held so many a moment ago now held fewer. The surviving Calimians froze in place, their flames guttering with confusion and dread. The Ediacaran primordial architects near the top, who had been about to descend with their superior contributions, halted where they stood. The mountain's assembled population collectively absorbed what had just happened, and the absorption was not pretty. Philemon Aristos stared down from his high balcony. Both of his heads held expressions that had crossed from rage into something narrower, something that knew what dread felt like from close range. His plasmic golden flames had flickered down several orders of intensity while he watched his Calimian forces burst across the lower levels of his own mountain. His two mouths opened together, and the voice that came out of them had lost some of the harmonic authority it had carried before. What power is this? His voice rolled down the slopes, unsteady for the first time. What taboo thing have you turned to? What have you done to yourself to be capable of that? His left head's mouth worked. Do you know what you are doing now? Do you understand what you are pressing against? This is tantamount to spitting at the feet of the Gilded Ones. We are their feet, we are what stands between them and the lower tiers of existence. We are the arrangement they placed here to receive the kinds of insults you are now offering. You are not defying primordial architects. You are defying the order that the Gilded Ones themselves engineered across the first cause. This will not be tolerated. This cannot be tolerated. The moment word of this reaches Dash. The surrounding atmosphere began to waver and melt. The pale stone at the base of the mountain softened under a heat that had not been there a moment ago. The air rippled with distortion. The temples higher up began to sweat at their edges, their carved proportions blurring slightly as the ambient temperature of the wild itself started to respond to what was happening at the foot of the gilded white mountain. The creature's flames rose higher in temperature. The multicolored gold deepened into something closer to the bloody undercolor that had always lived beneath them. His posture remained floating and calm, but the flames now reached above his head in standing columns, their heat pressing outward across the slopes in waves that made the surviving primordial architects shield their own flames against his. He spoke. I am going to cut off those feet. His voice was almost conversational. I am going to cut them off, and I am going to teach all of you how to think for yourselves. You have been the feet of a false golden idol for far too long, and you have confused servitude with community, and you have confused engineering with belonging, and someone has to finally separate those confusions for you. That someone is going to be me. Today is the day you learn what your minds feel like when they are not being operated by external instructions. The flames rose further. And any power I have, I obtained because I persevered. Through loss. Through grief. Through a foundation I shattered with my own hands and rebuilt across eons of climbing. I did not inherit this. I did not receive this. I did not accept any offers from any idols. I climbed, and I bled. I continued when continuing was the only option that remained to me, and I continued when even that option ran out and I had to construct new ones from nothing. Every capacity I now wield is a capacity I earned through perseverance. His eyes lifted to the highest balcony. So, persevere. Boom. Brutality ensued. With every passing nanosecond, Noah was stronger than the previous nanosecond. It was a unique sensation. His body continued generating endless quintessence infiniforce that filled his existence at a rate which had become self-sustaining and no longer required his active attention. Observable force poured into him endlessly from Golden Adelheid through the bond that now functioned more as a wormhole than a channel, and her continuous contribution saturated him to a degree that most beings would have collapsed under. And above him, a faint the Hadean pillar of infinity grew grander with every moment, the construction continuing as he actualized additional civilizations into its mid-tiers, the pillar becoming a catalogue of civilizational possibilities that stretched higher with every breath he took. And yet absolute infinity seemed a bit distant still. The threshold was closer than it had been an hour ago, closer than it had been a day ago, but it was not yet at hand. The final crossing from uncountable infinity into absolute infinity required something more than accumulated additions. It required an integration, a settling, a moment when the accumulated civilizations and the saturated force and the engineered foundations all cohered into a single unified expression grand enough to cross the boundary. That moment was not here yet. He felt it the way a climber felt the shape of a summit still above him. Clearly fucking visible, but not yet touched. But since he was forging the first infinite scale and he got to decide what went into it, he now wanted to incorporate the amplification of egos. He could affirm to himself with certainty that his emotions had nothing to do with why he had not gone mad with infinity. As a weak F-rank hunter back in his old world, or even his self when he had first put together the fragments of ruination to affirm his infinity, had not possessed emotions significant enough to compare with the gilded ones who amplified their egos to existential thresholds. His immunity from infinity, did he really need some grand reason why? Maybe it just was what it was. That was something to investigate more deeply someday. He thought back to egos. Uniquely, Golden Adelheid belonged to the Superbious Gilded Ones. They amplified their egos to exceed what pride itself stood for. Superbious. The word carried more than its surface translation. In the old tongues, superbia had been one name for pride, the first and often considered greatest of the 7 deadly sins, the ego that preceded all falls and lay beneath every other ego in subtle ways. But superbious, the adjective form carried forward, implied something stronger. The haughty one. The sovereign one. The pride that was not merely inflated self-regard but a foundational conviction of one's own supremacy, a pride engineered so deeply that it became the substrate of identity rather than a feeling about identity. The Superbious Gilded Ones were pride given form. Pride refined into architecture. Pride made into a people. The other egos likely followed their own names from the old categorization. Avaritia for greed, the hoarding appetite that Octavius Crethos had been engineered along. Luxuria for lust, the ego that sought satisfaction through consumption of others, whether sexual or emotional or existential. Invidia for envy, the ego that cultivated itself through measurement against what others possessed, refining itself through the hunger for what was held elsewhere. Gula for gluttony, the ego of unbounded appetite that differed from greed in that it sought to consume rather than to hoard. Ira for wrath, the ego of sustained fury refined into combat foundation. Aestia for sloth, which in its amplified form was not laziness but a strange inertia, a refusal to be moved by external pressures that became its own kind of implacable power. 7 egos drawn from the 7 deadly sins, engineered by the Gilded Ones into 7 configurations for holding the flood of infinity without triggering the Gamagian. Of course, there should also have been egos relating to the virtues. The counterweights. Where the sins amplified hungers, the virtues would amplify restraints and positive drives. Humilitas for humility, the inverse of superbious, the ego of refined self-diminishment that paradoxically became its own kind of foundation. Caritas for charity, the ego of outward giving, the cultivated love of others that could potentially become a channel through which infinity could pour without collapsing into self. Castitas for chastity, not as prudishness but as refined purity of focus, the dedication that refused distraction. Patientia for patience, the ego of unhurried endurance that could hold a flood indefinitely by simply not being moved by it. Temperantia for temperance. The ego of measured restraint, of choosing less when more was available. Industria for diligence, the ego of sustained effort refined into a combat foundation. Humanitas for kindness, the ego of outward care that cultivated itself through the well-being of others. 7 sins, 7 virtues, 14 possible foundations across the binary of engineered appetites and engineered restraints. He wondered, quietly, whether the Gilded Ones had actually pursued the virtues side of the engineering, or whether their methodology had tilted so heavily toward the sin configurations that the virtues had remained theoretical. He suspected the latter. The Gilded Ones who had built the system were, by definition, the superbious, the embodiment of pride, and pride did not naturally lean toward engineering its own counterweights into existence. He would ask Golden Adelheid about this later. For now, the theoretical framework was enough. Noah thought about all of this in the span of an instant. He had stretched out toward infinity. Emotive's report about the gilded white mountain and the creature had landed just moments ago in the external timeline, but his Hadean mind of infinite calculation had pulled that instant into an extended subjective duration in which he could think for hours or days if the thinking served a purpose. Externally, Naldine and Emotive would appear frozen, held in the posture of their last motions. Internally, he had all the time he needed. Before he moved and went wild across the wild, he wanted to see if there would be a significant enough boost of power with the amplification of egos for his people. Right now, he was theorizing how to continue his engineering of his people without stopping. He would always be making changes. He would always be refining, upgrading, adjusting. So he began to think about himself and his people in a different sense. A thought crossed his mind that was both grand and tyrannical. The quintessence infiniforce swirling within him. The observable force he had accumulated. The Hadean pillar and its civilizations. His infinity. All of these could be considered his hardware. Components of his existence that handled the fundamental operations of his cultivation, the substrate on which everything else ran. Hardware was what held the power. Hardware was what determined the raw capacity. And the engineering modifications he wanted to make. The transformations. The alterations to his people's foundations. The integration of amplified egos into their existing nascent Hadean configurations. Those could be considered software. Software. From his understanding, software had been the layer that defined what hardware did. The hardware held the capacity. The software defined the applications. And software could be updated independently of the hardware, patched across networks, distributed to those who accepted the updates and received the new capabilities without having to replace the underlying machinery. A well-designed software distribution system meant that every device on the network received the improvements nearly simultaneously, and the improvements compounded across the whole network rather than remaining siloed in individual hands. If he could establish something similar for his people. If he could design new modifications he wanted to make, wrap them into discrete weavings, and release a singular burst of power that made those weavings available to all those who held his quintessence infiniforce within them. Available for them to accept the moment he distributed them. Capable of being integrated into their existing foundations without requiring him to personally transform each of them, one by one, across the laborious sequential process he had been using until now. The entire scale of his engineering operations would shift. He could make modifications to himself first, test them in a controlled environment within his own existence, verify they worked as intended, and then push them outward. His people would receive the modification nearly instantly. The civilizational holy war participants, the broader circle of his followers, everyone with his quintessence Infiniforce active within them, all upgraded in a single coordinated deployment. The power gains would compound across his entire network rather than trickling through individual transformations. This was the methodology he needed as his eyes shone brightly. Let it be actualized. His voice carried the calm authority of a being giving a direct command to his own existence. Let some form of a sandbox emerge. Let the distribution system establish itself. Let the engineering framework become native to my operations from this point forward. Chapter 5149, Sandbox. Command received, Actualization of Engineering Framework. Designation, the Quintessence Infiniforce Sandbox and Distribution System. This framework has been integrated into your foundational capabilities in your first infinite scale. Its components are now native to your existential operations and will remain available at your discretion. Function 1, Sandbox Environment. You may enter at will an isolated space of perception constructed from Quintessence Infiniforce in which you may design, test, and refine modifications to existential engineering without those modifications affecting your active existence or the existences of those bonded to you. Modifications within the sandbox exist in a contained state until you choose to release their weavings. Function 2, Modification Packaging. Any engineering modification designed within the sandbox may be sealed into a discrete package. Packages are designated as either upgrades or updates. Upgrades introduce new foundational capabilities that did not previously exist in the recipient. Updates refine, adjust, or optimize existing capabilities already present in the recipient. Function 3, Distribution Protocol. Upon sealing a package, you may release a single coordinated burst of authority through your Quintessence Infiniforce. All beings carrying your Quintessence Infiniforce within them will receive the package as an available modification. Recipients may accept or defer acceptance at their discretion. Accepted packages integrate into the recipient's foundation immediately and without requiring further intervention from you. Function 4, Version Control. Each package is assigned a version designation. Subsequent refinements of the same capability will be tracked across their iterations, allowing you to deploy improved versions of existential engineering while preserving records of prior versions for reference or restoration if errors occur. Function 5, Compatibility Assessment. The sandbox will automatically assess each modification's compatibility with the existing engineering of your people before permitting deployment. Incompatible modifications will be flagged with specific notes regarding the conflicts, permitting you to refine the modification before pushing it outward. Function 6, Rollback Protocol. In the event that a deployed existential engineering produces unintended consequences, you may issue a rollback command that reverses the modification across all accepting recipients, restoring their prior configurations. The framework is ready for use, Master. Noah nodded slowly. He thought about and opened the sandbox. The space that unfolded around him was a sea of multicolored infinity, its currents flowing in patterns that responded to his attention with an immediate, almost intimate obedience. Blues deepened where he looked. Golds rose where he gestured. Violets and silvers and deep cosmic blacks braided through the ambient field in configurations that felt less like an environment and more like an extension of his own thinking process. The sandbox was not a place he had entered. It was a cognitive workspace his existence had constructed around him, a laboratory made of his own Quintessence Infiniforce, the tools of his engineering ready at his fingertips. He reached into the illusory pillar above the sandbox and pulled down the civilization of pride. It came to him in a column of golden white light threaded with the deep ruby undertone that pride always carried in its refined form. The civilization settled into the sandbox's working space as a shaped volume of authority, ready to be examined, manipulated, amplified. He began amplifying. He took the ordinary baseline intensity of the civilization of pride as it existed within him and pushed it. He fed it additional quintessence infiniforce. Endless seas of infinity. He structured its foundations into a denser lattice. He refined the channels through which the ego would flow and ensured those channels were robust enough to carry the expanded intensity of infinity without rupturing under load. He built in the interface points where an amplified ego would connect with existing nascent Hadean configurations, making sure the pride lattice would integrate cleanly. The civilization of pride thickened and intensified. Its golden white column in the sandbox deepened through several orders of brightness as the amplification took hold. He compared the result against the baseline. The amplified version was denser by orders of magnitude. The pride now contained within the modification exceeded ordinary pride the way a star exceeded a candle. A being who integrated this modification would experience their own pride at a capacity most beings could not even conceive of, and that pride would function as an ego capable of holding significant volumes of infinity. He refined the configuration further. Verified its compatibility with the existing nascent Hadean foundations of his people. Ensured the modification would not conflict with other engineered layers already present in any recipient. When it was ready, he sealed the existential engineering neatly. Sandbox testing concluded successfully. Package designation, the quintessential ego of Superbius V1. Version, initial release. Upgrade designation confirmed, as amplified egos represent a novel foundational capability for your people. Compatibility assessment, full compatibility with all current nascent Hadean recipients. No conflicts detected with existing engineered layers. Integration method, recipients who accept the upgrade will experience the amplification of their innate pride into a terrifying level. The amplified ego will function as a channel through which infinity may flow in greater concentrations, increasing the volume of infinity each recipient may safely hold and express. Additional secondary benefits include refined resistance to external authority attempting to subjugate the recipient, enhanced confidence under pressure, and structural reinforcement of the recipient's sense of self against dissolution. Projected power increase upon integration, approximately 180% to 1,800% depending on civilizational potential. Deployment status. Package of existential engineering is sealed and ready for deployment through your Quintessence Infiniforce network. You may release the upgrade at your discretion. Additional packages in planning. 6 further sin-based egos and 7 virtue-based egos remain available for sandbox design. Each may be developed and deployed as separate upgrades or combined into consolidated releases depending on your engineering preferences. Although it is unknown if multiple egos CSN be amplified in the same subject without causing issues. After all, Gilded Ones seem focused on a singular amplification of egos to an extreme. Noah smiled slightly at the notifications. One modification designed and ready for distribution. The upgrade could go out across his entire network the moment he gave the release command, and every nascent Hadean life form among his people would suddenly find their baseline power boosted the moment they accepted it. And this was only the first engineering amplification. He would need to think about whether each person should receive a tailored ego amplification based on their existing personality and cultivation history, or whether a general deployment of all egos at lower intensity would be more efficient. Both approaches had merits. Both would be tested in the sandbox before any broader decisions were made. He rolled his shoulders in the sandbox's multicolored sea. He prepared to step out of the sandbox and release the quintessential ego of Superbius V1 to his people. Chapter 5150, Calamity. Noah opened his eyes. Time resumed for him, and the frozen posture of his surroundings released into motion. Naldine drifting on his left. Emotive floating on his right with her hair still cycling through the silvers and whites of her last expression. Midas hovering fat and golden and devoted above his shoulder. The ruined research archipelago stretched around them, the bodies he had dissected reduced to nothing, the floating tables dissolved back into ambient infinity. He voiced out commandingly. Send out the quintessential ego of Superbius V1. His eyes flashed with multicolored quintessence infiniforce, the sandbox's sealed package releasing through his network in a coordinated burst. A heavy, quintessential brilliance fanned outward across every being who carried his quintessence infiniforce within them. The brilliance traveled faster than most measures of travel, crossing gigaparsecs in the space between heartbeats, reaching his people wherever they were scattered across the infiniverse and beyond. His mother, his son, Barbados, Amzer, Sigrid, Ulmareth, even Alexander and the great usurper. The upgrade arrived at every one of them simultaneously, a discrete weaving of engineered superbious pride presenting itself for acceptance in each of their existences. The brilliance reached Midas above his shoulder. It reached Naldine on his left. It did not reach Emotive as she was not bonded to him through quintessence infiniforce in the manner his people were. She was a tool, and tools received instructions, not upgrades. Midas accepted immediately, the abomination's greed-saturated foundation thickening further. Naldine began blinking right away. Her singularity-dotted eyes turned to Noah, and she looked at him with an expression she was clearly trying to keep composed. The quintessential ego of Superbius V1. You have begun trying to amplify an ego already? Her incredulity leaked through her attempted restraint. She was trying not to show surprise as she was failing. Noah nodded lightly. His reply came with the tyrannical calm of a being stating something obvious. It's just existential amplification of an ego. The Gilded Ones aren't the only ones who can do this. They had a head start, but the underlying principle isn't proprietary. Amplify an emotion until the emotion becomes a channel. I just brute forced it with infinity. He tilted his head toward her slightly. Accept the engineering. Let's see the changes. Nearby, Emotive's hair burst into a riot of electric pinks and sour yellows as she absorbed the words. The casual dismissal of Gilded Ones as being merely early and not uniquely capable. When she heard all this, she genuinely wanted to applaud. She wanted to kneel and applaud at the same time, which was a physical impossibility, but she would have attempted it if she thought it would have been well received. Naldine took a slow breath. Her golden streaks caught the ambient light as she centered herself, and then she reached into herself and accepted the quintessential ego of Superbius V1. The integration was rapid. The package unfurled inside her existence along the channels her nascent Hadean foundation had already established. Her innate pride, which had always run deep in her as an ancient primordial architect who had become Hadean, surged upward in intensity. What had been a refined personal certainty blossomed into a foundational conviction. What had been quiet ancient imperiousness became sovereign conviction. Her sense of self expanded until the shape of who she was filled every corner of her own existence with a brilliance she had not previously known her own identity could carry. Her civilization cheered. She could feel it. Her personal civilization responded to the amplification of her pride with something that felt almost like joy. Her weavings aligned themselves more tightly around the new configuration. Her Cambrian word hummed louder against the inside of her being, ready to be spoken with more force than before. Her conviction sharpened. Her confidence elevated to a level she had never experienced. The certainty of her own worth, of her own standing, of her fitness for any engagement she might face, all of it climbed into a register where doubt became structurally difficult to formulate. She knew, with the engineered certainty of her new superbly austere pride, that she was grand. She knew that if she faced Noah in dual cultivation again, she would not lose. And yet, a somber awareness settled beneath the surge. Such a high level of pride, if not carefully monitored, could get one in trouble with how one acted. The temptation toward arrogance in exchanges, toward assuming superiority in circumstances that did not warrant the assumption, toward treating lesser beings with dismissal they might not deserve, all of these risks became newly available to her in ways they had not been before. Then, the explosion came. Boom! Inside her existence, an eruption of quintessence infiniforce bloomed outward through every channel of her being. It was as if infinity itself had been holding back against her, monitoring how much her existence could carry before it crossed into dangerous territory, and the new superbly austere pride had just expanded those thresholds dramatically. The infinity she could safely hold increased. The channels through which she could express it widened. Her infinity thickened into something denser, more cohesive, more structured. She was granted bounded uncountable infinity from the seas of quintessence infiniforce flowing within her. Even denser waves of golden observable force poured into her alongside the infinity, filling her Hadean bones and organs with a saturation. Her radiant white hair, with its rivers of gold, brightened. Her singularity-dotted eyes shone brighter. Her posture straightened, subtly, involuntarily. She floated prouder than before. She floated grander. The ancient imperious beauty she had always carried took on a new dimension, the sovereign certainty of her amplified pride visibly adjusting every line of how she held herself. Noah watched her transformation with calm evaluation. His thoughts moved through the observation steadily. The first deployment of his sandbox framework had landed cleanly. The upgrade had integrated without conflict as the power gain was substantial. And the subjective experience, judging by Naldine's visible composure adjustments, matched the projected benefits. Her aura now approached Midas-level density, and she sat a single breath away from the Ediacaran tier of the Proterozoic scale. A single step. Not yet across, but close enough that a minor push would bring her over. Upgrade integration confirmed, Naldine Manthan. Package, the quintessential ego of Superbius V1. Current configuration, nascent Hadean lifeform with engineered ego of Superbius integrated. Infinity capacity, bounded uncountable infinity achieved. Observable force saturation, increased by approximately 340%. Current power, approaching parity with Midas of endless appetite. Current scale, the Proterozoic scale, Kalimian tier, verging on Ediacaran. A single step away from Ediacaran promotion, which may occur naturally. Noah looked at her and nodded. Nearby, Emotive was quietly losing her mind. She had been watching the transformation with every sense she had, and what she had just witnessed through her emotional perception was something that made every flavor of gilded engineered ego she had tasted earlier on the research archipelago feel like an amateur rendition of the same idea. The expanded emotion of pride inside Naldine, the ego of Superbius her fixation had just installed, was denser than anything she had ever perceived from an engineered primordial architect. The engineering was cleaner. The integration was smoother as if he actively gave a damn. The resulting ego felt more alive, more responsive, more naturally woven into the recipient's existence rather than grafted onto it. Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. The Gilded Ones had been doing this for eons. Her fixation had done it better on his first attempt. The sheer disrespect to the methodology of beings who had considered themselves masters of this practice. As this happened, her own power exploded. She could feel it happening inside her without having consciously reached for it. The intensity of the ego of Superbius now blazing inside Naldin was, for Emotive, a feast. Her silent siphoning methodology drank from the intensity of the newly amplified emotion without effort, pulled the richness of Naldin's enhanced pride through the ambient emotional field, and fed the pull directly into her own cultivation. At this time, Noah's attention shifted slightly. He had been watching Emotive at the periphery of his awareness during Naldin's integration, and something faint had registered in his perception. He focused more closely on it. The faint thing was the causality around Emotive's existence, subtly reorganizing itself as Naldin grew stronger. The causal weight of Emotive's presence in the broader substrate was increasing, incrementally, in time with the emotional surge coming from Naldin. She was gaining from the amplification of emotions even from what occurred with Naldin. That was interesting. That was actually very interesting. A being who grew stronger passively from the emotional currents of those around her. A being who could be fed indirectly through the intensity of every other being in her vicinity. If he ever granted her quintessence infiniforce, just what would occur? Noah drifted toward her. Emotive's attention snapped to him immediately as he approached. Her hair cycled through blues and deep reverent golds, her body visibly tightening. He reached her. He took his hand and placed it on the side of her head, his palm covering her entire cheek and much of her face, his fingers sliding into her cycling hair as he gripped the shape of her skull with the casual ownership of someone handling an instrument. He lifted her slightly as her feet left the ground beneath them. Her golden eyes widened. His voice came calm and close to her. "Do you know what I just did?" He tilted her head slightly in his grip as he continued. "I took the ego of pride inside Naldin and amplified it. All of this, I did in a span of seconds." His fingers tightened slightly against her cheek. "Now, consider what would happen if I did such a thing for you. For a being whose entire existence is already oriented around emotions. Whose foundation is emotion itself. Whose cultivation feeds passively on the emotional surges of others in her vicinity. If I engineered an amplified ego into your foundation, the result might be even more astounding than what I just did for Naldin." He held her eye as he let the thought settle between them. "Can you imagine it? My engineering of emotion, applied to you specifically. The amplification that would result. The power you would reach." He paused. "But, is a tool deserving of that?" Boom. Emotive's body shuddered. Her eyes widened further. Her hair exploded through colors she did not have names for. Multicolored light radiated from her skin, from her eyes, from the ends of her hair, every surface of her briefly saturated with the spillover of an emotional surge too large for her existence to fully contain. Noah let go of her. She fell down into the ground beneath them, heaving with brilliant manic emotions, her body trembling as the impact of what he had just said to her rippled through every layer of her being. Her eyes radiated multicolored light. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Boom. Her body shone luminously. Her bones and organs fully lit up with Proterozoic light, the entire skeletal and visceral architecture of her form blazing gold through her skin as the surge of emotion drove her cultivation forward by leaps that should have taken her days. The power she radiated now neared someone like Octavius. Noah looked at her shining figure and evaluated what a monster she could become if he actually filled her with quintessence infiniforce and amplified her emotions directly. But for now, she was just a tool. A tool he would keep using. He turned toward Naldin. "Take Midas. Begin hunting the targeted primordial architects. Work through Emotive's list efficiently." Naldin inclined her head once. The new pride flickered through her posture as she accepted the instruction. Noah turned back to Emotive. You, with me. Emotive rose brilliantly from the multicolored sea, her body still glowing with the residual light of her surge, her eyes still radiating the colors of her overwhelmed emotion. Her voice came out fervent and obedient and thrilled. Yes, sir.